that Texas has been a minority white state since 2005. For a decade and a half, we've been majority minority in Texas.
That's not bad.
All right.
My favorite thing to throw at white people who are afraid of, becoming the minority is, why? Are they treated badly or something?
The funniest part is in one of those debates, somebody asked her, do you believe in systemic racism, right after she made the claim about white people being a minority? She's like, no. Like,
look,
what?
She's the left-wing host, guys. Come on.
Yeah, that title is long gone.
Give her a little fucking credit, okay? Come on, Jesus.
She's a real Tim Pool liberal.
Classical liberal.
Classic liberal.
There you go.
Classic 14 words liberal.
Wait, did Bo Black's? Oh no, he's still here. He's
still here.
I'm live.
He's trying to figure out his OBS.
Yeah.
God damn.
Yeah, that's partly why I was like, I could try and let Mind Waves win. Like, I don't have.
That's a good argument, Akana boy. How long has you said it since 2005?
Since
Whites have been a
2005, non-Hispanic whites have been a minority in Texas.
I'm live, by the way.
Okay.
I just had to set up a particular game to play.
Is it
I think chat would appreciate. Hell no.
Oh, play Cuck Simulator. I think it's your type of game, Bo Blacks.
Shut the fuck up.
I don't mean to insult you. I mean because there's like a lot of black.
Oh, it's
memes.
Kirby's Adventure. Wow.
Kirby's Adventure. Well played. Well played.
Yeah, very nice.
I'm about to suck and fuck.
You get 2 points for that. That's.
I wrote a hard 8 bars. What did you write, Nick? You want to come on and perform it?
Oh
yeah, Nick better fucking come on and perform his shit now. Yeah, I like this panel. I'm glad it worked out.
I'm glad that you guys came, and thank you for putting up again with like my demented brain. Before I was able to get this out like on a panel, it would just be me harassing friends. Like, what would you do hypothetically if there was a portal right like outside of my urethra that went directly down your leg?
Holy shit!
Stardust's real life friends are the ones happiest about Stardust's streaming career.
And my friends were like, one of my friends was like, I would kill myself. You don't know how quickly I would kill myself. It was just like
is this what you do at parties? You just ask people random questions? Yeah.
At parties, so I usually wait a bit. I wait a couple of hours.
After a few drinks.
You have to wait
after you'd be hammered.
But I'm still the life of the party, like from the beginning. I'm really good with groups of people. I'm terrible one-on-one. So, yeah, very awkward one-on-one. Really bad. Yeah.
Too intimate. Too. What is it about being one-on-one?
Well, just skip straight to what's the most awkward thing you think you've done with a person one-on-one. That you just come away from the conversation and you're like it's the thing that it pops up in your head as a present-day adult, and you're just like, wow, that was cringe.
I think I just have really uncomfortable I think I just make the other person feel uncomfortable. I think that's just what it is.
Have you ever had somebody tell you that?
God.
No, I've never had somebody tell me that, but...
Well, how do you do that? Like, how do you make people feel uncomfortable?
I don't know. Maybe it's me. Who knows?
Maybe you're not making them feel uncomfortable at all, maybe.
Maybe.
Do you have a friend that you're just comfortable like just being you and them, and it's just even if you're not talking, it's just chill?
Yeah. Yeah, I have a friend like that. Yeah. But there's a lot of dead air, so we don't have to like. That's my favorite part of friendships. Like when you can just sit there with dead air and you don't have to like I have friends like we'll sit in a call, it'll be like 12 people, and there can be so much dead air, and we're just all chilling and having a good time. There doesn't have to be anything going on,
Oh no,
dude, Bo Blacks is actually playing Kirby Adventure.
That's
so awesome.
Yeah, dude.
Nick is in the lobby.
That's awesome.
Let's fucking go, man.
Oh, Nick is here. Hi, Nick.
Oh shit.
When tonight.
Yo, Stardust, glad I could come by. You're, as always, seriously, this is.
Thank you for joining.
No, this is the best.
Thank you so much.
Because this is like the most ludicrous. So
that is true.
Wow, thank you.
Yeah. Good night,
Okay, but
James.
before you go, what would you do? Well, before you go, what would you do if hypothetically there was like a vortex, that interdimensional vortex? Like, I'm just kidding. You can go. Thank you.
I was like, no, I was like, wait, we're just gonna be a new one? No, okay. I'll catch y'all later. Cheers.
Yeah, it's good to hear
See
from
ya.
you.
I'm gonna head out too, Star and everybody. Bye, you
Okay,
guys.
thanks for
Alright, it's
joining.
nice
I had
meeting you.
fun.
For sure, yeah, it was nice
Fun.
meeting all
Yeah.
you. Nick,
Yeah.
Yo,
don't get canceled.
I'll try not to.
Okay, I give you the pass though for what it's worth.
Thank you.
Hell yeah.
There you go.
No.
All right, see you guys.
Oh, the
Later.
pass.
Did you come in here to perform for us, or?
Oh hell no.
Oh.
That's on
The
Bow
fuck?
Black.
Some people don't.
You can't just dangle that around and then not come
What
through.
the
You
fuck?
said you wrote 8 bars, and then you're coming in here and not even gonna perform it. Wow, what a fucking.
Damn. I guess
Yeah.
you gotta subscribe on Patreon. I'm kidding. I don't have a Patreon.
Holy
I don't know.
shit.
How's everybody's night going?
Artex Tech.
Doing good.
putting bars
How's
in
your
the
night?
chat.
Pretty good. Pretty good. I went into Infrared's chat and said hi and got immediately messaged like 1,000 times that I'm a fat loser. So it was pretty good.
Oh, nice.
Oh, that's
God
awesome.
damn.
We're both having quite the week, huh?
Wait, I was watching a fucking I was watching his stream and somebody's like, sounds like a cope, and he's like, sounds like a cope, sounds like a cope. Oh, you guys sound like it sounds like a cope. Duh! Sounds like a cope. Duh! And I was like, why don't you just say the R word at that point? Like, Jesus fucking
Yeah,
Christ.
just say it. Just say
Infrared
what
is
you
like-
want to
around
say.
this hard, bro.
Infrared's
Just say
Yeah.
it.
literally the definition of cope. I've never seen someone more cope
I
online
know.
than him. It's so funny.
Dude,
Yeah.
he's reacting to Chud did a stream watching his like super fucking depressing like, hey guys, we're at war right now. We continue to bleed viewers every single time we fire up the stream. Today it's 400, tomorrow it's gonna be 350 or whatever.
Wait,
He's
Haas
just like,
said
we're
that?
at our Infrared's like crying
Holy
that his
shit.
viewership is fucking deteriorating.
Yeah.
It's so
Wow.
funny.
Yeah. Didn't
That's
he
really
told
good.
me he'd be like the biggest thing
Oh,
ever
that
in
feels
Twitch,
so
though.
good.
I th-
He's just
Oh,
like-
that's so good. I'm gonna.
I thought he
dude,
said
I
he
love
said he was
that.
gonna rival
Oh.
Hassan in viewers. What's happening?
Yo, it's
One day.
That feels so good. Oh
he's
my
like,
god,
we're under
I can't
attack.
tell
All those
you.
beta losers left the channel.
Dude, if Haas was any bigger, I think he'd have like a mental breakdown. I mean, he's already
If he was any
borderline.
bigger, he'd be taller than Destiny.
Oh my god, he's already like borderlining on mental breakdown whenever someone like laughs at him. Like I made like
It's
a
so
goofy
bad.
video on him, and he made like a 4-hour live stream saying how I'm like trying to like ruin his political like movement. And I was like, what?
You're going to destroy the movement.
Yeah, that's what he said. He said this is about people think it's all about memes, but it's about politics. He's trying to go after my. I don't even know what his politics are. Like fucking like what is it? He says it's tanky. Like what does he like tanks? Like I don't fucking understand, bro.
Oh Jesus.
I don't know. Isn't it like communism, but
That'll
like
be fun.
the bad
That is
version
so
of
fun.
it? Like a
Yeah,
bad
you should
version of
debate him, Boblocks.
communism?
Boblox, I am going to just drag Boblox all over political Twitch. It's
I'll
gonna be
debate
talk to
anyone.
everybody.
Wait,
I'm
Boblax.
down.
Wait, what's the bad version of communism?
I don't know, like tanky. Like he said, he's a tanky. I don't know what that is. Isn't it like communism, but like alt communism
Yeah.
or something?
It's communism when tank.
Isn't it like isn't it like
Well,
the
look, I like
communism that like
tanks.
Russia did and failed at or something? Like,
Communism is
Yeah,
when no
essentially.
house. Tank
all
is when
communism is like
when
that,
no-
though, right?
I don't
So-
know. But then why does he call
Yeah.
himself? He says he's like part of the left, but like a different type of left or something.
Wait, did you
like-
say all communism's like that, Stardust?
I don't know, man. He's a capitalist
Wow.
communist. That makes no sense. It's an oxymoron, right?
Wait, do you believe that though?
I mean, most has kind of not worked out, right? So,
Yeah,
By
but
most.
that's not necessarily like that doesn't mean that like all schools of communist thought are authoritarian in nature, right?
no, I don't think that. No, but anytime we've tried communism, or you know,
All I
now
know is you
people
guys
will
were
say,
you guys were really cringe in that conversation. My gender identity is landlord, and if my girlfriend got sick for 6 months, she's gonna be homeless.
True.
So
Good.
Yeah, she
Ah.
can't pay rent, so she's got to
Fuck her.
yeah,
Yeah,
fair enough. Yeah.
Get it coming. Why'd she get sick?
exactly. Yeah, living here with no fucking rent, no way to pay for it. Like,
Seriously,
I
what
don't-
a fucking bitch.
I understand that you can't walk, but I didn't like fucking date a quitter. Okay.
Jesus.
Yeah.
Yeah, true.
Yeah. If your spine
Oh,
quit on
God.
you, what does that say about you, really?
Yeah, seriously.
Yeah, it means you're spineless,
how
right?
reliable? Yeah.
If your spine quits on you, you've quit on yourself.
Yeah. You're gonna just start saying soon. You're just gonna start saying the N word. I mean, like who
Literally,
knows? So
that's the only logical pathway forward.
Yeah.
Oh God.
I want to commend Boblax and Mindwaves for both rapping without saying the N-word even once.
Oh, true.
yeah.
Oh my god. I was on the
Probably.
No, I'm just kidding.
I was actually thinking about writing a bar to where it would line you up to think that was the next word, and then I would just stop it. But I was like, nah.
Nah, that's a little too risky.
Not
man.
today. Yeah.
Yeah, right
Epic
after the
rap
Black
battles of
Kirby,
history.
like,
Yeah.
bro.
Yeah,
Yeah.
the Grand Battles of History had that fucking line. Oh Jesus, that was.
Yeah,
That was a
holy
good
shit.
one.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh God, how's everybody's night going? Everyone
Pretty good.
had a good time.
Now that I talked
Good
about
time on the
fucking
show?
Kirby.
Yeah, you guys had a lot
It's
of
going
Kirby
well.
talk.
Oh, I was so hyped when she
Yeah. started
bringing up Kirby and sex. I was like, this is my favorite combo.
I'm sorry. I couldn't help it. It's just you know.
That is
There is
something
an
like
update.
you would design in a game. Like I feel like Stardust went into Nintendo and like designed the mouthful Kirby thing for them. Like that is something you would make.
I wished I did. I
so funny.
swear to God, I can't stop it once my brain starts going. Like this is like, I don't sleep, man. Okay, and you know sometimes when I don't sleep, like these are the things that keep me up at night. I mean, not really, but like I come up with a lot of really weird questions in my head, and I have to get them out somehow. And at least there's this now, instead of like harassing people randomly about what would you do if a vortex opened up and 14-year-old you demanded that they suck your dick. Like
Well, you still asked that, but yeah.
Well, yeah, because Econoboy told me to ask my most messed up one that I wouldn't ask
Yeah.
on.
I mean, the Kirby
So.
one's similar though. It's like, what would you do sexually with this weird thing? If
But the one with the one with you in it though is still, it's very explicitly
Listen,
like 14-year-old
Kirby
you.
definitely gives like the best blowjob.
yeah, true.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Undoubtedly.
And yeah, 100%. Like I ain't gay, but I'll be gay for Kirby. Like
Well,
just 'cause of
Kirby,
those
what is Kirby's
BJs.
gender?
It's guy. It's man.
Are you sure?
Yeah, it's canonical.
It's a boy, yeah.
You know?
Hmm.
But like, who cares, man? Like, good sucks, good suck. And I mean, it's Kirby, so like, bruh.
Yeah. God damn.
Like Kirby's
Who
kind of
cares,
like a
man?
femboy too. Like,
I've just never heard it phrased. I've heard a mouth is
And
a
he doesn't
mouth,
have
but
a
I've never
dick.
heard. I've never heard good suck is good suck.
yeah.
Never
I
heard.
mean,
Never quite heard it phrased that way.
A mouthful is a
Yeah.
good mouthful.
yeah.
Yeah.
Kirby.
God damn.
I can't wait.
Though
for the
he
new
is very
Kirby game.
powerful. It might be very dangerous to do that, so.
Yeah, I didn't
Could you-
know what Kirby's powers were. Like, is Kirby literally like? I guess Kirby could like body Superman in a. If Kirby's power is just like he sucks you up and steals your powers, like he could beat like every superhero.
Yeah, he can. He's like OP, man.
Yeah.
What if he's allergic to you? Then you win.
Oh yeah.
Imagine like
That's a good-
Kirby was allergic to like shellfish or something and he just fucking died.
That'd be kind of
Wow.
funny.
What a loser he would be.
I think he can
You
suck
can
up things
suck up
that
a lot of
hurt him.
powers, but you can't suck up
Boblax, just be careful. I think I see the dude, well, you know, I'm not gonna say anything, just in case,
Yo,
Just in case
the
he
mods
thinks
can do their thing, man.
Do you think Kirby has an immunity to like poisons or venom? Like,
I don't think so.
I think he becomes the vet. No, could you imagine? That would be so bad.
Look, I actually really like the theory that that Kirby goes to the sperm bank and just like start downing cum like
Holy
shots.
shit.
like
I
just
really like
shots
that
lined up
theory.
at the bar, just fucking shot
Yeah.
after
Just
shot.
downing cum.
Just
Yeah, this is how he,
wiping
like,
his mouth after each one. Just
Yum!
it's
I t-
horrible.
I tweeted if Kirby swallows Lion Maker, would he become a pedophile? And
Oh my
people are
God.
interacting with
That'd be so funny.
Horrible,
So
horrible.
bad.
I'm glad somebody else is doing it. So yeah,
I had to pick someone who I knew did jail time. That was my
yeah.
that was the only way I was making that tweet.
Yeah.
Somebody just responded to the if Kirby Slaw is an African American individual. Somebody just responded, "Stop." That's all. Like, so bad,
What?
dude.
If Kirby sucks up a black guy during Black History Month, is that a hate crime? But is he also black?
Yes,
That's a
and
really good
yes.
question.
Both?
Yeah.
He has a
Why
pass.
is this? Why is Swan and Technicals fighting?
Oh, so
I don't even
John
know what's
Swan
going
had
on.
a debate tonight, and it was kind of boring. But
It was fun
John
when
debated
Technicals went
somebody on copyright, and then
Oh.
the person didn't know anything about
in.
copyright.
Yeah, he kind of got
Again.
owned.
That's like our community. Is like, hey guys, we're gonna have a debate today. What's it on? Copyright. Do they know anything about it? No. Okay.
I think
And then
Oki
Nice.
did. I think Oki did better in his debate.
Oki literally didn't debate anything. Oki showed up and said, "This is how it ought to be." And I
Yeah,
was like,
but
yeah,
at least it's better than
cool.
getting it wrong. At least it's better than getting it completely
I'm
wrong.
sorry. If you're gonna show up to a copyright debate, you actually have to like read something, like just something. I don't know. You could start
Yeah.
with the TOS. You could look into Safe Harbor. Like this is like a page of reading. You don't have to do a lot of stuff.
Yeah.
You can even make a
it-
cheat sheet.
It floors me. It floors me how many times like people just don't do any reading or do any writing.
It's so.
You don't even have to write that much. Just write a couple of bullet points or something.
It's just like YouTube should be doing more. Okay, what should
Okay.
they do? YouTube shouldn't be copywriting
They should be
videos
doing
that are obviously fair
more.
use. They can't do that. Well, YouTube should be doing more. Okay,
They
what should they do?
should.
Like, it's just like that's the conversation.
Yeah. I've noticed that like if you've ever listened to like if you ever listened to like a more professional debate, like watching two congressional candidates or something debate against each other, or watching like an incredibly formal debate, what I've noticed is a lot of times they just don't really say anything. Like for instance, like they'll get asked a question like, oh, how do you ensure bipartisan cooperation under your administration? And then the response will be like, look, we just got to be sure that everyone's brought to the table. Got to make sure that the negotiation's transparent. Got to make sure that everyone has buy-in. And it's like, dude, you're not saying anything. You're not saying anything. There's
That's
nothing.
why it needs to be like an informal debate where you just yell at each other and call each other slurs.
Yeah,
That's
like
true.
it has to be like it's almost like the moderator prevents any depth, right? Because like they're just going from bullshit talking point to bullshit talking point, and it just doesn't really it's probably good for most people because most people don't actually want a really in-depth discussion, but like for me it's just like, man, this is just fucking boring a lot of the times.
Yeah.
When I moderated panels, I always like to be the one that, like, if I could tell somebody on the panel was trying to evade actually answering the question, I would like be like, all right, well, like actually answer the question, like as the
Yeah.
moderator, like and try to like force them to
Yeah.
engage with it at least.
I think that
Yeah.
the best thing I ever saw in that regard, I can't remember if it was a debate that I was a part of or like that I just watched. I don't even remember if it was in person or not, but like I remember this exact thing was happening. Like question was asked, person refuses, like gives like a really roundabout non-answer to the question, and the moderator just goes, would you like to answer the question?
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
and then it's like, they're either forced to make a dick of themselves again or, actually give a satisfactory answer, which I thought that was pretty
Yeah, because
pretty
it
effective.
doesn't look good to get called out by the moderator like that and then not actually answer. So
Yeah, it can be annoying. I spoke to, I don't know if I'm going to upload it, but I recorded a debate between myself and one of the members of my community. They were really eager to talk to me about eco-terrorism, and
Oh boy.
it was a 35-minute conversation, and at the end of it, we hung up, and they posted in chat that they have reformed their ways. They're no longer an eco-terrorism enjoyer. So I've done some, I did my duty, which is protect the interests of big fossil fuel companies.
Oh yeah.
So I hope everyone's proud of me.
I'm very proud of you.
Thank you, Stardust. That means a lot from a fellow fascist.
somebody had to do it,
Yeah.
Yeah, who's going to stand up for little oil? Nobody.
True.
Someone's got to stand up for those, those oil companies.
Yeah,
Come
Yeah.
on.
fuck little Timmy. Well, let's go for little oil,
Dude, oil's
Yeah.
becoming
Those
a minority.
mom and pop
It's
oil
true.
companies, right? Yeah.
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 You know,
The
you
whole-
go down the street, you see the bakery, you see the fucking, you know, the what do you call it, the cobbler, and then you see, Tim and Jane's fucking oil company, where they're just, they're just making a few thousand barrels of oil a day, no big deal, right?
Yeah.
It's just, they're part of the community. Got to protect them. Who's gonna speak up for those that can't speak for themselves?
True.
It's me.
Yeah.
I'm glad we have you. We need
Dude, oil's getting killed off. We're losing it. They're becoming a minority.
It's true. It's true.
Yeah.
I mean, my God, look at the war on coal. Coal
Yeah.
went from being half of our electricity to not even 20% over the course of a decade, and nobody's even giving a shit about it.
Yeah.
Okay, which is horrible.
That's kind of cringe.
Just a little bit, I would say.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, I was gonna ask, are you still mashing on Twitter?
I am still mash. I mean,
What do you?
I'm
mash?
not. I didn't change my. Well, I changed my profile picture back to something normal, but yeah, that's gonna be my new response to people that are schizo posting at me from now on. I'm just gonna reply with just about mashing my tuna can dick or something.
What?
I don't know.
Tuna can dick?
That's what I've been doing. I quote tweet people now, and I'll put I'm mashing my dick. I'm mashing it so
Oh
hard.
my god. I don't know
Yeah.
if that's okay.
I'm mashing
It's working.
my
It works. People
tuna
stop.
can dick.
People stop
Jesus Christ.
responding.
Oh yeah, you just
Look, I think what
People
Star
don't realize I can't stop arguing when I start arguing with people on Twitter. So I have to find a way out. Otherwise I'm gonna keep arguing until the end of time. And I figure, you know what? If I schizo post harder than this person, if I go full schizo, then they can't respond to me. They won't do it. So then I did it, and now I found a way where I can feel like I came out on top and still engage as long as I want to with an argument on Twitter. It's really useless, yeah. So
I think what Star has realized is that if you just act completely deranged, it's a very disarming way to interact with the other people.
Yeah.
Also, Star, I sent you a meme. I don't know where this meme originates, but it really speaks to my mindset regarding arguments on Twitter. Or it speaks to what I try to not be on Twitter.
I don't know why I like it in arguing with people too much. That endless person, yeah, I don't know why he would try to argue with me when he has no fucking knowledge of anything that he claims to know more about than me. I was gonna have him on stream since he had such a problem with me, and I was gonna all right, you want to come at me with systemic racism? I think I can school you on systemic racism for as much moral grandstanding as you're doing, But the night that I was gonna have him on, that's when I got raided. So then it was yeah.
Yeah, I remember on the original eco-terrorism tweet where I was like, hey, maybe blowing up oil pipelines is not a good thing. Mike from PA actually tried to ratio me on that tweet.
Nice.
And I was like, hey, man, if you want to talk about it on stream, just let me know when you're free. And he responds well, why would I talk to you? Just so you can wring your hands for 30 minutes? And I was like, look, I'm the one who wants to actually talk, right? So, either
instead of
tell
posting about it on Twitter, why don't you come and talk about it, right?
Yeah,
Instead
I mean, either talk or not talk, and then a bunch of people were like, Mike from PA is a fucking bitch, and then a bunch of people were like, Okano boy didn't even give any arguments, and I was just like, I'm just trying to say blowing up oil pipelines is not that good of a thing. Surprised
cringe,
this is such a polarizing statement. That was actually, I looked it up on my Twitch analytic, or no, on my Twitter analytics. That was my most engaged tweet of every tweet I've ever sent. And I was like, man, this is just shocking. I just kind of can't believe this is a conversation. But that's just me, I guess. Anyway. Yeah, what forms of terrorism would you support, Stardust?
You know, I'm not going to answer that question. You know that that's not a
Why?
question I can't even answer that question. Are you kidding me? Like, oh my god. You're going to get
Why
me
not?
my NSA agent is going to like I don't know, lose his shit or
Mm.
something.
Yeah, your handler at the CIA.
Then let's put it like this. All right, so you're playing Minecraft, all right? And like, what kind of
not
terrorist
doing-
actions in Minecraft?
I'm not answering that.
She would never be playing Minecraft.
You could always just say you wouldn't support any terror. I mean, that's an option, right?
Is it though?
I guess not. I didn't realize that we, I didn't realize that was a controversial thing. I guess I don't know. It's just me.
I'm surprised at the I can't believe this fucking dude starts adding me saying trying to come at me for like not covering a police shooting. Do you want me to fucking cover every police shooting that happens all the time? Like, I have better things to do. I'm sorry. Like, I have, like, if you want to talk about, like, actual issues, I think I can make a better point in talking about issues within the criminal justice system, as a whole, rather than focusing on every single death that happens. I don't know. I feel like it's just really fucking stupid.
Sounds like you're pro cop and don't care about police shootings. Stardust, honestly.
Yo, Augie, thank you for the sub. Augie is in chat. He wants to join.
Yeah,
In the criminal justice system.
Here, I can send him a link. Yeah, it's just so stupid. Like, that's why I was like, come talk to me on stream. I will fucking school you. If you think that you can, like, morally grandstand to me and tell me that I don't fucking know anything about anything and that it took me a week to talk about a mirror lock, then I will have you on stream and I will fucking school you. I don't know. I will take the opportunity to, like, take out my research dick and put it on the table.
Look, the truth is, honestly, every time I've seen Mike from PA speak about an issue, it's been well thought out, it's been coherent, it's been an incredibly intelligent and well-formed analysis. Okay, let's just say that off the top. So I don't know if I spoke to Mike from fucking PA on stream, I might get blown the fuck out for all I know. The only reason I want to talk to Mike from PA on stream, honestly, I just don't like text arguments. I see people in my Discord and everyone's Discord typing back and forth, having these paragraph long. It's like, I just don't want to type all that. All right, I just prefer talking. Let me multitask. All right, it's easier to talk than type. Okay, I got other things to do. That's why I prefer talking.
Yeah.
What's up, friends? How we all doing?
What's up?
Good.
Hi.
Would you fuck Kirby?
Hello, Mr. Augie.
Would you skull fuck Kirby? Answer now,
Dude,
Augie,
if
or
Kirby
you're a
went mouthful
pussy.
mode on that dick. Yeah, I'd be down.
That's what I'm saying, dude. It doesn't matter if Kirby's a
man.
guy. Like,
Does it
fuck,
matter?
man.
It does.
He's like the only guy I would ever fuck is Kirby.
Twitter's
Yeah.
always talking about women's rights. Where's the discourse around women's wrongs? Damn.
Whoa.
Hey, Boblax,
That's
do you
where-
love...
I come in.
Do you, Boblax, do you love black people?
Yes.
He loves them the most, honestly.
I kind of like them more than any other race, to be honest.
Oh, yeah?
Okay.
That's a
Why is
little
that?
long.
It's because they're my homies, dude. No, I
Okay,
like every
well.
race equally.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Yo. Racism's goofy as hell.
How are you doing, Augie? Long time no see.
Yeah, it has been quite a long time. Is Nick here? See
Yeah,
I think he
he's
is.
just scared.
Yeah.
Nicholas
well, that's okay.
Diorio.
Yeah, no, Stardust. I don't think I've talked to you since you debated Bunk and Lyrics.
Yeah,
I
I'm
guess there's
sorry.
all
I got
drama.
fucking dude, I fucking got, like, so many people are coming at me on Twitter at once. Like, for the amount of
Is it
time that they
because you
dragged
keep
that
talking
out.
to Mr. Girl? Is that what it is?
No, it's not that. It's surprisingly so. No, it's not that. That Dalton guy I was telling you about, like started ramping it up. So I called him out while I was in the middle of a debate with somebody, and then he like super duper ramped it up. And then I was on a panel the other day, and like every person who was on that panel was getting like tons of messages about like they were like very racialized messages, and then like a bunch of apparently there were rape threats. I didn't like even know until after the fact, but
From what,
but
Gripers, or?
yeah, it was like a brigade, and then like Brittany was there, and then all this drama like unfolded. It was so stupid. And then before that, there was this other guy, endless fucking coming at me. And then apparently Polly People has a problem with me. I didn't even know that we had fucking drama. She's saying I'm making a career of relentlessly shitting on Stardust. I'm like, I haven't noticed it until like yesterday. So good job, but okay. Yeah. So yeah.
Damn. I don't know who Polly People is, but that sounds pretty
Making a
weird.
career off of me. So
Her
I mean, yeah.
career is just shitting on Stardust. How do you not know?
Yeah,
She's
really
the most
great,
popular
really-
Stardust shitter in the world.
I have made a
We're the
ranking list.
market.
I made a ranking list, dude, of all the dramas in February, and it like,
Somebody in Boblax's chat is trying to call me out. They say, yeah, he doesn't talk to her, but Augie was talking about Stardust 2 days ago on stream.
Oh, were you?
No.
Oh.
Somebody was telling me about, somebody was asking me to watch Lyrics' video on you. So I turned on
Oh.
Lyrics' video, but half the video was basically y'all's debate. So I basically ended up reviewing the debate. Like,
Oh.
it happened on my own channel, just reviewed it again, basically. Because honestly, when y'all were debating at the time, I wasn't even paying that much attention to the conversation.
Yeah.
So I was basically doing a debate review, right? And in it, I was like critical of you, but like, you know, it wasn't
Yeah.
like I wasn't like doing like people are like, you're starting drama with Stardust. I'm like, no, I'm just watching a
Nah.
fucking debate.
I am very I am very fine with that. I'm used to that. We
Yeah.
actually Bunk and I hashed it out on Chud Logics the other day.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, and pretty much everybody took my side. But
I was right, by the way, but yeah,
Oh.
I mean,
Well,
Bunk took
I'll
the
say
aggro.
this, Bunk. I talked to Bunk the other day, and he told me he called me right after he got off your stream on Chud Logic. I didn't even know that was happening, right? And he told me, he
Yeah.
was like, everyone in Chud Logic's chat thinks I'm racist. So
I even said you know what? It didn't have to
Yeah.
like I told him it didn't have to go this long. Like, you know, the Giga Chad move could have been that, oh yeah, you're such a fucking annoying bitch. Like, I am willing to betray you are driving me because you're so annoying. You're driving me to like be inconsistent. So yeah, you know what? I don't give a fuck. And that everybody's like, oh, Giga Chat, all that, and I would have been like, okay, whatever. You know, it could have been done 5 minutes after our argument. But like, I don't know why, but yeah, I don't know. It's like the most nothing burger thing in the world. All I did was say, hey, I think you're inconsistent, and I think it's a little bit fucked, especially like. You know, like, I don't know. I just think it's a little bit fucked to, like, justify that when this person has, like, bothered me for a long time, you know? So, it's, like, not just... The extent does not start and end with him telling me that he wants to nuke me, right?
well,
Yeah,
let me ask you this.
Yeah.
Can I think that that's funny and hilarious and also be a leftist at the same time?
Sure, you can, yeah. I think it's a little bit inconsistent, but yeah, it's sure, why not?
You think it's hypocritical?
Yeah, especially given
there's
like
something about leftism that permits you or sorry, excludes you from finding that type of thing funny.
No, so you can find edgy shit funny. Like, that's totally
Right.
fine. You can find edgy shit funny. Like a great example is Chud Logic and I go back and forth about like just say a slur to me, Chud. Like, you know, it's totally fine. Or, you know, I'll talk with other people, like, you know, and make jokes that are kind of racial or sexist, or I'll make rape jokes, you know. But these are not like personalized things, right? When it's somebody who's actually directed a certain amount of vitriol towards you and went on debate shows and talked about you when you weren't even there and called you subhuman, said that your lineage is subhuman, said that your people are savages, continue to talk about you like for an extended period of time, I think that there's a little bit of a difference, you know? I have no problem with edgy humor, though, if that's what you're asking, yeah. So... yeah.
Okay.
Does that answer your question?
Yeah, that about answers it, I'd say. I mean, that's just the one thing that I was confused about, and I was
Yeah.
mostly critical of when watching it. I also just thought, I don't know. I mean, it's hard to say. Like, I was gonna say like you were a little bit like talkative or like pushy on the mic or something, but so was he. To be fair, I can't tell who was worse.
Yeah.
but y'all were both pretty chaotic. And honestly, I probably should have just moderated more. But
I don't really care. Like in the grand scheme, like this is like, in the grand scheme of things, like this is like baby shit, you know? So
Yeah,
it's
yeah,
fine. Yeah.
Yeah, it's not like the debate was even that fucking serious. It's not like y'all are fucking.
It
having a
wasn't,
heated
no.
policy
Honestly,
debate
like,
or something.
There's life
he
or
made
death.
like a
Arguing
whole.
about a fucking YouTube channel, basically.
I was just saying that he's inconsistent, and then he like was like, "No, I'm not. How could you?" And I'm like, "All right, you know what? That's fine." I think it's fucked up because like everybody else in Twitch politics knows that this person like did not stop talking about me. That was not the beginning and the end of it, you know? So, yeah.
Let me ask you: do you think that Lyrics completely owned you?
No, I don't think so.
You don't
No.
think so? I thought he fucking kind of shat on you. No offense, I'm just saying. I mean,
Like based on what? On the debate or what?
well, I think the point. By the way, Keemstar wants to come in.
Yeah, I was gonna say that. But
What?
someone would have to give him. The
Does
link.
he really? Oh,
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, you
Yeah,
can
yeah.
give him a link if you want.
Yeah, Keems, he's on a verified account in the chat, so you,
Yeah.
you know, it's not a troll or
Yeah,
anything.
Okay.
But
I think that the consensus, even in the Twitch chat, like I think the vast majority of people, they watched his video and they did not agree with it. So, in Chud Logic's chat when we were going
what
over
video?
things, Lyrics' video, I guess.
well, okay, hold on. This is what I was thinking about Lyrics'
Yeah.
video though.
Yeah.
His goal, he's not a political channel. He has no agenda
Yeah.
to sell. His goal is to make you look like a Spurg.
Yeah, and he, you know what? That's fine. Like he made me look like an SJW. But I know I'm not,
Right.
and like anybody who knows me knows I'm not. So,
Mhm.
yeah,
You reject
But
that label?
I do reject that label. Yeah.
Yo,
know a
Keemstar
lot of
just tweeted right now,
Wait, what?
like, if you could find out any information on like fucking pyramids, time travel, or like I don't know the other one, like
Yeah.
what would you pick? And then someone's like, "Wow, Jeffrey Epstein's fucking theory of relativity says time travel doesn't exist." What a loser, dude! What a loser! I hope that guy just
Jeffrey
like fucking
Epstein's theory.
If there's,
yeah.
I
What?
don't. Jeffrey Epstein had some theories about.
Yeah, I don't
I'm sorry,
think
Jeffrey
they're-
Epstein had theories on fertility, not
Yeah.
yeah.
Wait, somebody will have to send Keemstar a link because my
Fertility.
Discord is locked right now. Because that Dalton guy has been
Well,
bothering me for the past few days.
he-
So
Keem won't fucking.
Keem doesn't
send me a friend
understand how to
request.
use the internet.
I
mean,
think I'm
he's
friends
gonna
with him
have
on
to-
Discord. Let me see. Yeah, I
Even
am
your
friends
friends?
with him.
I'm the only one who's not fucking friends with this guy on Discord.
I can't send him an invite on your server because I was.
I
gonna
just sent
message
him an
on
invite.
Twitter. Okay.
Yeah, Keemstar, I just sent you a DM on Discord with an invite. Feel free to join.
Dude, I'm
Just
just
let me
gonna
know
call
when you're in.
Keem's cell phone and hold him close to the microphone. I'm kidding.
Nice. No, yeah, I honestly, like in the grand scheme, I'm like, I right now I'm dealing with like far more, larger shit than that, you know? Like even anytime Anna starts a stream with a sad title is a little bit more dramatic to me than that, so.
Do you think that Lyrics needs to like work on his vata, or is his dosha okay?
Oh, God, dude.
What does that even mean?
Yeah.
I really like
sure.
the Dr. K memes. I don't
Sure.
know. Apparently,
What's going on
Dr.
with him
K is
fully?
responding tomorrow.
I don't know. Okay, I know that Mr. Girl called out Dr. K and it's about the Reckful stuff, like similar to.
Can I
Yeah.
ask?
Yeah.
Do you remember
wait,
Slush's
can I-
video, Nick? Is it like that? Because I watched Slush's video on Dr. K.
Wait, I'll tell you in a second. Oh.
I don't
Hello, Keemstar. Mute the
know
stream.
that Mr. Girl called out Dr. K and it's a.
Hello?
It's Keem.
What up?
Hello?
Hello.
Yo, what's
Hey.
up, Keem?
How's
Oh my
it going?
god. Dude, you sent me a link to just some chat, some random fucking. What the fuck is this shit?
What? This is where we gather.
Yeah, well, now I'm in here, but originally you just sent me a link to, like, I don't know, fucking people texting and shit. I don't know. This website
Okay.
is stupid. Whoever made Discord made the dumbest website alive.
Well, I love
It's taking you
Discord.
5 years and you still haven't figured out like the app everybody uses.
I didn't title
Dude,
my
this is
streams
so-
on Twitch Kermit Star whenever you jump in because it wouldn't let me type Keemstar for a
Yeah,
while.
Keem's a ban
Ban
word
term.
on Twitch.
Yeah.
Holy shit.
By the way, Keemstar, would you skull
Can I
fuck
ask you a
Kirby?
question? No. So if you're looking at a Discord, right, and you look down to your name, there's like you can go to settings, you can go to headphones, or you can mute your mic. All right.
Yes.
Why isn't the switch your mic to touch to what is it like touch to talk or push to talk?
Push to talk.
Why isn't there a little button right there? I swear to God, there isn't a fucking website or an app in the world
Keem?
that's user
Hey,
friendly.
Keem, right-click the mute button, and then push to talk is like the second option from the bottom.
See?
Wait, it actually is.
I
Holy
didn't know
shit.
that.
I didn't know that
Neither
either. Yeah.
They don't make anything user friendly. Bro, try getting on a goddamn Xbox or a PlayStation and trying to get to a settings or try to go to some. Bro, it takes forever.
It's
it
so
takes forever.
obnoxious. And you actually have to do
Dude.
that a lot now too, because like all the games you have to like download them.
No. Have you ever got a code? You got a game code, right? For let's say you bought the little card at GameStop or whatever, instead of buy because it's a digital download code, right?
Yeah.
And trying to fit, you have to go to YouTube and be like, how do I input a game code on either Switch or whatever system you're on? Because it's so hidden. Like it's not some easy thing to figure out, bro.
I do all my codes on PC now for Xbox.
The
Just
Xbox
looks like a
360.
copy-paste.
Yeah, good. That's a good one too. And the Xbox app is actually pretty useful.
I am
as well.
so over consoles right now.
I can't, dude. There's something that there's magic with a console. There's something different about it. It's
Well,
a
in the
different
games that don't
experience.
force you to play with PC, you can just play without hackers. It's a really cool feature. It's called console gaming. Anytime they force you to play with PC players, it's just terrible.
Yeah,
I was
because
thinking
we
about
break you
this.
guys. Wait,
I was thinking about this. There's a 3D
They stealth us.
platformer. There's a 3D platformer called Pumpkin Jack, and I really, really do think that, especially Bo Blacks and Augie, you should try it out because we had so much fun. I just beat the game tonight.
Oh, nice. What is it on? Just
Pumpkin
everything?
Jack. Well, I played it on PlayStation 5, but I'm sure it's everywhere.
Oh, nice. I'll check it out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you guys know about the drama with the Amigo?
Uh,
Right, it sounds racist.
No. Well, I know what the Intellivision Amigo
Are
is.
you talking about the rappers or whatever?
No, the intelligent.
Amigos?
You're talking about Spanish word for friend? Like,
the homies?
the homie, my boy?
I don't know. Like, okay, 90% of the stuff that
talking
goes
about
on,
Headway?
whatever in your YouTube communities, I don't know shit about. Okay, I'm just over
Yeah.
here. Okay.
Dude, you know, like one of them's married to what is her name? Nicki Minaj.
Cardi
The
B. I thought.
Migos.
I'm fucking with you. Okay, so Bo Blacks, what's the name of the console?
Intellivision Amiga?
Okay, Intellivision Amiga, right? It was this old system back around when Nintendo came out. It was like this old system when Atari was out and shit, right?
Yep.
And it had like Atari type of games, but it had this weird controller where it has like numbers on it and it has this dial, right? So it's a different gaming experience, right? So they decide to bring this thing back and they come up with this new console and it's supposed to launch like last year, never came out. The thing looks sick, all right? But the games with it are pretty shanky or whatever. Bro, the CEO is sitting there threatening to sue people. There's all kinds of drama. There's a Holocaust denier that's like working for the system. There's all this drama
Holy
going
shit.
on.
What?
Why is
We can't
blackface
code that
Hitler
level, Keem. It didn't
trending?
happen.
Bro,
Oh my God.
dude, this is crazy. This is the most insane thing. I am now addicted. I watch videos on this. First of all, I wanted the console. I had a private meeting with the company, with the CEO, like about my involvement because I wanted to be involved in this. Like I was
You're like,
excited
yo,
about-
Holocaust denial, sign me up.
Yo! As soon as I found out there.
No. This was well over a year ago. This is well over a year ago when I had these meetings and stuff. But all
Yes,
this new
hello H3. We're back in the podcast again. We know.
Oh, yeah.
Why-
Time on the
guys-
H3 podcast.
Keemstar
Guys,
wanted
why is blackface Hitler trending on Twitter right now? What's
What?
going on?
because
Wait,
of
are you
because of
kidding?
the prime minister. It's the prime minister of Canada.
It's because of the
Oh,
television
okay.
The other day
Amiga.
when Keem was like, Canada needs to take over the government or something.
Dude, honestly, dude, it's so scary what's happening in Canada right
It's
now.
crazy.
Like, dude, it's so bad. Do you guys even know
That's
what's
like a
happening?
complete.
I
fucking
know
waste.
the
wait,
basics.
why is it scary?
I know the
Why?
basics.
Uh-oh.
Oh!
Yeah,
God.
why is it
Oh.
scary? I
Oh.
wanna understand this
shit.
too.
Oh shit.
Keem, welcome
Oh.
to the leftist politics. How you doing?
Wait.
Well, we're not all leftists. I'm a lib, but yeah.
All right. Well,
What's
if
the
I could speak my mind on the situation, basically you have essential workers, right? Because they're essential. They're truck drivers, and they're delivering food to the masses, right? During a pandemic, there is no vaccination whatsoever. It hasn't even been developed yet, and they're going and they're delivering the food. They're driving the trucks, right? And then the vaccination comes out. 90% of these truck drivers in Canada get vaccinated, right? And for some reason, the government wants to put a mandate, a vaccination mandate on these truckers. And these truckers say, no, I don't think so. We're going to protest, right? Which I would say a big portion of the protesters are actually vaccinated. Like, what is the point of the mandate? Why do you need the mandate? These guys were running around delivering food when there was no vaccination. So why are you trying to punish them with a mandate? Regardless, they start protesting or whatever. They park their trucks. Bro, the government comes in, orders the cops to steal their gas so they don't have gas in their trucks. Then some guy's honking the horn, old man just supporting the protest. They haul him away. The old 70-year-old haul him away in handcuffs for honking the horn on his vehicle. Bro, now today, they just announced, first of all, they shut down all the fundraising for this, right? They got all that nipped in the butt. Bro, they're now freezing bank accounts of the people protesting, okay, arresting them. Yesterday, a reporter got trampled by a horse because the cops just rolled in with horses and stomped over people. Bro, it's the biggest shit show in the world. And if anybody supports what the Canadian Prime Minister is doing, I would argue that you are not for freedom of speech, which is a God-given human right to every human on the planet in every single country.
Yeah,
Okay,
I mean, you have the
so-
right to protest, but you don't really have the right to shut down like the entire economy, right? Which eventually leads to like people like not getting food or essential
the entire economy was shut down.
they were
So
literally
what's
losing
happening is
millions of
they're-
dollars every
yeah.
day.
So
They're doing border crossing obstructions, and also, I mean, the Canadian Trucking Alliance has stated that most of the protesters there are not even not even associated with trucking.
And
Like
how'd they
it's
get the trucks? How'd they get the trucks there? Answer
I
that
mean-
question. Where'd the fucking trucks come from? Come on, help me out. Help me out. Big trucks blocking the roads. Where'd the trucks come from? If they're not from the truck.
yeah, it can be like a few
my
people
God,
with
my brain
trucks, but
hurts.
the
My brain
majority of the
hurts.
people,
My
majority
brain
of the
hurts.
people
What
at the
are you
protests
saying?
are not
The
truckers.
majority of the people, bro, are the majority of the people blocking the bridges?
Wait,
or are the
it doesn't
fucking
even really
trucks?
matter,
Are
right?
the
Like-
trucks
Yeah,
blocking the
it
bridges?
doesn't-
Is
it
it
doesn't
the people
really.
or the goddamn trucks? This is the stupidest thing I've ever heard. Shut up. Just close your Twitch channel altogether, you fucking
Damn,
moron.
Keem really doesn't want to hear anything.
That's just
Damn.
so fucking stupid. What just came
That's
out of your
rough.
mouth? The majority of the people aren't truckers. Then where the fuck the trucks come from? Just go fuck off.
Do they have a?
TQ
Does,
the
do
truck
they
collector.
have
Wait,
to come?
would you at
do
least
they
agree
have
that a
to-
sizable amount of them are not truckers, right? They're people that are there supporting the cause otherwise
Oh my god. Oh
for
my
other
god.
reasons?
People in the chat, she's trying to say these aren't even truckers, but where the fuck are all these trucks coming from? It's the
Keemstar,
stupidest
obviously,
fucking thing
obviously,
I've ever heard in my
obviously, some
goddamn
of
life.
them are truckers. Obviously,
Why
some
are
of them
these
are
some are?
truckers.
Wait. Why are the cops stealing gas? Gas from who? Just random people that aren't truckers? This is the stupidest
Where are
thing
they-
ever said. Ever.
Obviously,
You can't-
some
you
of
can't
them are
just skip
truckers.
it to another
Dumbest
thing every time
fucking
you
thing I've
Yeah.
ever
question.
fucking heard in my
They're going
goddamn
here-
life.
They're going to Bob's
focus-
Tractor
wait,
Trailer
wait,
Emporium.
Keemstar, let's focus on one point here, right? Right now,
Dude,
your
this
your
fucking-
problem
I don't
is
know.
with the statement that the Canadian Trucking Alliance has said that most protesters are not related to trucking, right? Before we
cares
get
what they
on to
said?
anything else,
I
are
can
you
see what my-
contesting that?
Listen, I can see when my
Are
own
you
goddamn
contesting
eyes.
that?
Listen to what I'm
Are you
saying. I don't
contesting?
care what some random
Why then?
fucking
Why are you
person
freaking out
said.
over it? Why are you
Because
freaking
I'm-
out over it?
Because I'm freaking
Why are
up-
you
freaking
losing
out.
your shit, homie?
Let me
That,
answer
like,
the
you're getting
question.
so
Why are you
emotional.
cutting me? Why are you cutting me off? Why are you not letting me speak?
Yeah, Stardust.
Go right
Jesus.
ahead. Go right ahead.
Okay,
You
never
asked
stop
me,
talking.
am I
Right.
contesting what this person said? First of all, I didn't hear what they said, but I don't care what they said. I have fucking eyes with 20/20 vision. I can go on YouTube, I can go on Twitch and see trucks parked in the fucking road. For you to act like somehow they're not truckers and to bring that point up in bad fucking faith like a complete moron is a complete disrespect to this
You can
entire
look at
channel, to every
you
single
can
one of
look
your
at
fans. You are saying that these
Canadian
people in
Trucker
this
Alliance,
stream to
dude.
watch you are stupid. You are making a mockery
Do
of
you have
regular
sources?
intelligence.
Do you have sources beyond your own eyes? Beyond your own 2 eyes? For what you're claiming?
Videos, proofs. You literally said
Videos are not proof, okay? I have like you can your individual view of a situation is not necessarily
Let me
going
ask
to
you
be
a
the
question.
truth.
Where are the trucks coming from? Are they
There's some of them are truckers, but most of them are not.
Are they planted by the Illuminati, by the New World Order?
No,
Did
they're
they
not
bring the
planted.
trucks in?
Obviously, there
They're
are
not planted,
some
so they are
truckers there,
truckers.
but
So they are
majority of them are
truckers.
not.
Wait,
Wait, that's
like
not
truckers
that's
there.
not
Wait,
that's
shut
not
down.
that's not a
Shut up.
contradiction at all. That's
fuck
not a
up.
contradiction at
It's
all.
completely reasonable to say that
It is-
it's
yeah.
to be expected that some amount of non-truckers are going to support this movement, right?
No
Yeah.
shit. No
Yeah,
shit.
okay,
obviously.
exactly, right?
I'm
So,
not a
like,
trucker.
okay,
I'm not
so
a trucker.
what portion
Okay,
is truckers and what
good,
portion is
great.
other people is kind of it's
It
besides
doesn't
the
really,
point, right?
yeah, it doesn't really
What
matter.
we were trying to
Portion
talk
matters.
about is what about the response of the federal government, in this case Canada, right? What about
Yeah.
that is scary to you?
My God, it's a peaceful protest.
Well,
What
he
are you
just-
saying?
Yeah, it's
So-
a
so
peaceful
here's the
protest.
thing,
but
he's
do you think
talking
that, do you think
about-
that protesters have the right to literally halt an entire economy, which basically puts a huge crunch on small businesses, right? Local economies, right? The basically blocking essential like medical
what protest
supplies
is?
and food.
You know what protest is? What
Yeah.
are you saying?
Yeah, but
You're like,
Keem,
she
okay,
just
but
strikes
Keem,
and
how
then
So
many
you're
strikes
people?
totally
and
okay
stuff
with
How
as
many
well.
people
BLM
do you
protests
let
burning
die?
down
How many
blue
businesses
precincts
do you
and
let
stuff?
shut down? How much do you let the economy suffer, which has a greater impact on the entire?
It's a
like,
protest.
government.
It's a protest. That's what protesting is.
Yeah,
You're
yeah, but you
protesting
can't
make a
protest
change.
indefinitely, right? There's a point where you have to either meet their demands or say no, we're not going to entertain
So
this.
there's a point where you become a dictator. Is that what you're saying? That we lose our human
So
rights?
why
for
should
being-
when the majority of the country
They
wait,
have
wait,
no
wait,
legal
guys.
right to do this in the first place.
When-
It's an
when a
illegal
majority-
protest.
What do you mean?
Yeah,
What do
and
you
when a
mean they have
majority
no
of the
legal
country
right?
does not agree with the
government-
protesters,
the
then
government
why
had-
would
no,
we?
no,
why
no, no,
why
no,
is
no,
the
no, no,
majority
no,
of the
no, 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 no,
population
no,
being
no,
held
no, 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 no,
hostage
no.
economically
No, no, no,
by
no, no,
one
no,
small
no,
group
no,
of
no.
people?
No. You don't get to say the majority of the population doesn't support the truckers. You don't get to say that. You don't
Why
get
not?
to say that because you have no fucking facts to back it up.
All right,
Absolutely
I'll pull it
none.
up for you. I'll pull it up for you
Source.
right
Where's
now.
your source? What is the
I'll
source?
pull it up for you right now.
What is the source?
I mean,
Give me a second.
What is the source? I guarantee.
I feel like it's pretty
the fucking
split.
source is incredible at all. I
Do you think
guarantee
that the
source-
I will bring
popularity?
it up
Do
for
you
you.
think that the public opinion on whether or not a protest is good or bad should determine the response by the
Do
federal
you
government?
think maybe shutting your fucking mouth? Let's get to this question.
Well,
before you fucking
it's
open up-
besides the
Oh,
point.
fuck
It doesn't
you,
matter
you
if the
dumb
public.
bitch. We're sitting here talking about some other thing, and then you're like, well, what about this? And what about this? What about this? What about shut the fuck up? I'm not even talking to you. I don't even know who the fuck you are.
Well, I really just want to know, like,
Yeah.
what the fuck
I'm
is
not-
so scary
I'm
about the
muting you.
response? The
I'm
fact that they're
muting
just
you.
shutting
I'm
down.
Muting you. I am muting you, and I'm not going to communicate with you at all because I was never talking to you in the first place.
I just
Bye.
want. I just want to know
Bye,
your
bitch.
opinion.
Bye. You got shut down.
Sorry,
no freedom of
Mindwaves.
speech for you. No freedom of speech for
Oh,
you.
sorry,
bitch.
Mindwaves.
Damn, you're being a
It's my
dictator.
fingers.
Are you?
Alright.
Wait, whoa,
I-
Keem acting like
So,
Justin Trudeau right
Here,
now? What the fuck?
I'm going to link a couple of things in the general chat here. 2/3 of Canadians support military force to end the Ottawa protest. That's the first one I'm going to
From
link.
who? From who?
City News, toronto.citynews.ca.
So the government? The government? What is that? What is that? What is the source? What is City
The
News?
source, let's see.
I mean, a third of the
um,
population agreeing with the
a
protest
new
is
poll.
a big number.
The latest survey by the Maru Public Opinion finds 64% approve using armed forces to clear out the trucks with heavy
I don't
tows.
trust them.
I don't trust them.
All right, here's second poll.
See,
Second poll.
It doesn't matter.
Any poll,
source
yeah.
you have, he's just gonna say it's fake news.
That's okay. I'm gonna link them anyways for people
for sure.
in who are listening in my YouTube or whatever. Okay, 2 out of 3, 68% interviewed in our latest nationwide poll feel they have very little in common with how the protesters in Ottawa see things. So
like
here we
manipulation
go.
to me.
Here we go. That's
Wow.
the second one. Okay, the third one.
See how that's worded. No, go to the second one. Read that again. What's the title? What's the title of that?
Pandemic frustration may be running high, but more don't side with the so-called freedom convoy. Okay. I don't think that. Why does the title matter even when we're talking about
right here.
poll?
Okay. Listen, February 11th, nearly half, 46% of Canadians say they do not agree. Well, let me get the full statement here. Okay, 46% of Canadians say they may not agree with everything the trucker convoy says or does, but so apparently, according to whatever this is, about 46% support, 61% don't, and I guess there's people in the middle.
And that's still a majority that don't.
And
support
I don't
it.
trust like a left-leaning media to get those sources.
Okay, that's fine.
So, I just don't trust
Third
them.
one that I'm linking is.
Does the news lie? Wait, does the news lie? Does the media lie? Mainstream
They
media
do
lie?
get things. They get things wrong sometimes.
Do they
sure.
get things wrong or do they lie? Those are two different things. Do they get
it depends.
things wrong?
I guess
or
some of them
they
do.
Lie? Some of them deliberately lie. Okay.
More than 80% of the eligible population is fully vaccinated, and a recent opinion poll by Abacus Data suggested 68% of Canadians felt they had.
I've
okay,
learned
no,
over
this
the
one
last.
is.
I've learned over the
one's
years
the
that
same
you
one.
can't trust any poll numbers ever. You can't trust poll numbers.
Okay,
Wait,
so
wait,
then there would
Keem,
be
what do
nothing that
you-
I could.
what do you trust?
Wait, hey,
There's no
I'm
way you
having a
can back up your
conversation here.
claim.
Okay.
I mean, Stardust, can you go and talk to every single Canadian and ask them on their
No, I
thoughts and
can't. But
opinions?
again,
Okay, so
this
then
is
we
proving.
can't trust polls.
Wait a minute.
We
Okay,
can't
there's.
trust polls.
I understand what you're saying, but again, you were proving the point that no matter what I would provide to you, I wouldn't be able to change your mind anyways, right?
No. I'm proving the
What
point
would
that what you
could
said
I
is
prove?
bullshit.
What could I provide to you? What could I provide to you that would prove my?
If you
that
went
would
and
prove
talked
that-
to every single Canadian and got their opinion, yeah, but you came out and said, did you know that the majority of Canadians don't support the truckers? You can't back that claim up, so shut
Yeah,
the
I
fuck
can.
up. That's my
61%.
point. No, you can't. No, you
I
can't.
can.
There's
But
no poll can be
but
trusted.
here's the thing.
No
the
poll
thing,
can be trusted.
Sure,
You're talking
sure.
out of your ass.
I can
Okay.
provide whatever
I'm tweeting
sources
out.
I have,
Okay,
and you
okay.
won't believe it. And
Stardust,
that's
go to my
fine.
Twitter.
Yeah,
Stardust,
but-
go to my Twitter.
Stardust,
I'm tweeting out now that 97% support the truckers. All right, that's
Go to
your
your
source.
Twitter.
So
what
here's
am I
my
doing?
source. I'm
Gosh.
tweeting out that 97% of Canadians support the truckers. I'm going to
He
tweet
runs
it
a
out.
news.
Okay,
It's
sure,
gonna
go
be
ahead.
random- No, but you have to take that as fact.
I
You're
don't,
taking these random
actually.
people as fact.
Do you
Are you
have
taking
do
these
you have a
random people as
poll?
fact?
Do you have a poll that you are citing when you're tweeting that out?
Do you want me to put a poll on Twitter? I
Wait,
can put a poll
Stardust,
on
you don't
Twitter.
understand. Keem's a verified news source on Twitter. He's got a check
Yeah.
mark.
Do you want me to
mean-
put a poll out on Twitter? Because
Sure, if you want to. I mean,
okay, but then what
is it going to
happens
be
if-
Canadian? Is it going to be like? Are you going to restrict it to people who are Canadian? Are you going to
Well,
restrict
have
it
you
to
been
people
done
who
the
are
research
within?
on the? Have you ever even done the research on these polls that you're stating as fact right now? Have you?
I mean,
Where did they
I'm
come
looking
from?
at.
Who did they ask? How was the poll conducted? Let's get the backgrounds. I mean, you're bringing this up like this is fact, so prove it.
Sure.
It's not on me,
So
it's on you.
yeah, sure.
Keemstar,
but-
Colossal is Crazy on Twitter said that you wouldn't be debating for the truckers if they were going 70 miles per hour on Christmas Eve. How do you respond?
True.
That is true.
Oh my
Dude,
god.
the truckers killed the dog, dude. Are you gonna support dog
Damn.
killers, bro?
Damn.
Wait,
Here,
okay, I saw something. I don't. This is kind of relevant. I saw like a post that was talking about like the Canadian
Good night,
truckers,
Econoboy. Sorry, Econoboy left.
that they were like
So
taking
Stardust-
the truckers' dogs.
Yeah, Stardust, do you agree with them like stealing the truckers' gas? Do you agree with them like literally freezing the truckers' bank accounts?
So as far as stealing gas, I don't know about that one, but I think freezing bank accounts, while it's like not the best not the best thing, is still better than military force going in there. I would prefer them to not have military force, like,
You are
insane.
You are insane. What if
Okay,
the government...
that's fine.
Are you Canadian? Are you Canadian?
I am not Canadian, no.
Okay, well, imagine you're Canadian and they're watching your Twitch stream and they don't like an opinion you have, so they freeze your bank account.
I don't think they're
Trudeau, don't
freezing
freeze
bank
my
accounts. Okay, I don't think they're freezing I don't think they're freezing bank accounts because of an opinion. They are freezing bank accounts because people are blocking trade routes and blocking
in a protest. And a protest.
Yeah, but
Sure.
Do you know what a
these
fucking
actually,
protest is? Do you know the history on protests? Like, do you
yeah,
know anything
but
about
when you okay, here's the thing. Let
Do
me
you know
explain.
what a protest is?
I
No,
do.
you don't. No,
I
you
do.
don't.
Okay,
Where
I
did you
do.
go to school?
I'm in the DC area.
What
I
is
went
the
to school in the
oldest?
DC area.
What is the oldest protest that you can remember learning about?
I mean, there's like very, very much when we rebelled against the British. I mean, like, yeah, it's an integral part of American culture, and I'm sure Canadian culture too. But when I talk about protests, yes, you have the right to express your freedom of speech, and you have the right to express your freedom to live, right? But when your protesting is hindering the freedoms of other people, that's when we have a problem.
It's a protest. What?
Protests only go as far until you start hindering the freedom of other people. Then there needs to be something done. Unfortunately, that's just the way it is.
How does truckers losing their...
I disagree. Because what you just said right there goes right back to the mandate, all right? The government is coming in mandating that these people need to be vaccinated in order to drive a truck. That is hindering on the freedom of others, and something needs to be done. So what you have just suggested is that the prime minister needs to go because he is hindered on the freedoms of others. You have
That's
just
the prime minister's job.
You have
That's
just
the prime minister's job. The job of the trucker. No, I haven't. The truckers.
This argument.
You have not.
You have just
I'm sorry.
stated right then and there. You lose. I win.
You've not. You've not won. Okay, so it is the president's job to make decisions.
There, you dumbass. You fucking just said it right there. What are you saying? You just said.
Will you let me speak?
If it hinders on another person's freedoms, then something needs to be done.
Keemstar.
When they tried to enforce the mandate against the truckers, that is hindering on their freedom, and something needs to be done.
Right. Okay, so it is not the truckers' duty to make decisions for the population of Canada.
Keem one, it's over.
Okay,
it's over.
I'm not looking at chat right now. I'm not looking at chat right now.
You said a mouse
I'm trying to explain.
You stepped on it. You said
are you gonna let me speak? Are you gonna let me speak? This is not how I do things with people. Okay,
this is how I do things. You lost.
Okay, Keemstar.
Based on your
it is
own
not
logic,
the job.
Based on your own logic.
No, it's
you
not
lost.
based on my own logic. You don't understand
You
how fucking
lost.
government works, dude. If you can't
lost,
understand
bro.
how basic jobs work and how
salty.
the
Stop
responsibility.
screaming. You just lost.
I'm not
I'm sorry.
screaming. You're the
You
one who's been
lost.
screaming. Okay, yeah. Do I look like I'm screaming right now?
You lost. I'm sorry, you lost.
Okay, whatever makes you feel better, Keemstar. But
It doesn't
again,
make me
it is
feel
not
better.
the truckers.
I knew coming in that I was gonna win. Like, it's not a surprise, but you lost.
It's not the truckers' job to make decisions for the rest of the populace. It is, however, the president's job or the
What are you
prime
saying?
minister's
It's a
job to make
Hold on,
decisions
hold
for the
on,
other
hold on,
for the rest of the
hold on,
populace.
hold on.
You elect a
No,
representative
no,
who is there to
no,
represent
no,
what your
no,
best needs
no,
are. And when
no,
that happens,
no,
you're entrusting. This is called
No,
consent
no,
of the
no.
governed, actually,
No, no,
where
no.
the governed are actually giving the consent of the people that they elect to make decisions on their behalf. So yes, it is the decisions. It is within the prime minister's power. It is within the politician's power to make decisions that are best for the populace as a whole. When it is truckers, no, we did not elect those truckers as our representatives.
The truckers that were protesting peacefully, right? Did you know that they added
But
on
we're
to
also
the...
like holding
Hold
up
on, I'm sorry, I'm still
economically
talking.
the country
I'm still
economically.
Talking, bitch, I'm talking. Stop.
Do you think calling me bitch like does anything for me?
Well, you're fucking interrupting me. All right, the truckers who are peacefully protesting.
Okay.
What? You're gonna interrupt me again? Are you gonna interrupt me again? Are you gonna interrupt me again? Can't get a sentence out. Okay.
My mouth is closed.
All right. Thank you. So the truckers who are peacefully protesting, right? The government had to come and put an extension on something called like the Terrorist Act, right? They have this Terrorist Act, this law, right, in Canada to freeze bank accounts of terrorists. They had to like change and amend that law to include the truck drivers, literally calling their own people who are peacefully protesting fucking terrorists, bro. You're on the side of these people. You're insane. You're an insane person. You're crazy.
So if you had a group of protesters who were were economically crippling the country, would you be okay with just watching it happening?
Oh my God. Okay. I'm going to talk now. Please don't interrupt. All right. Chat. This woman just said the protesters were crippling the nation, right? No, the prime minister had Canadians in lockdown multiple times and shut the entire government down. This woman is talking on a hill of fucking lies, a hill of bullshit. Every word that comes out of your mouth gets slapped right back at you. Stop speaking. Take the L and go home.
I'm sorry. I like arguing too much.
Hill of lies. What a dumbass. Like the fucking prime minister put the country in lockdown multiple times when it didn't need to happen.
Yeah.
Like he's crippling. These protesters are crippling the economy. What did worse? The protesters sitting there with their protest in the street, or the prime minister shutting down the entire country multiple times? I mean, you just are so fucking dumb. Why would you make an argument that can just slap you right in the face? It's so stupid.
Do you know about all the blockades? Do you know do you know where all the blockades are? Do you know where all the blockades are?
East Bridge.
I'm sorry, what'd you say?
Border crossings.
Right, there's the Alberta, Montana border crossing, the Ontario, Michigan border crossing, the British Columbia, Washington crossing, and the Manitoba, North Dakota crossing. These are border crossing obstructions in 4 separate places. When you can't do trade through 4 border crossing places, it's going to cripple the economy. When they say that 80% of the truckers are vaccinated, 85%, and those 85% of truckers can't cross the border to do their job, yes, you are not only economically crippling Canada, you are also obstructing the freedom of other people who want to go and do their jobs.
Chat.
The rioting in Canada needs to stop.
This is how protesting works, right? So, like, you know, you're at a job, right? And you're not happy with the wages. So, like, everyone refuses to go into work. They have signs outside of the front of a factory or something like that. I'm talking to chat, not you, so stop saying So, you know, these truckers are doing the same exact thing. Like, they're protesting. They're the ones that are shipping these goods back and don't say right. I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to chat. So the truckers are going back and forth, delivering all of this stuff for everyone. So they're protesting their job of literally feeding and like helping the entire nation. Why should they be punished when they didn't do anything wrong? It was the prime minister who put the country in lockdown. It was the prime minister who shut everything down. The truckers went into the lion's den. They didn't sit home like you, Stardust, in lockdown. No, the truckers went out and worked to make sure you went out and got your little cupcakes and shit. And you want to sit here and talk shit about them, those essential workers? You might as well start talking shit about the nurses that cared for people with COVID. I mean,
well, that's what I would like to ask you, actually, regarding the convoy. There were paramedics that were attacked because of the vitriol that protesters have towards medical workers. Do you consider medical workers as working as like the average worker?
Don't believe it. What's your sources? The prime minister?
I'll pull it up for you.
The prime minister? I don't believe you.
Sure, I will pull it up for you. Secondly, and actually, I want to address chat now too, okay? So yes, chat, there have been medical workers who have been attacked as a result of the vitriol that some of the protesters have. There have been medical workers who have been advised to not wear scrubs on the way to work because they're afraid.
What's the details?
What's the details? Excuse me, I'm not speaking to you. I'm speaking to chat right now.
Give us the details.
Okay, so there were medical workers who were advised not to wear scrubs when going into work because they have experienced
What does that have to
vitriol.
do with
They've
the
experienced
protesters? What does that have
slurs
to do with the
towards them.
protesters?
I'm still talking to chat. I'm not talking to you. Again, 2/3 of Canadians support military force to end the Ottawa protest. Now, I think economic.
I disagree.
I think
None of your,
I am
none
not
of your
speaking
polls
to you,
prior,
Keemstar.
none of your
I'm gonna
polls
mute
prior
him.
to
I'm gonna
that.
mute him.
None of your
All right.
polls prior
So
to that back that up.
so I'm going to keep talking until I'm finished, and then I will unmute him on my end. But the rest of you can probably still hear him. So 2/3 of Canadians support military force to end the Ottawa protest. I actually think that it's better that they are taking economic measures to do that because economic measures at least are not beating the fuck out of protesters. I would prefer economic measures be taken on protesters rather than brutal force. Then we can look at the Abacus data, where 2 out of 3 interviewed in the nationwide poll felt like they had very little in common with how protesters in Ottawa see things. They also felt that the protest was offensive and inappropriate. And let's see here. I think that there's enough, like even the Canadian Trucker Association saying that majority of the people protesting are not truckers. Yes, some are. But when you were blocking 4 different border crossing places, yeah, I think that there is an issue there. And when you are the majority of the populace and you're watching your your country, I'm a little bit high. You're watching your country get crippled economically because there are 4 border crossings that are being obstructed, and there are trading routes being obstructed. Are you just going to sit there and watch it happen? Yes, the pandemic was hard on everybody, but if majority of the Canadians are vaccinated and majority of them support what's going on, and it's a minority, a very small minority that's protesting like this, then yeah, you don't have the right to use your protest to infringe on the rights of other people. When we talk about freedom should apply to all people, not just to people who are upset, not just to protesters. This is why I didn't support the burning down of police precincts during BLM, right? You don't get to justify infringing on other people's rights.
Oh my God.
Because you're upset by something, especially when the majority of the populace is doing their best, trying to go to their jobs, trying to continue on with their lives, trying to follow, the mandates, get vaccinated, and you've got medical workers who are worked to the bone on both ends. So yeah, that's just my stance on it. So.
Okay, she still got me muted.
I have him unmuted now. So.
You got me unmuted. Okay, so you're equaling honking horns to burning down police stations. Like, get the fuck out of here.
I brought up the 4 border crossings, right? That were obstructed.
I want to ask you a question. What are your thoughts?
Go ahead.
What are your thoughts on abortion? I am pro-choice.
I'm pro-choice too.
We're both pro-choice, right? Right? My body, my choice, right?
I mean, yeah.
The government went and told these people that they have to get a medical procedure done, or they can't drive a
medical
truck.
Procedure? A shot is a medical procedure?
Yes, yes, it is.
No, it's not.
Performed by a doctor.
Okay. So no, a shot is not a medical procedure. A shot.
Okay,
we have had mandated shots in the past. This is not something new. And vaccines, when you don't get a vaccine, you don't have when you get
my body, my choice.
Let me explain it to you.
My body, my choice.
You can continue that. Sure.
I'm a free person. I'm a free person. I live in a free country.
Sure.
My body, my choice.
Your freedom is you are entitled to your freedom.
You stop with that Nazi Germany stuff.
Okay, are you gonna let me speak?
Stop with that. No, I will not let you.
Okay, I'm just gonna mute you then.
I will not let you speak with your Nazi Germany stuff. My
Nazi
body,
Germany.
my choice. I'm free. You can't do a medical procedure
I
on me.
support your freedom and I support your right to protest. But when you do things that are infringing on the rights of other people to be free, you're infringing on immunocompromised people's rights, you're infringing on the elderly, then yeah, I'm going to have a problem with it.
Okay, Stardust, let me talk. I'm just gonna say one thing and we can just end this all again. All right. You once again said that you can infringe your protest or whatever, right? This protest is bad because it's infringing on other people's rights, and you can't do that, and something needs to be done. This all started by the Prime Minister infringing on Canadian citizens' rights by mandating they get a medical procedure done. You are pro-choice. My body, my choice. That's what these truckers are talking about. You're a walking, talking hypocrite. You're an idiot. Good night.
He's gone.
Imagine being so much of a pussy that you can't just get a shot. I don't know.
Here's my opinion.
Okay.
All right.
Well,
Canadian,
hey, let me
by the
finish.
way.
No, I want to
okay.
finish.
I
want to finish.
Okay, I'll let the American finish talking about
Yes,
the country.
thank you. Sorry, Boblex, we'll let you go after. This is my new strategy. I have to yell over people because they try to interject. They try to interject when I'm in the middle of talking to people. Anyways, yes, I think there's a disconnect in how Keemstar understands what the duties of a public official or like a government member are versus the duties of the average person. I did not elect people who are average, let me rephrase this. People of Canada did not elect truckers to make decisions on behalf of the entire populace. What they did elect was they elected Trudeau.
I didn't.
They elected their politicians. Well, you didn't. But there is consent. There is consent of the governed. And that is a fundamental concept that you need to understand when you're talking about politics. So here, let's just go over it real quick here, and then I'll let you take over, Boblex. But consent of the governed is the idea that a government's legitimacy and moral right to use state power is justified and lawful only when consented to by the people or society over which that political power is exercised. Now, when we in America vote for our politicians, that is what we are doing. We are giving our consent to be governed, just like when Canadians vote to elect people like Trudeau or elect other politicians, they are giving their consent to be governed. However, truckers they have the right to protest. Everybody has the right to protest. But when that protest is infringing on the economic security of the entire country, who vastly disagree with what's going on, vastly disagree with the protesters, then yes, something needs to be done.
It's like freezing their fucking bank accounts?
Yeah, I
it's
would
a little
rather
extreme. A little extreme.
Rarely,
Stealing gas,
right?
a little extreme.
Maybe stealing gas, yeah, but I would still say that I would rather them freeze bank accounts than send the military in to beat them up.
Well,
what?
On that regard, I think that the rioting needs to fucking stop, and I don't care if they send the military in to start. Twitch.
Alright, that's not how we do things in Canada. We don't mow down protesters like in America. Anyway, I'm just kidding.
Look, we don't
that never happened.
Military
Joke.
That was a joke.
Here's the thing. Truckers not wanting to get the vaccine, fucking cringe, just do it. Trudeau freezing bank accounts, like, are you like retarded? Like, Trudeau...
Bobax, let me ask you,
Bro.
Bobax, would you rather the military and the police be sent in there?
I would rather them just say,
I
hey,
would.
the mandate's gone. Fucking continue your
I
job.
would prefer the military and police.
Yeah.
over
I would much prefer that.
Really?
I think Trudeau should
I don't
just bow
like
down.
the fucking. I kind of agree on the whole like. It's really cringe with the freezing of the bank account.
It is cringe. Trudeau's
I think
a fucking
they
cringe
needed to have a
motherfucker.
response. I think they needed to have a response. I just don't like this one.
Dude, Trudeau's such a fucking...
I think
a
that those
clown, though.
powers should be reserved for dealing with like actual cases of terrorism.
Exactly.
They
Exactly.
are. Here's the
Trudeau's
thing.
a
Here's the
cringe
thing.
motherfucker.
They are okay. Sure, maybe. And I felt a little bit weird about it initially when I saw it too. But the thing is that economically, you were watching a country suffer because of a small percentage of them, like a very small
Exactly.
percentage.
So fucking just agree with the mandate, dude. Like.
Well,
Trudeau's
okay,
way
but
too
here's the thing: they
overprotective.
won't. They won't.
It's
You know
because
they
Trudeau
won't.
wants to win, dude. Trudeau just wants to win, dude. He started an emergency
You think-
election, a non-scheduled election, emergency election in the middle of COVID, just so he could get more votes. Trudeau's like. Trudeau
Wait,
just
do you
wants
think,
to
do you
win
think,
all
do
the
you
time,
think that this
man.
mandate is about winning for Trudeau?
Well, why? Okay, why doesn't he just say like, okay, well, majority of truckers are vaccinated, just whatever, let the unvaccinated ones go through and continue the economy. Like, obviously, he has to stop it some way. Why would he elect
truckers?
Why would he elect
The
freezing bank accounts before complying with their simple demands?
Because the demands are not supported by the majority of the population. And again, when you are an elected official, your duty is to represent the majority of the population.
What's their
while
official
still protecting...
votes? Did we put in our mail-in
But
votes
that's
or go
not
to
how
the voting
democracy
ballot?
works, right? We have a representative democracy. We vote on our representatives, and they represent us.
Yeah,
That's how this
except
works.
Canada is a minority government. Trudeau runs by minority government. You do like Trump or not Trump. Trudeau only has like 51% of seats, 52% of seats. What did the Conservative Party have to say about this? What does the Green Party have to say about this? What did the Bloc de Croix have to say about this?
Who holds the majority of the seats?
What do you mean? That's how Canadian government works. It isn't just one party in charge. We're not American government. We work differently.
Yeah, but that's how politics works, right? Politics
American
is about power.
politics.
And if your party can't establish power within the
They
federal
have
government,
power.
then that's the fault of the party. Obviously, the people don't support the party enough to where they maintain a sizable enough majority to have influence, right? So take the L. I don't know. That's how democracy works. Like, I don't know.
This is how it works. When you elect people to represent you, they represent the majority of the oh, I see Keemstar is back. Okay.
Bring Keem back.
All right. Let's get ready for him to yell.
I don't...
So.
Yeah.
All right. Well, I'll try my hardest not to... Can you hear me?
I can hear
Yes.
Okay. Well, I'll try my hardest not to yell. But, like, you keep on saying, like, dude, the truckers should just give the shot. How about the government stops with the mandates?
That's what I'm saying.
Because the vast majority of people
Vast majority talking out
support
of your
it.
ass again. No, false.
I
You're
mean,
wrong.
I linked things, but it's okay.
Keem, if you're just gonna come in here and say that like every study
absolutely
or poll that you present is just fake, but like my YouTube
Yeah.
videos are like real evidence, then there's really no having any conversation with you about what is reality, right?
No,
What's the
I mean,
point?
you're wrong. You're like trying to convince us that the majority of average people support the government telling us what type of medical procedures to have. Like, you're wrong. You're just
It's
wrong.
not a medical procedure.
What?
A
What are you
shot-
talking about? Do you get a
How
shot?
do you think we
Do
got
get
rid
a
of polio?
I guess you go to your gardener. Your local gardener gives you a shot. Then I guess you go to, I don't know, a lawyer. The lawyer gives you the vaccine.
Not
right?
everything a doctor
Where do you
does
get
is
the
a medical
vaccine from?
procedure, right?
Yeah, it's
medical
not
professional.
like it's
A
actually
medical
not
professional.
coded. It's not
At-
even coded as a medical procedure.
Would
right?
you say that like administering
What?
birth control is a
Yeah, of
medical
course it is.
procedure?
What are you saying? What are
Would-
you saying? What are you saying? Does your dog trainer come give you a fucking vaccine
Bro,
shot? Like, what are you
administering
saying?
medicine
What the fuck is
isn't
coming out of your
a
mouth?
medical procedure,
Why are
right?
you
This is
saying
not some
that's not a medical
grand.
procedure? What are you saying? Who gives you a vaccination? What the fuck is coming out of your mouth? I'm so mind blown.
Keem, do you think everything a doctor does is a medical procedure?
Mind waves. I think he still has you muted.
Yeah, I think he still. Oh, I see. Yeah, okay. Mind waves.
Keem, would you mind unmuting mind waves?
Oh no, dude, he's staying muted. Fuck that. I
Yeah, okay.
don't.
You Okay. All right.
Dude,
Well,
that guy is talking to me with such like I don't even know, soy energy. I can't. No.
He's
no.
so,
I
he's
don't know,
fucking
Alright.
scared.
Keemstar.
How is
You're
he gonna call
coming-
me
Wait
soy
a
when he's
minute.
fucking
Wait a
scared?
minute. Keemstar is the one with the soy energy here, muting somebody because he can't handle somebody's opinion. Oh no! I gotta mute mind waves. I can't handle it. Soy.
Can I get a 1 in the chat if that guy had soy energy? Like he really did deserve.
Can
to
I
get
get
blocked.
a 2 in the chat if Keemstar is acting like a soy baby right
deserves
now?
it.
Okay,
Can I get
okay,
a 3 in chat
okay.
if soy is based?
Can we?
alright?
Can we?
get some-
I have the definition of medical procedure right here, which is what Mindwaves asked, by the way. An activity directed or performed on an individual with the object of improving health, treating disease or injury, or making a diagnosis. COVID is a disease. Do we agree?
Wait, you don't treat COVID with the vaccine, Ball Black.
I mean, that's
You
the
prevent it.
definition.
Yeah, you don't.
So
Yeah, it's a
whatever
medical
you guys.
procedure.
It's a prevention. It's a preventative measure.
It's a medical procedure.
Okay.
This is so stupid.
It's
literally
Why are we
necessary
talking
to end a
about that?
pandemic.
Like it's like you want to talk
I mean,
about
okay.
truckers in the road, like oh they're blocking the road, they're infringing freedoms. Bruh, the goddamn prime minister is forcing them to have a medical procedure. They're the ones that are infringing
We've forced
on the fucking rights of
vaccines
people.
before.
Like, what the fuck are you
We've
saying?
forced
What?
vaccines before.
Oh yeah, we also
How
had
did we get
slavery
rid
before.
of polio?
We had is slavery good? Is slavery okay? We had slavery before.
Do you think
sound
polio's good? Do you
stupid.
like polio?
You sound stupid.
Do you like polio?
Just
You sound
because something
stupid.
happened in the past,
Oh my
it's okay
God.
to do now.
Doesn't
Are you
he
supporting
not understand?
slavery?
You
Are you
support
supporting
polio?
slavery?
Do you support polio?
Are you supporting slavery?
Are you supporting polio? Are you supporting polio?
Why are you not
Polio-
Are you
answering the
supporting
question?
polio?
Polio
Are you
basically is
supporting
slavery,
polio?
Honestly.
Do you like polio? Keemstar likes polio. You heard it here first, guys.
This woman. I mean, it's really frustrating that you would even like. I'm like actually angry that like you're having this debate like a game because it's like your career and you want to do the debate stuff, but you're like fucking over your fellow human. Like we have individual fucking rights. We have freedom. That has to be protected at all costs. But you don't care. This is a game. This is a debate bro thing with you. And you're a fucking piece of shit for it. Like, I don't
No,
like
I
you.
do my research.
I really
I
don't
do my
like you.
research, but
I that ass, like, no bullshit, no entertainment. I don't like you. I think you're
that's
a piece
okay.
of shit.
I don't need you to like me. That's fine.
Like, these opinions fuck over everyone. You're trying to imprison people. Like, you're
not.
shitty.
I'm not.
You are
If
shitty.
if you're okay with people continuing to have okay, he left. He's okay, he's
I
upset.
do have an interesting
Fine.
question though, not aggressive at all. What do you think?
Yeah.
Do you think the freezing bank accounts is worse or the protest is worse? Like, which is the worst action of the two?
I don't know, dude, because I think it's a hard situation to be in. Like, how do you stop people from protesting, but you don't use like physical force on them, right? I see what he's trying to do.
Now, here's my disagreement with you. I think the solution is to give in to their simple demands. I think that's the solution.
When the
rather than
majority
freezing a bank.
don't support it,
Dude, okay, we froze their bank accounts.
when
Are the
the
truckers
majority
gone?
don't support it.
Wait. Okay, I'll address that for soon. But first, are the truckers gone? Are the protests done? What did freezing their bank accounts do?
I mean, it won't be.
It gave
work
them more
immediately.
legitimacy. It gave their dumb protests more legitimacy. That's what it did. But,
I mean, when you use, what do you think happens when military force is sent in? Do you think that gives
They're
them
gonna
more
stop-
legitimacy? They will say the same thing. They're brutalizing us instead, though. They'll say they're brutalizing us. They'll say that they will. They'll say that.
Yeah, but there'll be less trucks on the road if the military goes in.
That doesn't matter. That doesn't matter. The people literally don't care, right? They literally support that action. So like, who?
That's true.
I don't think it. I don't think it adds any legitimacy to the truckers.
It doesn't matter how many people support it. It matters. There's a problem, and Trudeau needs to find a solution. His solution.
So we just ignore the.
His solution was to freeze the bank accounts and steal gas, and I personally think that was a bad decision.
Sure.
That's it. That's literally it.
Okay, yeah, I think we can agree to disagree. However, what I would say is that again, we don't give in to demands. when the majority of the people do not support those demands. It's unfair to the way how democracy is supposed to work. It's unfair to the populace who voted for a representative. It's unfair to give in to something that like is actually going to be worse for the population in general.
What's worse for the population though? The economy being stopped because of this trucker issue, or the like 2% of or like 15% of truckers who are gonna be unvaccinated going through the border, potentially infecting like what 100 more people? Which is worse?
I'm sorry, you're gonna have to repeat. I got distracted. Sorry, Bo Blacks. Like I legit got distracted. Can you repeat what you were asking?
He's asking which is worse, like the unvaccinated truckers or stopping the entire economy. Like, just if the unvaccinated truckers could just go.
The unvaccinated truckers were already stopping the entire economy, though, right?
No, the point is just letting them do their thing, just letting them drive trucks.
Yeah, but this is suggesting that we actually cave into their demands, right?
Yeah.
Well, no. She's wondering. He's wondering like which do you think like in general would be worse?
Yeah, but it doesn't matter.
I don't think
it's a false choice, right? I think the protest just takes an L here, right? Like I think you literally just like put a stop to the protest. They don't get their way. You don't meet their demands, right? There's literally no incentive to have to meet their demands.
Someone's making.
I generally agree with that.
Someone's making a good point in chat. Were you polled on the mandate of truckers? And no, there was no like official election. I don't know what these polls are. Are you just saying everyone who voted Trudeau prior is just automatically okay with this?
Oh, the polls are opinion polls. I linked them in the general chat. You can take a look at them if you want.
I do,
they
but
seem like
I
they're
mean,
from reputable sources.
I mean, based on
one of them from abacusdata.ca.
I'm not doubting the legitimacy of them.
Okay.
My issue with the whole thing is just I don't like freezing bank accounts. It seems like
yes, exactly. That's my issue.
I think that I think that he has to kind of go with the majority on this one, and I think that cucking to a bunch of truckers would probably look objectively bad. That looks very weak.
Really bad.
I don't think they can actually do that.
Well,
I think
they've done it
before.
before.
Quite a hole here.
I think the thing is that like, all right, so their ability.
With the teacher protests, the government cucked to that.
Their ability to freeze assets like that, right, to take these sorts of actions is based on the Emergencies Act. Keemstar didn't even know the name of the act, and not only that did he also lied about it, saying that like they had to amend it in order to apply it to this protest or whatever.
No, they
which
didn't.
is absolutely not true.
I'm not agreeing with Keem. I think the
No,
protest is
I know,
cringe,
but like, I forgot my broader point. It's besides the point.
Sorry, I didn't mean to
That's
get
fine.
you off track. I'm getting a little off track sometimes as well.
I'm a little bit high, so I am a little bit more spaced out.
Yeah,
well, I keep smoking, but
my argument is my personal opinion is very simple. Is that Trudeau, the trucker protest happened. Trudeau has a job and he has multiple options. I think the option he chose was worse than giving into the truckers' demands. Obviously,
I disagree with that.
Probably
I have a few questions. I'm not like super read up on it. I'm not gonna pretend I'm like a COVID expert.
I'm not extremely read up on it either, but I do know about Canadian.
I just want to know why does it seem like Canada's taking a much harder approach?
Because of Trudeau's government style. He's always been this way. He's been this way for a while. That's why I don't like him in office.
Because I was under the assumption that once we're at this certain vaccination rate and stuff like that, it really if we go higher, it's not really going to stop the spread of the new variants.
Yeah, but Trudeau is going way too ham with these requirements, I think.
So here we're probably just going to disagree on what we find is an acceptable way to break up a protest, right? I don't think it's responsible to your populace when the majority of the populace disagrees with the protesters, and when majority of the protesters aren't even residents in the city they're protesting, right? I think there has to be something done. Now, whether you think that physical force by military intervention is the better option, or if you think that economic force is the better option, then we're just going to have disagreements on that. And I can definitely see how you would have questions about how this economic, freezing people's bank accounts, it can be a slippery slope. Sure, I can definitely see your point there.
It's not a slippery slope. It's just useless. Like, what did it do? Like,
no, I mean, people have been leaving. But I still would say, like, I mean, we're just going to have to disagree on that one. But, like, I think that, again, if you are the elected leader, right, the elected prime minister, then you are just you have a duty to the populace that elected you. And again, this goes back to a very fundamental concept, consent of the governed, right? And when you as a person take part in voting in somebody into office, you are also consenting to whoever the majority of the population votes in. That's why, even though I didn't like Trump when we voted him in, he was still the leader of the country, right? That's just how it works. That is a fundamental concept you have to understand when it comes to democracy.
Do you understand how, like, the Canadian government works? In terms of election process and stuff like that, like, generally, can you just give me, like, an overall guideline? I'm not trying to, like, do a gotcha on you or whatever. I'm curious, like, if you know or not.
I mean, I know you guys still have, like the monarch or whatever, like, kind of, like, symbolically. But it's like, you guys have, like, a parliamentary system, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So, Trudeau is the leader of the Liberal Party, but there's also the leader of the Conservative Party and NDP and Green, and they all have seats in office, and Liberal has seats by a little bit more, but like, government decisions are still made, like, with conservatives and other parties in mind. I guess the way, I don't know exactly how the Emergency Act works. I didn't expect to get into this debate, so I'd have to, like, look it up. But isn't, like, correct me if I'm wrong, you might know more about the Emergency Act, Mindwave might know it more as well. Isn't that just, like, kind of like an Emergency Act is when the Prime Minister or the President in the U.S. Kind of just on their own as, like, one individual without any deliberation with the other parties makes an executive decision for the country? Is that what it is?
The Emergencies Act, it refers to a specific piece of, like, legislation, which basically allows the government to use certain extrajudicial powers under certain circumstances. And one of those circumstances is taking action which would, like, basically halt the economy, or like severely impact the economy, right? So that's the sort of grounds that they use to justify this. The fact that the truckers were blocking the economy so much that they were literally losing millions of dollars in revenue every day.
Yeah.
And again, I would still draw back.
I agree that something had to be done. I just don't think the decision he made was good, personally.
I would still draw back again, even though this is a parliamentary system. If what you're saying is that, like, because you elected representatives and not Trudeau himself, like, it's still the concept of consent of the governed still plays a part here, right?
Sorry, I was looking at something else. Can you repeat that? Sorry.
Even though this is a parliamentary system and you're electing representatives, that still the consent of the governed still plays a part. It is a democracy still. You are still electing representatives to fill your interests. So
yeah,
it's still consent of the governed.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not saying what he did is illegal. I just don't think it was correct, personally. And I can disagree with the decision of the leader of my country.
Yeah, of course you can. And I respect that. I totally think, and I understand where you're coming from with that. And I definitely, if he used military force, I probably wouldn't have too much problem with that either. But I don't know. He made the decision to do the economic thing, so whatever.
I just think that the problem with the Emergencies Act is that I feel like it's too broad. It gives too much extrajudicial power.
I don't want to say slippery slope because everyone gets mad, but
it's not just a slippery slope, but it's like there's a lot of, like, you can pretty much claim any protest or like general strike or something as now being like a justification to use this act and shut it down, right? So like
Yeah, it was
I don't
too
really
heavy-handed.
Yeah, I don't like that.
Yeah, I don't like it either. That's my main issue. I feel like we're on the same page,
Yeah.
Mind Waves. Although,
Fair enough.
I mean, to be completely honest, I'm not really in the know on a lot of like the political nuances of certain things. I just know kind of broadly.
Yeah, we cover YouTube drama, so.
Yeah, I get
Yeah.
you.
The only reason I know a little more is because I'm Canadian and I vote. But that's
I'm just a
it.
dumbass. Most of my
And
knowledge
Destiny's
on
been
this
playing
shit is
League,
just...
so I have no takes to steal.
Yeah, exactly.
I only know what I know on it because I read up on it, and I've already done like a couple of panels on it. I mean, obviously, it's like Canada's not my country, so you know, like anything I say, I'm just like speculating really, like on certain things. But like, I think it is important to understand like this is just how democracy works. And it sucks sometimes, you know. So, yeah, pretty much what it is. I understand where you're coming from with the economic thing.
Okay, I need to confirm a fact right now. With the Emergencies Act, is it just like put in place by Justin Trudeau? Is it like an immediate thing that's done only with him and his team?
It gives him 30 days to use a certain powers that he wouldn't otherwise.
Without any like, and he alone can make the decision without any extra like deliberation by the cat.
Yes,
like
okay. Yeah, the
executive
branch or whatever.
There's an issue when you say we voted him in. That's how democracy works, Stardust. Because when we vote people in, we're voting one person in to be part of a cabinet of over 100 people to make decisions collectively. And
but when you vote in those representatives who put that person in, you are still consenting that for these situations, like right where an Emergencies Act is used. Yeah, you do in most situations would hope that like they would be consulting with advisors and with cabinet members, but you still are consenting in these certain occasions where they're looking for expediency and they're going to use the most expedient method possible to come to a decision and take action, right? It's still consent of the governed. It's not anything different.
Yeah, because the legislation that allows him these powers was written and enacted by representatives that were also voted in by the people, right? So, you know, the people voted to, in a way, give him these powers. So you'd have to take contention with like that specific legislation and, you know, try to put effort into electing people that would reverse it or something, right? Like,
it just seems in a system where it's supposed to be multiple parties collaborating, and obviously we vote on which party has more power over the other, but when it's a government system where all parties are supposed to be collaborating, obviously if it's mostly liberal in office, more liberal decisions are going to get passed through or whatever, but it just seems scummy when you just take all of that power away and just give it just to one person for one decision. It's just...
I mean, it's just, I guess your contention then would be with how your government works, right?
Well, I do think it's fair to say that like you should be wary of like you know, the federal government giving themselves too much power in some instances, especially under declaration of like emergency powers, right? Like yeah, I don't know. It is unfortunately, like it seems to be the case that a lot of these powers are necessary under certain circumstances, like I don't know, like natural disasters or something like that. You want the president to be able to like make quick actions, right, and like make the, you know, yeah, whatever.
But when you're letting these protests go on for months before you make an emergency act, it's not really an emergency. I feel like the Emergency Act was misused.
Well, it's an emergency in the sense that like, how long can you let the economy hurt like that before it starts seriously impacting people's lives, and not just in the short term but also in the long term, like the long term ramifications of interrupting an economy like that, right? So it's like you can't let a minority like hold the whole country hostage.
I'm not saying a minority's gonna hold the whole country. Honestly, if Emergency Act wasn't used, and all of the cabinet, or whatever it's called, all of the people are brought together, they would probably maybe vote for Trudeau's position. I mean, a lot of the NDP goes with what liberals say, and NDP's a big chunk of the people in there. So I just agree with oh my god, someone in chat is calling me like a retard. I said I don't know much, and I specifically asked if the Emergency Act is only something Trudeau immediately snaps his fingers without any deliberation. You say the Parliament has discussed it. I guess maybe they have, but I asked and people said no. So I'm literally just going based on my knowledge. I don't fucking know. I'm not making definitive decisions.
Look,
I'm not the one in government. I'm just saying my opinion based on my limited monkey brain knowledge. But based on my monkey brain knowledge, I think freezing bank accounts of truckers doesn't do jack shit. That's what I think.
Sure. Yeah, that's fine. I think you're getting, and I understand why you're getting. But what I would say is,
I'm not actually mad. I'm just playing it up. But
oh, okay, all right. I would just say, I would implore you to look at like the Wikipedia for the Canadian convoy protests. There's a lot of info there. If you're looking for like quick reads, you can also look at like any Wikipedia page on the surrounding situation, really. So, yeah.
Reading.
But I linked it in the general chat.
I'm off the clock. I only read tweets. Can I make this into a YouTube video? Fuck.
Sure, why not?
Oh, hell
you should
no,
do it.
I'm not doing that.
I mean, look, I don't know. It's not. It's guys.
It's hard when my political opinions are just this is cringe, this is not cringe. It's really hard to have in-depth discussions about sort of things. I think Justin Trudeau is cringe and did blackface. That's my opinion. Like.
I think it's funny that well, I thought that him doing Aladdin was really funny or whatever he did, but
what the
yeah.
hell?
But also that just might be like, you know. Anyways, yeah, I would encourage, if you want to like actually partake in like political discussions, you know, a great place to start is Wikipedia.
Yeah, I mean, this kind of happened accidentally, but.
Well, it's not like you don't use Wikipedia as a source. You read up on it as like a general thing, you know? So.
Nah, fuck that. You just wing every conversation and just ask questions.
I mean, that's kind of what I was doing, but
keep people on their toes.
Yeah.
Don't let them know what's coming.
At least, I don't know. I do think okay. So you're saying freezing bank accounts is better than conforming to what they want?
I mean, I don't know that it's better, but
well, no, that's what you said. That's what I said. I said that it was the wrong decision and the alternative's better, and then you said I disagree. So you do think
nothing that tear gas can't solve.
True.
Yeah. So if we're looking at it from like the position of somebody using like violence to stop protests, I generally think we have a pretty like bad track record in the US of that. I don't know what the track record is in Canada, but just based on the track record in the US, I see why they're using an economic motivator instead of like brutal force to stop a protest.
What I wonder is there any way that they could have avoided using the Emergencies Act and still like applied pressure on the province to actually take care of the issue themselves?
I think they could have. I think there's probably a way.
Could you uphold? I don't know how the Canadian government works, so maybe I'm just an American talking out my ass. But like, is there any way that the federal government could have put pressure, like, by like maybe threatening to withhold funding of some sort from the certain provinces, right? Like, I don't know.
There's probably a lot of other ways to go.
That's how quick they were to enact that emergency.
Hey, why does chat think I'm anti-white now?
And if
your chat thinks I'm anti-white, Bo Blacks.
Damn, I'm anti-white too. So welcome to the club.
I'm not anti-white. Oh my goodness.
All whites. No, I'm just kidding. I died in Kirby. I'm losing brain cells.
Yeah.
How much of a motivator is so like how did they go about freezing the bank accounts? Like if a trucker is protesting and their bank account is frozen and then they stop protesting, how will they know how to unfreeze it?
That's a good question.
I don't know all the details.
By the way,
of
just
the
an
bank
update.
account raising.
Infrared has dropped down to 361 live concurrent viewers.
Is he having a meltdown?
I don't know. I'm just watching the number get smaller on the left-hand side of my screen.
Dude, I gotta stop. I am way too blazed for this conversation.
I mean,
I'm surprised I actually even engaged in this conversation this long since I'm high. But
Hey, you got a good Twitter video, not Twitter video, YouTube.
YouTube video. Yeah, and it's already on YouTube. It's awesome.
Stardust, have you ever gotten too high for a debate?
No, usually I do. Usually I'm sober before I do debates, and usually I'm sober for like Chaos Cast too.
Yeah.
I usually what it is, I usually only get high like once or twice a week, but like the past week, because I've been dealing with like all the stuff with like, you know, like all the slurs and the other stuff, you know, I've been getting high a little bit more often, but yeah.
Yeah, I usually try to avoid going into a debate or like a panel stoned, but like once I'm on it, sometimes I'll get stoned on the podcast. I
was not expecting this one, you know. I was not expecting to have a debate about like the Canadian trucker convoy, but hey man, I read up on it recently, so I think I'm happy.
Someone said it's a 30-day act and the freezing is targeted and monitored. Dude, so they can't buy anything for 30 days. What if they starve? Dude, it's just...
What if, dude?
I think they should learn to code.
I think so too. I just think it's too harsh. I think there should have been better ways to do it. There probably was better ways to do it, but Trudeau wanted to flex his cock.
I don't think it's just too harsh. I just see the stupid, like, fucking bank freezing thing, and, like, I kind of understand why people are freaking out on Twitter. It just seems like
it's cringe.
A massive over.
I mean, yeah, but sending the military in, I don't know how good the optics would be there either.
I'm not saying put in the military though. Why is that the only other option?
I'm not saying send in the military and gun them down or something, but like.
But even I know nobody wants them to gun them down.
Well, that's the thing. If
obviously, freezing bank accounts is better than bringing in the military.
I'm not talking. Nobody wants the military to go in and gun people down. But when you send the military in to break up a protest, there is going to be some force used, right? I'm not talking about like gun usage, but there's going to be some brutal force that will be used, and there will be people who resist, and then that will escalate into further violence.
Yeah, but escalating.
I don't know. I see what they're doing.
In general, it seems like a better alternative to like now we have this all-encompassing rule they can use in Canada that they can use at their discretion in any form of protest to freeze bank accounts.
Well, there is they do have to justify it under certain terms, but it's kind of like vague on exactly what qualifies. So that's the issue.
I don't know enough about the details. I just think the truckers are cringe for making the protest, and I think that it just get the shot, stop crying, lol. And then I think Trudeau is a fucking big meanie who is fucking being a big bully. That's all I think. And he does blackface. Dude, I voted in Trudeau to make weed legal the second the next election came up. I'm like, get this fuck out of here, blackface, man. I only want weed legal.
So you're 1-1 for elections?
Yeah, man. Plus, Trudeau made taxes higher. Taxes in Canada are fucking crazy. Oh my god. I'm so tired of it, man. We have to pay 12% tax on all our purchases.
Someone in chat. Most of the truckers have the shot. You don't seem to have a clue what you're talking about. Well, you clearly just clicked on the stream because we literally talked about this like 10 minutes ago, dumb fuck.
Fuck these mother truckers, man. Why do people need to be crying about fuck the shot, dude? The fact that COVID's politicized is so fucking cringe. The fact that people
I never thought it would be.
I don't want to take the shot. When? Like, didn't we make fun of
when I saw all those celebrity videos of people going like, I just got the COVID shot. And now,
even the shot,
better. Like all those
COVID itself got politicized. That's what I didn't expect. You know, once it's been politicized, then yeah, obviously people are going to like disagree on everything surrounding it. But like COVID itself never should have been politicized. That should have been something that's like I don't know, that we tackled from both sides. But I am. Really I was surprised. Initially surprised.
You need to get more black pills. I mean,
yeah, I guess so.
People are fucking
I just thought
babies, dude.
the one thing we have is like medical stuff. Maybe like the one thing that like we won't be disputing is medicine, but yeah.
Conservatives be
Here
like,
we are.
man, I don't want to take a needle. Shut the fuck up and
Yeah.
take it, bitch. Well, I think
Good one,
they
Bubble
do.
X.
Dude, that's
Well,
my
what I
fucking
think is
opinion.
really a big problem is how much, how mainstream it's become to just believing flat out conspiracy theories when it comes out
Yeah.
the when it
Yeah,
comes to
soon
COVID
people
as
are
well.
soon people are gonna think their kids are gonna have autism because they got the vaccine, man. Like, bruh.
Yeah, it's crazy. Like if you load up, or well, at least for me, if I load up Facebook and I scroll, like just like people I went to high school with are like posting boomer like conspiracy memes about how like COVID is like from China and created in a lab and all that, like a bunch of crazy shit, right? Like, and it's just like holy shit.
Oh wait,
Like,
Stardust. The other debate Stardust had with Keem was about that. Remember the China lab
It's about
shit?
what?
The China lab shit.
Oh,
where he
yeah,
was like,
yeah,
it was
that's
made
right.
in a lab. I watched this YouTube video, and then he watched
Mhm.
the YouTube video, and then we watched the debunk, and he was like, ah, fuck.
Yeah, and you got a bunch of like content creators or internet personalities like spreading that shit as well, or like just otherwise celebrities. It's kind of crazy.
This is why I cover
we
YouTube drama
live
instead of
in-
politics, man.
Yeah, so one thing that we have a serious problem when we can't tell like what the truth is, right?
Right.
And everything is disputed as truth. So
My fucking uncle, who hits like every possible category of like what's it called when you're more prone to like die from the fucking virus? He's got all of them. The
Immunocompromised?
he's got all that shit, dude. Every single thing possible. And he's like, they're telling me at work that I either need to get like COVID tests and stuff like that, or I have to get vaccinated, and I don't want to do either. They want me to get. I'm like, why don't you just get the COVID test if you're not gonna get vaccinated? He goes, because I heard that if you stick that thing up your nose, you can get cancer. And I'm like, are you fucking kidding
Guess I'm
me?
gonna get cancer.
Holy shit,
Guys,
dude.
I'm getting cancer.
Like literally half my fucking family is like insane anti-vax, and I'm not just talking about like, oh, they're not gonna fucking take the COVID vaccine, and they never were like this until the COVID vaccine. But now it's just everything from the government is dangerous. Stay the fuck away from it.
Well, the thing is, the reason it's so dangerous is because, all right, so this COVID situation is definitely something that impacts everybody, right? And so it's easy for people to want to look for a reason why this is happening and why they hate it. And when you have people telling you, well, this is the reason why you should hate this, and they're filling you up with these conspiracy theories, then it becomes like, I don't know, it's much easier to convince people of these things, I feel like. When they see the sort of impact it has on them, when they have to wear a mask in public all the time, right? Like,
Keem wants back in the call.
Oh, he does. Okay.
Go back into the lobby. Team, we can pull you in.
Yeah.
All right, what do you want to bet this is on? The lab stuff?
Probably the lab stuff.
Probably
Yeah.
lab stuff.
Yeah,
Yeah.
they brought it up.
I'm excited though to be called a bitch again. That'll
Maybe
be
I
fun.
misrepresented what happened by accident. I don't know. That's how I remember it.
Yeah, I don't remember much about it. I don't see him in lobby though. Did he
Did you
leave
see
the
what I said to
server?
Ralph? I took it down because I thought I was gonna get flagged.
I didn't see it. What happened?
Dude, that guy had the audacity. Like, so I made a joke on Twitter saying he flew to fucking where was it? Some third world country. Fucking Portugal. He flew to Portugal, and I go, oh, does he have the vaccine? How the fuck did he fly to Portugal? Then I realized, you know, actually have to be vaccinated to fly there.
Oh, Keemstar
But,
is in the wrong voice. Okay, let me see. Okay. Let me pull him. Damn, dude. The lobby, Keemstar. Can you... there's too many channels for me to click through. You're in the wrong voice channel.
I can...
Homie.
Homie. It's like, it reminds me of that tweet where, didn't Banished Germo say something like, fuck the truth with technicals.
Yeah, I can drag
I'm
him
leaking
into
the call
lobby.
right now, homie.
Oh, thank you. Okay, I'll drag him in here. How are you dragging people? Do you have like a fucking did I give you a
can't drag
role?
people in here, but I can drag people into lobby.
Yo.
Oh,
first
okay,
of
that's
all-
awesome.
First of all, there's no lobby. When I come here, there's no lobby to click on.
Oh,
No
really?
lobby
Oh,
whatsoever.
I must have fucked up the permissions then. Okay.
So
I'll fix
I
that.
have the stream. I have the stream playing in the background. Oh, by the way, you're not offended that I called you a bitch, did you? Are you?
No,
Like, that's
I'm not. I'm not. It's fine.
Okay. Because
Yeah.
that was just heat of the moment thing. But
Yeah.
I'm playing the stream in the background, right? And I'm
Mm-hmm.
playing Rocket League, and I hear you say, "Yeah, it's kind of tough now when we just don't know what to believe. We don't know what to trust." No shit. You want to know why? Because the mainstream media is about as credible as the boomers on Facebook. Like, you don't know what the truth is. There's so many different opinions and so many different facts, competing facts on almost every single story. So I find it crazy that you're bringing up polls. Like, how could there be a poll? Was there a vote in Canada where everyone went to and voted whether or not they support the Trump? Of course not. Like, these polls mean nothing. Polls have always meant nothing. They'll never mean anything. Dude, like, how are they getting the information from the polls? Who are they asking? Probably their buddies, their friends that are more leaning one political way or the other. They're just calling random people, right?
Let me see. I'll look it up. Yeah, I'll look it up for you. Let me check.
But how do you poll people? How do you poll people? How do you get the average person to poll? I've never been asked to participate in some poll that was going to be presented on Fox News or CNN or anything. Like, that's insane.
Yeah.
The other guy that's here that I have muted, I heard that guy say when I was listening to the stream, he goes, yeah, my cousins, like, or people that I went to school with, they were saying some crazy stuff like, this came from a lab or something. We don't know where it came from. Me and you had this debate before.
Do you want me to? Sorry, I don't mean to interrupt. Well, actually, finish what you're saying, and then I'll tell you about the methodology.
We don't know where COVID came from. We don't know. We literally don't know. It could have came from a lab. It could have came from an animal. It could have came from anywhere.
Okay, so the methodology with this one poll. The survey was conducted with 1,410 Canadian adults from January 31st to February 2nd, 2022. A random sample.
Hold on, did she say 1,000? 1,000.
1,410, yes.
Okay, how many people live in Canada?
3 million? Or 30 million? 30 million, I think.
Yeah, I don't know.
This is just Keemstar not understanding how polls
Yeah,
are conducted.
polls are samples, right? You don't
But why do you bring up the poll? The poll means
Well,
nothing.
I mean, we're talking about opinion, right? Public opinion.
No, you can't bring up polls. Like, polls mean nothing. They talk to 1,000
How do you
people.
determine public
nothing.
opinion on something?
What does that mean? It means they got the opinion from 1,000 people.
Yeah. Okay. So how would
There's
you determine
millions.
public opinion then?
You don't. You don't. You don't. How could you ever know?
Unless we did like an official vote as if it's an election, but for opinions.
Where did Nick go?
I don't know. Maybe, I don't know.
Let me, he must have gotten tired or something. Okay. Right. Yeah. So, sure, I mean, you can choose to not believe polls or whatever. But, I mean, polls are... sure, yeah, but polls are used for, like, a variety of things. It doesn't... Just because it's 1,000 people doesn't mean that, like, it can't reflect the population of people, right? Especially if they choose to get people from different places.
Do you think polls are accurate? Do you think they represent? Do you think those 1,000
there's always
people...
going to be some. There's always going to be some part of it that can like be slightly off, but for the most part, like yeah, if it's 1,400. Yeah.
1,000. What was it? 1,400.
1,400. They talk about margin for error here too, as well. The margin of error for.
Okay, hold on. The margin of error, Stardust, just so you know, is the amount of people that live in the country minus 1,400.
Oh my
so how many people live in Canada?
It's like 30 million around.
30 million.
34
million. Okay, so 34 million minus 1,400. The margin of error based on mathematics alone is 33,900,000 and whatever thousand.
That's
the margin of error.
It says here.
But that it doesn't care what it says. What do you mean? This is common sense stuff, Stardust. They only polled 1,400 people, but there's 34 million people. The margin of error is the people that they didn't ask the question to.
They show the variety of regions they get it from, the variety of different people, gender, age, education. They don't get it all from one place. They take take a group from multiple places. They try to make it they try to make the probability like as accurate as possible. So
well, what if those 33 million people support the truckers? Then your poll would mean shit, right?
Sure, yeah, it would mean shit.
Okay. So that's the margin of error. 33 fucking million. Every single person that wasn't asked. That is the margin of error. Like what?
Right, but you grab like samples again from multiple areas, multiple backgrounds, multiple demographics, right, to make sure it's as accurate as possible.
Okay. I would assume most of the people that support the truckers, I would assume, wouldn't be the type of citizens that would participate in a poll. I would assume.
Maybe. I don't know. But I posted this composition here. I don't know. You probably don't care, but I posted it there if you want it. Sample size. Oh, Fawcett coming in with the, yeah. Sample size determination.
I mean, we're living in a world now where the polls said Hillary Clinton is going to be voted. Like, every poll said Hillary Clinton was going to win. Like,
I mean, no, the percentage.
We're still talking about polls. Like, I can't believe anybody even brings up any poll. Polls are not credible and at all. They're just not. Like, what is this?
Okay, give me a second here. Flamenco then?
Often are polls?
I mean, if polls were accurate, wouldn't Hillary have won the 2016 election by a landslide? Wasn't she predicted
That's not
to win
really.
by, like,
No,
90 million?
that's not what the polls. That's
Okay,
not
so-
what the polls predicted. The polls were predicting the probability of her winning, right? Yeah, I believe they predicted like a, what was it, like, mine was, do you remember, like 60% or something? Like,
I have no idea exactly
Boblex,
the
she
numbers.
literally took what you said and reworded it and tried to say what you said wasn't correct. like that's all she did. That's all she did.
No, I didn't. Okay, so it's
The
not
poll
about
said
whether
the-
she would win.
my
It's
God,
the percentage of chance that she would win, right?
Oh my god, that's
So
the
if
same
it's like a
fucking thing.
60%, no, it's not. If it's a 60% chance, there's still like a 40% chance of her losing.
It was like
right?
a 90. It was like 90+%, I think.
Was it?
Yeah, if
let me
I
look, let me
recall
look.
correctly. Also,
What was the 2016?
Chat, did she literally
poll?
just reword what Boblex said in a different way, say it in a different way, and then come out and like basically say the same exact thing? Did she not just do that? Boblex said, didn't the polls say that Hillary was gonna win? And you said, no, it said a percentage that she was gonna win. It's the same fucking thing! It's the same thing!
It's
what
not
are we
here.
talking about? What the fuck
It's
are
not.
we talking about?
It's not.
Oh my
let me
god,
see.
my head is gonna explode. How is it not the same fucking thing? A poll is is based on percentages. Like, what kind of fucking conversation are we fucking having? Originally in this debate, you said 60% of Canadians. Why are you talking about percentages? And then saying, oh no, it's not that. But this was a percentage based on what Hillary.
You
what
know
the
how-
fuck? Bro,
Okay.
why can't you just talk with your feet in the ground? Put your feet on the ground like a real human. Live on Earth with me for a second.
I am living on Earth with you,
No, you're
but
not.
you're
It isn't 60.
you're not. Here's the thing: you're giving everything that comes out of my mouth. You're interpreting it in the most uncharitable way. I think I'm trying to be pretty generous with you. I'm trying to be pretty generous with anybody else in this conversation, right? And I
just said that the polls said that Hillary was going to win, and you said no, it was based on the percentages.
No, it said that she had a
What are you saying? It's the same thing.
No.
It said that she had a 1 to 7%.
Poll isn't based on percentage. What is the poll based on? Stardust, you tell me. This is fucking insanity. You're arguing in bad faith.
The final round of public polling.
Down. You're such a
I'm not. I love Bo Blacks. Why would I try to shut him down?
Okay, well then you just called him a liar and said that he was wrong.
I
was
didn't
based on
call
the
him a
percentage.
liar.
A poll
Why would
is
I
a
do? Why would I do
percentage. Is a
that?
poll based on percentages? Is a poll based on percentages?
A poll can be based on, yes, percentages of people who believe something.
Every
But
poll
no,
is based on
yeah,
percentage.
sure, but
Every
but
poll.
the
Then
percentage
shut
can
the
mean different
fuck up.
things.
Then shut
No,
up.
there's more
Every
nuance to it
poll.
than that.
Oh
There's
my
more
God.
nuance to
Oh
it.
my God.
I'm sorry you don't understand
Such
how
a
where
bad
it
faith
is,
Okay,
but like
the poll,
Such a bad faith.
the poll
Such a
argument,
bad faith argument.
the poll argument aside, when you say 60% of Canadians agree with that, and the sample size is 1,000, I feel like it's not.
here.
It's not accurate to say 60% of Canadians. When in
Again,
reality, 60% of Canadians are millions of people.
Okay, Boblex.
Not like
Here,
a couple
let me
hundred.
give you the sample composition of the poll, okay? It makes more sense when you break it down, okay? So if you look at what I just DM'd you, and it's in the general chat as well.
Okay.
It shows the sample, the amounts of people, and it shows like per region, it shows gender, it shows age, it shows education, right? They do, when you're doing a poll of people, what you do is you try to make it the most balanced poll as possible. You get people from multiple backgrounds, multiple areas, multiple different genders and different makeups and things like that, right?
Yeah.
And so so when using like a sample and creating the sample group to poll that is one of the most important parts of it. And you make sure that the sample size is balanced so it can reflect a larger population. Now, of course, there's always going to be places where there can be like variation or there can be things that are a little bit off. But for the most part, when it comes into the methodology of putting together a sample size, then yeah.
Now
the point was, I'm sorry, but the point was is that polls can't be trusted. We brought up the Hillary poll, right? And you spun it around with a bad faith argument to avoid the fact that that poll was incorrect. This
what is the thing
argument
that it predicted?
that we are talking about
what
is
did that's
incorrect
the issue here. What did you think
are.
it predicted? What do you think it predicted? The poll about Hillary?
The wrong answer.
Which
no, what did you specifically think that it predicted?
The polls on almost every single mainstream media outlet was saying that Hillary Clinton was going to win.
Okay, so if you look at 538, they talk about that, right? Because they were like one of the major places that people cited when they were talking about the probability of Clinton winning, right? So, so basically, they talk about how
why are you saying probability? Like what?
Because
like,
that's
no
what
shit.
it is. It's
No
the
shit.
probability
Really
of somebody
quickly.
winning.
Duh. Like, why are you talking? Like, why are you just adding words? No shit, it's the probability. Like, what are you saying?
Because it's disingenuous to portray it as them saying a landslide win.
Really quickly, can we drag Flamenco in here? He's in the...
Yeah, I'll bring Flamenco in.
Like, what you're saying makes no sense.
Yeah, I'm trying to explain it to you, my dude.
You're like literally saying the poll is based on the percent. No shit. You're trying to make this like, oh, well, it didn't say she was going to win. It said the percentage. It's the same fucking thing.
It's
what
not.
Are you saying? Oh
it's
my
not
God.
the same thing.
Oh my God.
It's not the same thing. That's a misportrayal of it. I brought Flamenco in. I don't know if you can hear us.
Okay, if I flip a coin, okay, and the coin is either heads or tails, right? But the head side is so weighted that it always lands on the head side, showing tails coming up, right? Then there is a 90% chance that tails is going to show up, all right?
Right.
Now, if I ask you what's going to come up, heads or tails, which one is it going to be?
I can't predict that. It's actually going to be like a 50% chance, right?
No, it's not because it's weighted one way.
Oh, it's weighted one way.
Yeah.
Well, then that would be kind of like cheating, right?
Okay, I
don't know how this is related to a poll, though.
Yeah, I don't know if I can have a conversation with you Like, it's really difficult. Like, you're literally saying the poll was based on percentages. No shit. Like, every poll is based on percentages. Every poll is. That doesn't change the argument that the poll said that Hillary was going to win.
Didn't say she was going to win. It said that she had a certain percentage of winning.
A very small chance.
Yeah, a higher percentage, like 90% chance.
No.
Suggesting that she is going to win.
A lead of 1 to 7%.
How do you say no to that? How do you say no to that?
It was a lead of 1 to 7%.
How do you say no to that?
Clinton's lead was 1 to 7%. I think that there's plenty of space there for Trump to win. Hello?
It was the reporting that was the problem on the polls.
Yeah.
I don't know what to say to that. Like, you're literally slow. I don't.
Yeah, so the reporting, and maybe this solidifies your argument about mainstream media, but the reporting on it may have been portraying it as her winning definitively, but it was a 1 to 7% lead.
Yeah, they polled people, and 90% of them said they're voting for Hillary, right? 90%.
No. So it predicted a
Oh my God,
let me
what is
see
she
here.
saying?
I think it's a 3.3%. It says.
No, it predicted she was gonna win.
No. It predicted the percentage lead that she has.
Oh my fucking god! Oh my fucking god, bro!
I'm sorry that you don't understand how like the
polls don't make
You're
predictions on
literally
outcomes.
saying the same thing.
Yeah.
You're saying the same thing though. You're saying the same thing.
No.
You're saying it did not say that she was gonna win. It said that she had a higher percentage of winning.
Yes, and that percentage was what? 1 to 7%. That's a very small percentage.
1 to 7%. Why are you saying 1 to 7%? What is the
That
percentage?
was the lead. It's very...
That was the lead.
Who has 1 and who has 7?
No, the lead was somewhere between 1 and 7%, which is still pretty small margin.
Yeah, taking into account the margin of error.
I'm so fucking confused. The polls were saying that Hillary's gonna win by 90%. Like,
If you're
90%
talking
chance
about
to win.
I'm talking about 538, and that's like the one that everybody cited, and 538 said 1 to 7%, and in the media, I guess they reported it incorrectly, but 1 to 7% is like somewhere between 1 and 7% is still
for who to win?
for Hillary.
So Hillary had a 1 to 7 chance, or 1 to 7%. No, that's stupid. So you're saying Trump Trump had a 93% chance of winning? Is that what you're saying?
No.
Oh my god, he doesn't know.
Oh my god.
What are you saying? Explain yourself.
I don't know that I can explain this to you if we're having this much trouble in just like communicating.
Well, you're not explaining it. We're talking about polls.
I've been trying to explain things to you all night. And you're not being very charitable. That's just the end of it.
Listen.
I understand you don't like me.
Both were talking about polls that came out in the media saying that Hillary Clinton had a 90% chance to win.
Okay, do you have those polls? Can you link them?
You come out and you say,
can you link those polls?
I'm sorry, I'm still talking. You come back and say 1 to 7% with no context of what you're referring to, right?
I'm talking about 538.
I then have to follow up and say, are you saying that she had a 1 to 7% chance to win? Like we were just referring, she had a 90% chance to win, meaning that Trump would have like some percentage, and then you go, no. Like, there would be the split. Like, dude, just use your words. Use the English
I've been saying all night, 1 to 7%, 1 to 7% of the lead. I look, Keemstar, I'm trying to explain it to you, but if you have this poll about her 90% winning, then I would love to see that, because that's not what I was like basing anything off of.
I saw it everywhere.
I know you saw it. Can you link it to me, please?
Saw it in a fever dream.
Looking it up because I have to do your work for you.
I mean, I'm linking things for you all night. The least you can do is link something that you're claiming that you saw. So
he saw it in the YouTube videos about the truckers.
I don't know.
1 to 7% higher chance of winning.
I don't. Yeah, I don't know. I don't see how the truckers or 60% of people not supporting the truckers versus 40% supporting is relevant to Trudeau's decision on freezing bank accounts.
It's not relevant.
I just don't see the relevance. Even if the poll was 100% correct, which, I mean, if I were to guess based on what I know, most people probably wouldn't support the trucker protest in Canada. But, I mean, I don't know why that's relevant to Trudeau's decision to freeze bank accounts. If we're going to poll on people's, people saying that Trudeau's decision was good from putting in the Emergency Act and freezing bank accounts, I don't think that would be 60%. I think that would be like 10% of people agree with that.
Just link it in the general chat.
I put it in the voice general chat, whatever, okay? It says right here, okay, why were the polls so wrong? This is from the Pew Research Center, right? It said that they were giving Clinton
I'm literally looking at
70 to as high as 99% chance of winning the election. Why were the polls wrong?
So, okay, I see.
Election forecasters. These are people that are making commentary.
Yeah, these are... yeah, this is... Okay, so these are election... I think Mindwaves is making good points here, but unfortunately you have him muted. But essentially, yeah, these are it's basically election forecasters. When we look at like the most reputable source for at least for polling and stuff, and for checking out like who's going to win something, I look at 538. And the 538 poll specifically. Talking about a 1 to 7% chance higher.
Ladies and gentlemen, this coward. We're having a debate if polls are argument. This coward decided to grab the most favorable poll for her argument and say that is the most credible one, so I'm going with that one. This fucking coward. We are talking about polls.
Okay, we can rewind like. We can rewind like 20 minutes and you'll see me again citing 538. I've been citing it for the past
I'm citing polls. I'm citing polls in general. And you idiot, you go and grab one that favors your argument and that's the only one you want to refer to? Go fuck yourself, you fucking coward. We're talking about polls in general. Stop
polls in general. And even what you linked, actually what you linked is actually kind of supporting my point. Wait a minute. Actually, wait a minute. Okay, you want me to go by your source, right? With your source.
I want you to go to buy
your
polls.
Source. Okay. Your source, what you linked
I'm
says
saying polls don't mean shit.
Keemstar, please.
I am saying that polls are wrong.
Keemstar. What you linked to me says exactly the same thing that I've been saying for the past 20 minutes. With few exceptions, the final round of public polling showed Clinton with a lead of 1 to 7 percentage points in the national popular vote. Your entire source, Keemstar, proved my point right. So I'm sorry, I just scrolled down to the second paragraph here. It's exactly what I've been saying for the past 20 minutes. Get fucked. So
actually, no, you get fucked. Because we all seen the fucking reports, and it says right here in the article that the polls were coming out 70 to 99% in favor of Hillary Clinton, and the polling was wrong. And there are many articles that anybody in chat could just Google search.
These are relying.
Wrong.
Okay.
Can go to Google
no.
right
Here,
now
let's read. Kanye. Not Kanye. Keemstar. I can't believe I called you Kanye. No. Wait. Keemstar.
Why was the 2016 polling wrong? Look it up. Google it.
Okay, yeah, and here's the article. Keemstar, I understand that you are afraid of me reading the sentence that you just breezed over. Okay, I'm sorry. Chat here. Let's read this very sentence that he's talking about. Okay, it says relying largely on opinion polls, election forecasters put Clinton's chance of winning at anywhere from 70 to as high as 99%. That is election forecasters. When we look down, a paragraph down, it says, with few exceptions, the final round of public polling showed Clinton with a lead of 1 to 7 percentage points in the national popular vote. State-level polling was more variable. We're not watching a video. I used your own resource, Keemstar. I used your resource.
Hey, you're
I
literally
used
trying
your
to say.
resource.
You're literally trying to say the polling was between 1 and 7%. Like, what the fuck are you
You
saying?
guys can look
The
here.
polls
Actually,
were
let me
wrong.
screen share this to Boblax. Can you show the screen share?
Do you
of
want
this
wait?
source
Do you
that-
want me to screen
this
share or
source
you
that-
to screen share?
I'm going to screen share, but I
Okay,
don't know
I'll
if your
show
chat
it.
can see
I'll
it.
show it. I'll show
Okay.
it.
Okay. So here is the thing that Keemstar linked, right? And the thing that he's talking about here is relying largely on opinion polls. Election forecasters put Clinton's chance of winning at anywhere from 70 to as high as 99%. And this is again, election forecasters put her there. Right?
Oh my
when we
God,
look
you're
down
so
here,
wrong. You're
when we
so
look down here,
wrong.
I'm sorry, Keemstar, I let you speak, okay? When we look down here, it says, with few exceptions, the final round of public polling showed Clinton with a lead of 1 to 7 percentage points in the national popular vote. State-level polling was more variable, but there were a few instances where polls overstated Trump's support. So, 1 to 7 percentage points in the national popular vote. The final round of public polling. This is your source, Keemstar.
Well, here's another source, the New York Times. It might seem strange to argue that the
Oh,
polls could
Another
have
one he
the
hasn't
result
read.
of the election.
Another one he hasn't
could
read, yeah.
still be. No, well, of course I haven't read them. I was watching the
This
news.
is-
All
this
polls
is-
were
Of course he
wrong.
hasn't read them.
Keemstar, that thing that you just linked, the video you just linked,
Keemstar, Stardust.
the video
Stardust.
that you just linked is in the
Stardust.
it's the
polls
same
were
article.
wrong.
It's in the
The
article. Do you
polls were
understand that?
wrong. Do you understand that the
okay.
polls were wrong in the 2016 election? Hillary didn't win Stardust. She
It's
didn't
1 to
win.
7 percentage
Hillary
advantage.
Did not win the 2016
Again, 1
election.
to 7 percentage points in the national
Stardust,
popular
Stardust,
vote. This
Hillary-
is saying exactly what
Hillary
I've said
didn't-
for the past 20
Hillary-
minutes. I'm just letting you
Hillary
know.
was
For the
not
last
elected.
20%, the
Stardust,
last 20,
Stardust.
the last 20 minutes, the last
Stardust,
20 minutes.
Hillary-
Chat, I have been
Hillary-
consistent.
Hillary
I have been
did not
consistent.
win the election. She didn't win the
She
election.
didn't win. She only had a 1 to 7%
was
point
wrong.
advantage.
Because the polls were wrong.
No, I'm
Polls were
sorry.
wrong.
You're I'm sorry you're
Okay.
wrong. I've
Well,
been
she
saying
had a
this
one-
exact same
Stardust,
thing
Stardust,
for
Stardust.
20
If it-
minutes
Stardust, if she had a 1 to 7% advantage, how come she didn't win?
because it was
Polls
only
are
1
wrong.
to 7%
Polls are wrong.
advantage.
Polls are wrong. Polls were wrong.
Okay. All right.
Polls were wrong. That is the whole debate that we're having. Are polls correct or not? The polls
And
were wrong.
the
Polls
poll
do not
was
make predictions. They're just a
using
reflection of
polls.
public opinion at that
They're
time.
wrong.
That's it.
you know
They're
what?
not
I think I'm
accurate.
very satisfied with this. Thank you, Keemstar, for the wonderful conversation.
You're very
Um,
satisfied that you just
yeah.
proved that polls are wrong?
That I proved my point, that I've been consistent
polls
this
are
entire
wrong.
time.
That
1 to
polls are
7%. 1 to
That
7%.
polls
That
are
is not a
wrong.
prediction. That is not a prediction. That is just a reflection, right? It
So-
shows a 1 to
so
7 percentage point
This
advantage
entire-
in the
you're just
national
repeating the
popular
same
vote.
thing. We heard you the first 50 fucking
Yeah, but
times.
you're not getting it.
No, you're not getting it. You're not getting it. The poll was wrong, regardless. There were so many polls out
She-
there that showed Hillary as a huge
She won the
lead.
popular
The New
vote. She
York
lost the
Times-
electoral college vote.
Really? Did she? I didn't know that. Oh my god, thank you for the information, you fucking idiot.
Well, I mean,
My point
if
was, is
she,
that the poll was
the
wrong.
polls weren't incorrect then, right?
What?
If she won the popular vote and she lost electoral college, the poll wasn't wrong.
The poll was based on if she was going to win the election. The poll was based
No,
on whether she
the
would
poll
win the
was
election.
saying that the poll specifically says, I will read it and highlight it for you again, but it says specifically, the final round of public polling showed Clinton with a lead of 1 to 7 percentage points in the national popular vote. National popular vote. National
Yeah,
popular
the poll.
vote.
What poll?
Let's see. With this is your source, by the way. With the final round of
You say
public
it's my
polling.
source. No, wait, you keep saying it's my source and you keep laughing like a fucking asshole, right? But I literally just Googled because I remember watching TV during the 2016 election and they were saying Hillary's gonna win. On every single news network, they were saying Hillary had a 90% chance
that's
of
the
winning.
problem with the
And then at the
reporting.
very- and then
That's
at the
a
very
problem with
last
the
second-
reporting, Keemstar. It's
Okay,
supporting
if
your
there is a
your
problem
hypothesis
with,
about the reporting. It's
if
not
there's a
supporting.
problem
It's
with
not
the
supporting
reporting,
your
then why are you
your
using these
assertion about the polls.
And why are you using these polls in the trucker situation?
Okay,
if
the
there's a problem
polls
with
are the
reporting?
polls are not being misinterpreted by the reporting, right? This one
Why are
clearly
you
was.
using polls? Why are
This
you
one was
using polls
because this
if they're
one.
not accurate? You're
If it
just
says
admitted that
1
they're not
to s-
accurate. You
No,
just
they
admitted
are
that
accurate.
polls are not
They are
accurate. But
accurate.
they're not. Hillary didn't win.
No, it was okay. Here. Let me lay this out for you,
You
Keemstar. Okay.
literally just admitted that polls
Here,
are not
no,
accurate.
I didn't. Keemstar, you are not getting it, right? We both agree that Hillary won the popular vote, right? And lost the electoral. Okay, we're not going to agree, but that's what was stated, right? We know that this poll is about the national popular vote, right? So, Clinton had a lead of 1 to 7 percentage points in the national popular vote. She won the national popular vote. She lost the electoral vote. So this poll actually was accurate. As far as news organizations misinterpreting the data, I mean, that's supporting your point about, news organizations misreporting things. But the poll here is not inaccurate.
It's a big fat L right there, Keem.
Yeah, big fat L.
Yeah, big fat L to you. You're saying polls are accurate. They're not.
Okay, I just explained it to you. I think we can just agree to disagree here. How about that?
We can agree that you are saying that polling is correct, and that's insane.
Yes.
Nobody should ever say that.
In this situation right here, this is a great example of it. Of poll being accurate.
No, a great example was the 2016 election when every poll said Hillary was going to win, and she didn't win.
It wasn't every poll. It was again every. It was not every poll. It was news outlets misinterpreting the data, right? This says specifically the poll was talking about the national popular vote. She won the national popular vote, and she had a lead of 1 to 7 percentage points in this poll. She lost the electoral vote. I don't know how to explain this. I don't know how to explain this. You were the one who linked this.
No, this
You were
is
the
an
one who linked
aggregate of
this.
multiple polls.
This is an
I'm literally
aggregate
just
of
Googling trying to
multiple
find
polls.
this fucking
This
information.
is the aggregate of multiple polls, Keemstar. Why do you think it says 1 to 7 percentage points? Otherwise, if it weren't an aggregate, it would just say a number.
I remember the New York Times posting a tweet saying that Hillary Clinton had a 90% chance of winning. Then they updated it as the states came in, and they kept lowering it and lowering it and lowering it. This is the type of polling.
This is the
that I'm
final
referring to.
poll. Prior.
Final poll. When was it taken?
Final round of public polling.
When was it taken?
You linked this.
I didn't read it, obviously. I Googled it.
Well,
found
maybe
it,
you should
and
read
obviously-
next time, Keemstar. There are a lot of advantages to reading.
How can I have time to fucking read it when I'm in this conversation with you? You're stupid.
I have time to
You are
read. I have
stupid.
time to read.
You
I have
are
time to read.
stupid.
Okay, just because
you
you
should
are
have
a
read
slow... Okay, Keemstar, just because you are a slow reader doesn't mean the rest of us are, okay?
Okay, cool. Nice one.
Okay, I think we're just gonna have to agree to disagree. Much respect to you, Keemstar. But yeah, we're just gonna have to agree to disagree.
You can't have respect for someone that says polling's correct, polling's right. I mean, that's just
You don't
insane.
have to respect me. You don't have to respect
That's
me.
coming from an insane person. Like, you can't fucking believe that.
I mean, I demonstrated it to you, but I don't have I don't have the will in me to do an actual diagram.
Do we have a poll on Canadians' opinion of Trudeau freezing truckers' bank accounts?
Yeah, for the most part, the poll on that actually was not.
There's another article right here.
If I recall correctly, Boblax, the poll actually supports your point in that. Like, a lot of people are like feeling
Read the
uneasy
article
about
right here.
about
It says,
the
It gutted me to realize
about
I've
the,
been wrong.
economic
Natalie
stuff.
Jackson, a data scientist at the Huffington Post, which had given Clinton a 98% chance of winning.
let's see here. ABC's decision desk. Well, why?
Yeah, a
Why
lot
would
of
you use
bad
ABC's?
commentary.
Why would you use ABC's decision desk?
And then here we have another one
When-
with PBS org talking about the pollsters. The pollsters were wrong. Why does the title say the pollsters were wrong? Are they the ones
him
doing
tell
the
you.
Polling?
Why were they wrong?
Pollsters
Yeah, why
largely
were
got
they
it
wrong?
in 2016?
Why were they wrong?
Yeah, why were they wrong?
Well, you know then, right? So explain it to me.
No. You said polling is always accurate, but there's articles with the titles that say pollsters largely got it wrong in 2016. How are they polling in 2020? Why does this
I think
article
I
even have
trust the
title?
Pew Research over ABC or Technology Review.
Again. You are did that service,
you chose this.
Wait,
You chose
What is
this.
the one that you trust? What is the one you trust?
Pew. I'm looking at Pew Research. This was a great article that you linked.
I'm
Keemstar.
asking you on the polling service that you trust.
Oh, the 538. 538 was good.
Is 538 the name of the company that does the polling? What is 538? Explain 538.
It's the website run by I believe Nate. What's his name? Nate.
Okay, so you trust those, right? Did they do the truck? Did they do the truck? The Canadian truck?
I don't think
polls?
that they did the truck
They
thing. No,
didn't.
they do. They
didn't.
do U.S. politics only.
They didn't. They didn't, did they?
No. Why? Why do you think that they should?
You trust the other polling. Why do you trust the other poller?
Well,
blindly?
we can look at the other polling organization, right? Let's pull it up here.
We could look, but it doesn't. They polled 1,400 people.
Right. Again, if you am I still being screen shared?
Yeah.
Roblox?
Yep.
Okay. So, where did I put that? I put it in general. Let me find it. Give me a second here. General.
We're not reading the current articles that I put in.
Because your current
Or-
articles are like ABC and PBS. When we're talking about an
You
aggregate of
should
all polls.
probably bring up his articles as well to keep it fair.
Yeah, I will pull it up.
Okay.
So
Yes, you won't.
no, I will. Okay, so let's see. Oh, why am I pulling this? Okay, so this is one of the polls, right? For the trucking, or I think it is one of the ones that I linked.
Yeah, that's the one for their opinion on the protests, not their opinion on the freezing and the Emergency Act, which are two separate things. Because, see, my bigger issue is with the freezing and stuff. I think that's everyone's bigger issue with what Justin Trudeau did in response to the protest, rather than the protest itself. You know.
Sure, and you know what? I've already said that I
speaking for 60% of Canadians saying they don't support these truckers. She doesn't know that. She doesn't know that.
Wait, well, okay, so I understand that we're pivoting around a lot here, but we should probably pick where we want to stay, right? So do you want me to go over the things that you linked me, or do you want me to go over the Canadian polling?
I just want you to admit that polling is not accurate.
Sometimes it can be inaccurate.
I want you to admit that polling is not accurate. Sometimes polling can be right. Of course, but it also can be wrong.
Wait, then you
okay.
because Stardust just admitted that sometimes it's wrong, and then you admitted that sometimes it's right. So now you both agree.
I don't think we have a disagreement. I have said from the beginning that sometimes it can be inaccurate. However, these examples you're bringing up are actually proving me right.
What I don't like at the beginning of this trucker conversation, when you stated bluntly that 66% of Canadians are against these truckers. I don't like that, because I don't think that's legit whatsoever. And you would need some real proof to back that up, not polling 1,400 people. And we both know, and we can both admit, that polls were wrong in the 2016 election.
They were
I
not.
understand, but they were.
They were not. The reporting by news agencies was wrong.
I'm sorry. Then okay. Then
we've already established that. I've already explained that to chat.
Stop talking. Let me finish my statement. There were polls that came out that said George W. Bush's brother, right, was going to win and be the Republican nominee, correct?
I would have to look at the polls to see if that's what they said.
There were polls that said Ted Cruz was going to win, correct?
Okay. I don't know. I haven't looked at those polls.
It changed throughout the entire election, all right? Did the polls say that Donald Trump was going to win the fucking, Republican ticket right off the bat? Absolutely no.
Okay.
That's how polling works. That's why we do multiple polls
Like
through.
the polls were saying that Bernie Sanders was going to be the candidate, but no, Hillary went up there. The polls were wrong. Polls have been wrong through this entire thing.
No, I would have to look at those individually. But as far as
Can't
the
say
Hillary
no.
Clinton
They
one,
were. Like, what are you fucking saying?
I would
Oh
have
my
to look
God,
at them
this is so
individually,
stupid.
dude. I'm not going to just take your word on it because one of the things you linked already proved you wrong. However, if we want to go,
Oh my fucking God.
if you
dude,
can
my
link those
brain
polls to me,
hurts,
please
dude.
link those polls to me. I
Because
would love to see
I
them.
don't know where the fucking polls are. Every election they say someone's going to win this ticket and then it switches around and someone else wins. To say that the polls are always right is the fucking stupid.
Who said always right? I never said always.
Oh my God, it's just frustrating. It's so frustrating. Like I'm talking to a toddler.
I feel like I'm talking to a toddler because I tried to explain this article you linked to me, but you don't seem.
What
to
does
like
it even have to do with the truckers, though? You're saying
It
that
doesn't.
poll is
You're the one
correct.
who used it as an example. You're the one who used it as an example. I'm only diving into it.
The 2016 election was wrong. There's
I'm
so
sorry.
many
I'm
reports.
sorry.
There were reports that the
Keemstar.
polls in the 2016 election are wrong.
You were the one who brought this up, right? That's the only reason I
Polls
went
in
into this.
Well, I brought it up, but
election.
Oh, okay. Bo Blacks brought it up.
yeah. Which
Hey, Bo Blacks, did you see polls saying that Hillary Clinton was going to win the 2016 election?
Yeah.
That was reports from that's from news agencies.
Yeah, and what are they reporting? Polls, right?
They are misreporting them.
Well, then what Stardust is saying is that the polls said she would win the popular vote, and she did win the popular vote, didn't she?
Yeah.
But not the electoral.
One poll. One poll.
This is not one poll. This is an aggregate of polls.
One poll.
This is not one poll. This is what you're saying is inaccurate.
One poll.
I'm sorry, but you have to see that what you're saying is inaccurate.
From CBS News, what went wrong with the polls in 2016? Can we trust them now? Like what? This is like a common thing that every American knows, that the polls were wrong in 2016. The fact that
the
you're saying
aggregate
this now
of
is
the
a
final
bold-faced
round
lie.
of public polling showed Clinton with a lead
You're
of
a
1 to 7%
bold-faced liar.
points
You're a
in the
bold-faced
national
liar.
popular vote. I'm just reading what the article says.
Well, read what this article says right here. I
Sure.
just posted in the chat. What does it say?
Okay.
What does it say? What went wrong with the polls in 2016? Can we trust them now?
Okay, let's see.
That's CBS
Here it is.
News.
Scott Keeter, senior survey advisor at the Pew Research Center, said there was understandable surprise on the part of the people. Let's see. Education was paramount. Fucking hell. I believe, yeah, if they're talking about pollsters were unprepared. Okay. Let's see. Evaluation of 2016 election polls.
Pollsters were unprepared for the white male, non-college educated voter. Oh, I'm sorry, you clicked off. Can't read it anymore. It was there.
Oh, sorry, I was clicking on something from that article.
So they didn't poll correctly, it seems.
Yeah, but this is like this is not the aggregate we're talking about, right? The aggregate again of the polls was that yes, you can look at like left-wing media sources and they will have whatever poll that makes, certain things look a certain way. But if you look at like the aggregate of all the polls, especially the national the opinion, the national popular vote.
Since this debate is based on a poll that you presented as fact,
it's an aggregate of polls.
Was it an aggregate? Was an aggregate of polls over in Canada that you read?
Oh,
that
for the Canada one. Well, we haven't looked at it. We haven't looked at.
It was only
okay, so it wasn't.
People.
Sure,
it was only 1,400 people. So, but why did you present that as fact? And now you're trying to back up that poll
in Canada with 1,400 people being polled by using this other poll where there was an aggregate
Right,
of
but
all
I didn't
polls,
just
right?
link one poll. One of the polls is 1,400 people, sure.
Yeah,
There was a
go look
second
at
poll that
another
I
poll.
linked.
Go look at another poll.
Okay, here, let me pull it up. Let's see. The poll. My Republic opinion.
Find me a trusted poll saying that 60% of Canadians are against the truckers. Find me a trusted one and defend why it's trusted.
Sure. Okay. So this one is for 1,500 people. And then the one from Abacus Data is for 1,400 people. This is like what they've been reporting. And let's see. I mean, obviously, like what's going to... we don't have an aggregate yet of what the popular opinion is of the protest. However, when you look at the methodology of this, the methodology is pretty solid. Let me see if I can find it in this. So yes, here it is, methodology. Here's where they show all the samples that they got and from where and what groups. And when you look to create a sample size, you're looking to make a very balanced sample size, right? So you can look through here. It's a variety of different regions, variety of ages, variety of educational backgrounds.
Yep. The police came out today and they said something in a press conference along the lines of, if we see you in the protest, we have cameras, we will recognize you, and we will be studying this, and we will find your identity and freeze your bank accounts and arrest you if we see you in the protest.
Okay.
Did you see that? Did you see that today?
I did not see that today, no.
But that's what they said. It's on Twitter. Like, I'd literally seen that video today. It's actually on my Twitter because I quote tweeted
On the
exactly.
video. It's a video, okay.
It's a video. And so with that type of intimidation from the government that they're going to freeze bank accounts, arrest you, and everything else, how could you even get an accurate poll if you're polling people whether or not they support the truckers or not with that type of intimidation?
So the polls were done before that, though, right?
Before what? This has been going on the whole time.
Well, you said that the police came out today and said that.
Oh, well, yeah. The poll was probably before that. But during this whole process, they were threatening to arrest them, that they stole their gas, that they freezed bank accounts.
Okay.
So
does that change the fact that on a larger scale that people polled still didn't agree with the protests?
Okay. Well, let me ask Bull Blacks a question, right?
Mm-hmm.
All right, let's say for a metaphor, let's use let's say alcohol's abolished, right? And you know, you can't drink alcohol, you can't purchase alcohol, none of that stuff, right? And the government's really cracking down on it. And they're doing a poll asking individual people, what's your name, you know, where do you go to school? Because they need to know this background stuff so it can be a fair poll, right? So now they have your personal information and they ask you a question, and if you answer it, you're kind of incriminating yourself as a criminal, right? Do you support drinking alcohol or whatever?
Oh, so you're saying that
pressure on you to...
Yeah,
but do you see how there would be pressure on you to say
no,
even though you might... Yeah, okay, so there you go.
Yeah. It's not the government doing a poll, though.
Of course, but it's still, I mean, your information is not private whatsoever.
I mean, if they're using that information to freeze people's bank accounts, I mean...
No, they're not using the poll to freeze people's bank accounts, no.
Well, they're using personal information to freeze their bank accounts.
Yeah, but this is like a third party. This is not the government, right?
Okay.
Do you know that the government was like going to arrest reporters for going there and just like literally like reporting on what was happening there? Did you know that, Stardust?
I am not aware of that, but if you have a link of it, I will believe it. So,
yeah. I mean, I saw it on Twitter. I don't have a link, but
you saw it on Twitter. Okay.
Yeah, it was like the cops were literally saying that if you are a reporter, you can't go in this area or you'll be arrested.
So Boblex, I think we have a misunderstanding here. You're talking about these polls that were conducted by a third party, right? When the government is now, I don't support government like putting statements out like we're going to like find people's faces or whatever. But when you're looking at like a poll like this, it's a third party, right? They try to get as balanced of a poll as possible, right? They are not using the data in this poll to make any arrests. This is just this is a third party separate from that.
Yeah, of course. I was just asking additional questions. But...
Sure. If you have any other questions, I am happy to answer.
Sorry, it took a little while for me to get my stuff together. How's it going, guys?
Hi, Flamenco.
It's going well. Yeah, we're just like I guess arguing about polls right now.
I mean, someone sent me a poll. Someone sent me a poll saying that 66% of Canadians agree with the Emergency Act. I mean, maybe that's true. Assuming all of these polls are fucking true, like, I don't know. It's still my opinion that the Emergency Act was cringe, and freezing bank accounts
and the way that they're
overstep, and that's just my opinion.
Wait, where do you stand
and you
on
have a right
Stardust?
to that. You have a right to that opinion. I think that so I'm looking at this from a U.S. perspective, right? And from the perspective that I'm not really a big fan of like military like force being used on protesters. I kind of like would prefer that over it, you know? So, yeah.
Wait, are you approving of the government like fucking with their money?
I put the video in the chat. I put the video in the chat.
Thanks.
That's one of many.
But when we talk about like, I'm like, okay, I think the bank freezing is bad, and then you're like, oh, would you rather have them mowed down or like whatever or military force?
Not mowed down, but
yeah, obvious. Okay, I was over exaggerating, but like, that's not the alternative I'm proposing. That's a more aggressive alternative to give into their demands. That'd be one.
At least invite them into negotiations.
And then obviously, I don't know what the exact. There might be a middle ground between, like doing exactly what the truckers want and doing the Emergency Act. Like I feel like there might be something in between.
Demands? Because some of those demands are for the American. No, I know the Canadian truckers are protesting both Canadian policies and American policies.
It's because the demands are not that extreme, in my opinion.
Why would the United States give in to demands of another country's people?
What do you mean? Wait, what do you mean? Where's America come into this?
Because these are demands
best of the people.
Yeah, these are demands on not just the Canadian government, but on the American government from Canadian truckers.
Look at my links. There's another reporter.
Okay.
Look at Keemstar's links. Look at Keemstar's links and videos.
Okay.
Yeah, but.
So wait, are you pro the government seizing of assets?
So I mean, people have illustrated the point that it's like kind of uncomfortable, but like.
Well, I think like the protest itself is like isn't actually violating any laws is the main like problem. It's just something that the Canadian government isn't like a big fan of.
Yeah, they're not doing anything illegal. Why are they punished for peaceful protest?
Okay, so I would say that there are.
She doesn't know. She knows nothing about this.
Well, let her answer. Keem, let her answer. Let her answer.
Whoa.
Keem, let her answer. Let her answer.
Flamenco knows. Okay, I think Flamenco knows me well enough that I research things.
Yeah, you didn't even know that they were threatening to arrest.
Blockading ports of entry is not legal. Just to be clear.
Yeah.
Okay,
but that's
like,
not a lawful protest.
Wait, who are they free? Whose bank accounts are they freezing? Didn't it say they're freezing bank accounts of anyone who supports the protest or is in proximity?
The organizers,
No. All
right.
The cops said today, if you are seen down in these areas where the protest is at, even if it doesn't matter why you're there, they're gonna seize your bank account. They're gonna freeze your bank accounts. They have all these cameras. going to catch you. They're going to do investigative work. This is going to go on for months and months and months, possibly years, and they will freeze your goddamn bank accounts. Even reporters.
Okay.
Like, and they're threatening arrest with reporters. Wait till you see this press conference. We need to start playing this stuff. Like,
yeah,
this
I want to
woman does not
know. I want to
what's
know
going on.
exactly what the emergency act entailed. I know they're freezing bank accounts, but I want to know specifically who.
Because I'm pretty
like,
sure.
Did Trudeau
I
make
believe it's like a 30-day thing.
Did
It's
Trudeau
30
make like
day
a
thing, I'm
public
pretty
statement?
Sure.
Did Trudeau make like went on the podium and like said exactly what he's gonna do, or do we have like a document of exactly what it entails, or proof?
Play the
of
video.
what's
Play the
happening?
video. Play the video.
They
Play
didn't.
the video. Look at the
wait.
tweets.
Isn't like the.
Whatever you want. I take off my bags. I put my hands. I am here for you.
Live in Ottawa. Police moving in on truckers convoy.
I love you all. I'm so sorry you gotta choose. I am sorry.
You got what?
I would not want to be in your position.
Cringe.
I would not want to be here for you. I'm sorry.
Wait, dude, Canadians are even saying sorry in protests. Oh, I fucking love our country, dude. Sorry, even in protests. Let's go.
They're grabbing people, like they're just grabbing whoever they can, it seems, right now. Been multiple arrests, or they're detaining people at least right now.
I'm going to make it all. I promise you.
Protest looks
Guys,
pretty
as you can see,
peaceful.
the trucks are right there. The trucks are right there.
Look at.
Is this at the Ottawa crossing? Is this at the Ottawa border crossing?
I don't know. I just looked up.
This looks like the middle of, this looks like the middle of Ontario.
Only
but I
the
don't
Ottawa
know.
police have the
Just to
earmuffs.
me.
The Toronto police do not, so.
Might be wrong.
Yo, can we play the press conference?
The press conference, where is it?
Name and
I
badge
put
number.
it in there. I put it in there.
Lawfully.
Okay.
All right.
Let's
It's
Okie
nice to see that
dokie.
video beforehand. It doesn't seem like there's that much happening in that video, but
Where did you
They
put
are
it?
saying sorry though.
Sorry, I can't see where you put it. If you can.
it's the last thing. Okay, general. I'm gonna go to general.
Oh,
voice
general, okay.
I guess. There,
Voice
just put it
general.
in there.
Okay. Voice general. Okay.
From independent media. So I was in the crowd yesterday. I was unfortunately hit with some pepper spray. I just have a question. There's some video cameras that the police are using, and some news outlets are reporting that you're gathering intelligence with those cameras. Can you elaborate, like, if the protesters at this point, retreat and go home, are they going to be getting sort of repercussions down the road, or are you going to be sort of actively pursuing the people that you've been sort of documenting and filming who are still out there protesting? What are your plans after this, after the protest is over?
Thank you. It's a great question. And the simple answer is yes. If you are involved in this protest, we will actively look to identify you and follow up with financial sanctions and criminal charges. Absolutely. This investigation will go on for months to come.
Oh, sorry.
Christ, holy shit.
Whoa!
What the
People are
fuck?
supporting this, bro?
From a provincial licensing level, from a criminal code level, from a municipal breach of court order, breach of court injunction level. It will be a complicated and time-consuming investigation that will go on for a period of time. You have my commitment that that investigation will continue, and we will hold people accountable for taking our streets over.
Stardust,
Could I just
you
ask
don't
one
know what's
question?
going on over here.
Holy
you need to pay
shit.
attention. You really don't know what's happening over here.
No,
You need
no,
to
I do.
Actually,
I am.
No. You need to
Okay.
actually pay attention.
Well, hold on.
No
Stardust,
person can support this. Nobody can support this. Human to human, you cannot support this shit. It is wrong.
How is Okay, you go.
Yeah, if it's like months, I don't know. I again would have to look a little bit more into
Simply
this,
for
but if it's-
going to the protest is
Yeah, for
enough
going-
to like get you to like
Yeah,
be
I mean,
fucked
that's
by
what the
federal
police are.
government.
That's coming right out of the police, the
Wait, do you
Canadian
guys have
police's
federal-
mouth. I mean, I feel like that's the best source, right?
Wait,
Well, we need to see more context, I think.
Well,
Lex,
but,
do
like,
you guys have like federal law enforcement? in Canada?
Stardust, listen to me.
I would assume so.
I swear
I
to
don't
God,
know.
on everything, you are so wrong on this. You cannot support this shit.
cannot
Okay,
support
so
this shit.
yeah, I mean, I don't know. I see, and I feel uncomfortable with certain parts of it as well. But I guess I just feel like
uncomfortable.
I don't
Yeah,
know
I mean-
how this is better.
So wait, hold on.
Stardust,
Wait,
real quick. Let me say
Wait.
something.
I don't.
This
Here's the
is
thing.
nothing
I
like
don't.
America. This is
I
nothing
don't.
like
Right.
America.
Sure.
This is not like our country at all. This is
I don't make
insanity.
blanket statements until I know, like, I don't make blanket statements on specific like policies until I know all of the details of that policy. It's the same exact thing that I've done with anything else that I've cited here, right?
I am vaccinated. I think every adult person should get vaccinated. I believe it.
Okay,
I think the
I agree.
vaccinations are good. Okay.
I agree. Mhm.
However, what I also feel is that government should not tell these people or tell anyone that you have to or there's going to be a punishment. When they do that, I think that is a violation against our freedom. We are free. We should be able to decide whether or not we want to get a shot or not. If people don't want to do the shot, that's fine. That is fine. I am pro-vax, pro-choice. Someone said it in the chat perfectly, right? But that's the way it has to be. You have to protect these like individual people and their freedoms and their choice. My body, my choice. When the government comes in,
this is not related.
And like
when the government comes in and they do a mandate that these truckers have to get vaccinated in order to be a trucker. That is fucking government overreach. And so they're protesting. And now the result of them protesting is that they're going to freeze their bank. First, their
Right, but
jobs
what are they
threatening.
doing? What are they demanding from the protest?
They're demanding that the mandate goes away. No more mandates.
For truckers.
Okay,
yeah.
and what is the like majority of people say? What does America say? Right?
Wait, what about America?
Matter.
Because part of this is about. There's a reason why this is happening at border crossings, right?
Stardust.
Wait, let me finish. I have let you guys speak. I've let you guys.
I haven't
speak,
actually
please.
gotten to speak, so I just wanted to like posit this real quick.
Yeah.
Your right to peacefully assemble and protest isn't dictated on what the majority of people decide that they want. Like, you understand that can lead to like really bad shit if like
so yes,
a minority
I'm going to
opinion
explain
is
this to you.
allowed to be carte blanche,
I'm
fucked
going to explain this
with
to you.
impunity, right?
Right. Sure. The reason why this is happening at so many different border crossings, Alberta, Montana, Ontario, Michigan, the reason why it's happening at so many border crossings is because their demands are not just on the Canadian government. They're also on the American government. Yeah, and I don't think the American government
And just because Joe Biden told Justin Trudeau to go after their fucking assets because he's a ghoul doesn't mean that that's right.
It's not right. It's not right.
Is that what that is? Is that like how it happened?
Biden explicitly told them to go after the fucking funds. They're using the apparatus that the U.S. government uses to go after fucking terrorists and money launderers.
This is like a Canadian policy.
I know, but they're using aspects of American law enforcement.
This is something that's been like the Emergencies Act is like not anything new
for terrorists.
It's for terrorists.
Yeah, again, if you are blocking border crossings and you are preventing the exercising of freedom of other citizens, then yeah, there's an issue.
Stardust, the police and that thing that we just played, they referred to it not as a riot, not as terrorists. They referred to them as protest and protesters.
Okay.
I'm still pretty sure that like under Canadian law that the protests themselves are not unlawful. That there is
blocking borders.
I think that like
that is illegal.
Wait, how in what way are they blocking borders specifically?
Ports of entry.
They are making
like are they clogging up all roads themselves?
They're creating blockades.
Like always in and out, or just major thoroughfares?
Yes, multiple ports of entry.
Multiple ports of entry. Yeah, 4 different.
So
ones.
like everybody involved in this should have their assets fucked with.
No, just the ones that are breaking the law, right?
Well, so then you disagree with what they're doing because they said they're going after everybody in the protest.
Yeah, if they're going after everybody, then yeah, I would disagree with that.
Yeah. I disagree. Yeah.
But that doesn't change the fact that like there are people who are breaking the law.
I mean,
They're
yes, something
blockading-
needs to be done
except-
about these protests. I agree, something needs to be done. But what they are doing is not the solution, in my opinion.
Again, I don't know all the details of this, so I can't make a blanket statement on it. But if that is what if that's what you're saying they are doing, and if that is the case, then I would disagree with that. Yeah.
I mean, that's what came out of the police chief's mouth, like
Right,
there.
but
I
that's
feel like
not
that's the best source we
a
can get.
good reflection. No, that's not really a good reflection, right? You want to look at like the actual policy.
I mean,
in
that's the
place,
guy
like
in charge. That's the
text.
guy in charge of.
Right, but the
of-
guy in charge doesn't recite the entirety of the text.
But he
right?
says what he's going to do, and what he's going to
Okay.
do. Like maybe he's breaking the law.
That's not how that's not how like policies work though, right? Like people have standards, they have to exercise them, right?
Dude, it's despicable that you would like put our fellow humans down the way you are, Stardust. I just.
Okay.
So.
We should be
so,
free. We should have
okay.
the right.
Freezing.
So should other people, though.
Freezing bank accounts of the protesters. What does that do? How does that solve the protests? Are the
I mean,
protests
some
gone?
people again have already left because of that, right?
Some, but not enough to stop the blockades, which is the issue. The blockades are the issue. And Trudeau decided to freeze bank accounts to try and solve it. Clearly, it's not working because the blockades are still there. Therefore, he made a bad decision.
I think. Okay. I mean, I'm not gonna really comment on that. I think I need to again see more info on it. But I again don't. I don't virtue signal. I like to look at the facts of a situation. If you want a virtue signal, then I'll. That's all within your right.
I feel like I just wait. You thought I virtue signaled there?
No, not you, not you. I think you're just basing this off of it's not you so much. I think that I think that I look at all the facts of a situation before I make a statement on it, because we can only make informed decisions and once we have all the informed once we're informed ourselves, essentially.
Okay,
I'm not going to base that on one video. I'm not going to base that on one article.
One video, but you do.
Yeah.
You gotta at least concede that this video is a significant fact. It's a significant information.
Significant fact.
This information
That
in
it's
this
a matter of
video
state
is
policy
significant.
that simply attending this protest is enough to have increased scrutiny by their fucking government. Yeah,
This
that's
isn't like a
really
random
fucked.
person saying it.
Oh,
It's
wait.
Stardust,
It says here,
if
just
going
a second,
to a
just
BLM
a second.
protest was enough to get your fucking financials.
There's more. Here's why I don't make a blanket statement. It says the context of that press conference after the protests. Okay, let's see. He's talking about was declared illegal. What was declared illegal? Prior to that statement, he said, anyone blocking streets or assisting others in blocking the streets are committing a criminal offense and you may be arrested. So that is the context that we're missing from that video.
Said if you were at these protests.
Even with that context, I still think it's bad. But
anyone coming to Ottawa to join the demonstration would also be breaking the law.
Okay, so
it is
just
clipped,
simply
yeah.
joining
that video is clipped.
So that's really fucking bad. That's really fucking bad.
Well, if it's people committing crimes, then I think
by simply going to Ottawa to demonstrate.
No, blocking the street.
No. That's not what he said. Well, hold on, real quick, Stardust. That's not what he fucking said. You just read it out. If you come to Ottawa to join in the protest, then you are also going to be scrutinized.
Right. Anyone that's in addition to anyone blocking the streets or assisting others in the blocking of streets are committing a criminal offense. You may be arrested.
In addition,
The problem is that that's really bad, right? Like you can agree that simply going to a demonstration shouldn't be justification to have.
Simply going to a demonstration shouldn't be justification. You are correct.
Okay.
But he is specifically talking about legal activities.
Stardust.
In
addition. Okay.
In addition. No, it's not in addition. It's prior to that statement.
An important
It's
point.
prior to that
An important point is that they're saying in addition to people assisting the protesters. Now, what do they define as assisting? Because they could define assisting as them just standing next to the street and having a sign saying, "I support
criminal activities," right?
But yeah, but what do they define? Okay, so assisting in criminal activities. So
you bring them
let's
food.
say there's someone bringing them food. Let's say there's someone holding up a sign who isn't actually blocking it, but are supporting the protesters. Would that constitute as assisting? Therefore, constitute them freezing those assets of those people?
That's the information we need to find out, right? So it says here, you must leave the area now, the Ottawa Police Service said in a statement and in leaflets handed out to protesters. Anyone blocking streets or assisting others in blocking streets are committing a criminal offense and you may be arrested. You must immediately cease further unlawful activity or you will face charges.
Yes, what do they define as a...
Wait, let me finish. The police warned that anyone coming to Ottawa to join the demonstration would also be breaking the law.
Yeah, joining the demonstration. What level of ambiguity to that statement leads you to believe that simply attending the protest is not grounds for the government in this instance to fuck with the citizens?
Because they are specifically saying anyone blocking
They did not. They
streets
said
or
if you
assisting
come
others.
in to join in the demonstration.
I don't know how I can demonstrate this further to you guys. It's like linear here.
I'm pretty sure we can all assume that the polling would have to be incorrect based on the threats from the government. If you support these truckers, you are a criminal.
By virtue of what? Common sense?
No, my waves. You can snicker all you want, but like, do you believe that simply attending this protest is grounds to have your fucking shit fucked with by the government?
No, I don't.
Well, then why don't you cut out the fucking smug little self-satisfied chuckling and actually address this fucking point?
The claim was that somehow dictate, or just because
how with like arguing over
oh my god, he's just gonna talk over me.
It's just so basic, like human rights and like common sense. Like, dude, these people are being fucked so bad by the government.
By the way, let me just like set it in a hypothetical. Let me set it in a hypothetical. You know, during the the George Floyd stuff, there was like a lot of instances of a lot of like illegal activities, such as like arsons and stuff and vandalism, all that sort of stuff. Now, granted, a lot of the people there weren't engaging in those things. However, as a means in which to chill any further like possible acts of this, the government says, if you attend these protests, you are going to have your assets seized. You are going to be unable to function in society. Would you support that?
No, I don't support that.
Okay, good.
Yeah, but that was never the point, right? The point was that
so now we can get away with this like fucking smuggling.
Well,
like
no. It was because
Keem said say what he wants to say, right?
Keem implied that was somehow indicative of how you can't trust polling, right?
There were Native Americans that were trying to stop a pipeline under Trump, and they went and protested it. Would you say that those Native Americans shouldn't have been arrested?
How are they protesting?
They stood in the way of blocking the fucking pipeline, and they got arrested. I don't think they should have been arrested. Do you?
I'd have to look at the details again.
But you don't know this story. This is like a major story.
Well, based on simple principle, you're saying if someone's blocking something,
Native Americans didn't support a pipeline that Trump was building. So
I want to hear what Mindwaves was saying, though. Like, he was in the middle of saying something. Can we finish?
You keep interrupting him unintentionally.
I don't know who that is.
No,
the other guy in the call.
It doesn't really matter because Keemstar's not going to reply, right? It was about what Keemstar said about how fucking polling is somehow like not to be trusted based off of like just literally just based off of like how optically bad this looks, right? We really have no idea how that statement from the police is going to affect public opinion at all. And to say that like, oh, well, after this, it's for sure that the public doesn't support cracking down on these protests. That's an asinine assumption.
Okay, I agree that the protests should stop because it's obviously affecting the economy or whatever. But why do you guys think the best course of action was to freeze the bank accounts in this way? I want to hear your opinion.
Because it's an effective way of like fucking with people. And
no, I want to hear their opinion because they're very why do you think this was the best course of action that Trudeau could have done?
Well, I don't agree with it, right? But like, I really don't think it is an effective way to deal with it. But the argument would be that these people are relying on funds to be able to even engage in these protests, right? To pay for the cost of living while they're doing right, because these people aren't working during this time. They're relying on outside sources, right? So it's just trying to crack down on them by making it harder on them to continue it, right? I honestly don't even think it's necessary. I really would just say I think the best alternative would be to like pressure the province to try to deal with it with their police, and if not, then the federal government has to send in the military eventually, because there's no way you can let the entire economy suffer and have long-term ramifications for the entire country and its citizens just because these truckers don't want to get vaccinated.
Okay, Stardust, why do you think this was the best course of action or acceptable course of action?
I think it's a better course of action than like what I see as the alternative, right? However, if this actually is like,
well, there's multiple
just
alternatives. So like,
okay, right. Let me finish.
Okay.
Right. So I get, okay. So I think this is like from what I can see, the other alternative is again using like military or police force,
Yeah. So what,
and just from the perspective. Yeah, I'm a little bit concerned about like the like the force that would need to be used, right? So I guess I just see that like the economic sorry, give me a second here. The
Think the
economic
government should be able to
incentive.
step into strikes if it
Hey,
affects the economy enough?
hey, let me finish. Okay. Right. Right. I am a little bit concerned that about the force that would need to be used in that situation when you send in the military to break up protests, and especially when there's like a blockade, right? Or several blockades, there's definitely going to be some sort of intense force that will be used. So I think that it's an alternative that they're trying to do. I don't know what the outcome is going to be. If it's just used randomly on random citizens, and obviously that's bad, and they shouldn't be doing that. It should only be used if they're going to use it on people who are committing like criminal offenses. And even then, I would hope that it would be temporary.
Okay.
So the thing is, though, okay, so I want to ask, though, because you brought up, like, if it damages the economy, what if, like, a key sector of the economy just decided to go on complete strike, and then they drove an entire, like, sector that the economy is dependent on, like, straight into the ground? Should the government be able to force them to get back to work?
I guess I would need like an example. Like, what do you mean?
Say like
I'm a little bit stoned right now.
Say like yeah, it's okay. Say like a global shipping provider, like all of its crew and stuff, like all of a sudden just said, you know what, we're not going to work until vaccine mandates are over. Would the government have like a legal right to then like force them to stop that?
No, but they're not doing a criminal offense, right? And not working.
It's not the fact that they're striking, right? It's the fact that they're blocking ports of
I'm gonna
entry.
give you all the details based on what I'm saying. Forget reality, just based on what I'm saying. Donald Trump ordered a pipeline to go through a reservation, okay? Many people, especially Native Americans, did not want this. So the Native Americans, along with other people, went and protested this pipeline, and they went to the construction site where they were making the pipeline. And by them being there, they couldn't do construction because people are there protesting. The cops came in, arrested the protesters. Do you support police coming in and arresting these Native Americans from trying to protest and stop a pipeline from being built?
Okay, so if there was a hospital that was built on like Native American land, right? Would it be okay for Native Americans to show up and block people from going to work or leaving the site?
No. Answer my question. I don't want to be thrown into some weird shit where you try to get a W because you changed the game.
It's a similar like scenario, right?
Just answer my question. Answer my question.
That what should the police be able to intervene there?
Should the police be able to arrest those Native Americans?
Sure. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
Interesting.
if you put a hospital in the same
Remember
place.
that. Remember that. Remember that.
Okay, remember
Anybody
like
paying attention to Stardust? Stardust agrees with Native Americans being arrested for protesting a pipeline.
well, I mean, if we're looking at somebody committing a criminal offense, then yeah.
Yeah, but wouldn't you argue that Donald Trump and the government are creating the criminal offense by fucking putting a pipeline on a reservation? You wouldn't. You fucking retard. Oh my god.
Okay, well, there are plenty of things that are built on Native American land, right? Again, if you use the example of a hospital that's built on Native American land and Native Americans...
I'm unfamiliar with Native American law in Canada. Don't well, here in Canada, Native Americans like own their own land. Like the Canadian government has no control over, native land. Is it the same in America or?
It's like pipeline? It's a weird legal area.
Okay.
At the end of the day, Native Americans, right? We've screwed them throughout history. We've went back on treaties. We make their land smaller and smaller. It's just horrible what we've done to Native Americans. And so now the federal government's like, look, we're putting this pipeline in the ground through the reservation. We're going to do it no matter what. And they really had no say in the matter.
Okay, I would have to look into it more. Maybe after looking into it more, I might change my mind, but I can't make that decision right now.
As someone who's left-leaning, it's just shocking that you'd be like, yeah, the cops can arrest them.
I'm thinking of I don't know. I'm thinking of anybody who's committing a crime, though, right?
So you're just pro-government. You're pro-government.
In a way, yeah, I think so. Yeah.
So you're more pro-government than the individual.
I think that I'm pro-government in the sense that
more than individual freedom.
The individual freedoms shouldn't encroach on other individual freedoms. So
they are.
Right. When somebody is blocking a border crossing, yes, they are infringing on other people's freedoms.
Okay. You have the right. Yeah, but you have the right to get a shot or not. Like you have the right. Like what do you mean? Like
sure.
What do you...
You have the right to get a shot or not.
Okay, all right. Then why? But you just said, oh my god, this is so confusing. Flamenco, did she not just say that you can't infringe on someone else's rights?
When they are infringing on the rights of other people, yeah.
Look, if they don't want to get the shot, don't be a trucker. Find a different job.
Yeah, find a different job, you know? So.
No, that's horrible.
I mean, we're also getting into the point where the vaccine mandates not even really being something that's needed, honestly, because everyone's gonna just fucking get Omicron anyway. Holy shit.
Well, I feel like there's two separate discussions here. There's the protests, whether you agree with it or not, or the what Trudeau is doing about it. Personally, I think the truckers should just suck it up and get the vaccine. That's just my opinion. But also, I think what Trudeau is doing is insane.
Their right. But it's their right. I would say
they're right, and then they don't have to work in that industry anymore. Then.
But
right?
That's fucking. But that's tyranny. What are you saying?
Well, okay, they can still work then domestically, right? They don't have to block the border crossing. I don't think America should cede to the citizens of another country.
I think freezing bank accounts...
I think we already do when it comes to some trade things.
Okay, would you have a problem with America saying all Twitch streamers must be vaccinated? If you're not vaccinated, you can't be a Twitch streamer. Would you have any issue with that whatsoever?
Let's use a better example.
Let's use that example.
Let's
use that example. Use that.
Because I wouldn't care, but I'm selfish and vaccinated.
Well, I mean, I honestly, yeah, I probably wouldn't care either.
You're not a nurse. You're a Twitch streamer.
Okay. I probably wouldn't care. Then, yeah, if it were a Twitch streamer, and I wouldn't care if it were a nurse either. So.
You wouldn't care at all.
No, I wouldn't.
The government said you had to get this done.
How do we get rid of polio?
I care more.
Do you still want polio around?
No. It's not. We're not debating if vaccines are good or not. You keep messing that up in your head. We're debating on whether or not you're debating on whether or not the government and force you to get a vaccine.
Yes, it can.
Yeah, they can.
But should it?
Okay, there's two discussions here, because there's the vaccine discussion, and then there's also the discussion of should the government force to break up protests by freezing accounts the way they are. So, like,
Yeah, we're kind of pivoting around.
Yeah,
lot,
I mean, there's two arguments, like, with like.
I mean, like, one of the
saying
people
is,
is
what
high
if-
in here, so we're
I
gonna
think
go
it's,
in some weird
I think
circles.
I think freezing bank accounts is way worse than letting unvaccinated truckers go across the border. That's why I think.
Yeah, but the U.S. doesn't want them, so.
Okay, but Canada's
Well,
one
the
freezing
U.S.
their
also
bank
wants their
accounts.
goods, so you know.
U.S. wants a lot of things.
Play
If
ball.
there is a medicine in the future that is poisonous, that there's no long-term side effects that are known, it gets pushed on to a country because people think it's good, right? And then down the line, it ends up killing those people. All right, hypothetically speaking. You weren't given a choice. You were forced by the government to take this vaccination or whatever the fuck it is, right?
Sure, but mRNA has been like in development for 30 years.
Okay, but that's not what.
By the way,
that's
we
not what
love
I
the
said.
Fauci ouchie
That's
here.
not what I. That's not what I said. What I said is,
But there's a
want
difference,
the
right?
power? Do you want your health in the hands of the fucking government?
Sometimes, yeah.
No, you don't.
I do.
You never want that. No, you don't.
I think I do.
Oh my God. No, you want to make the decisions on your own personal health, not the government. You want to.
I trust the health organizations that inform those opinions.
Okay, but that's you trusting it. You don't want the
Sure.
government to tell you. That's insane.
Besides, like again, the problem is
Oh
is
my
that like
God.
these
Oh my
restrictions
I
really
think we're
aren't
just
gonna.
gonna have to agree to disagree, Keemstar.
The restrictions aren't really even going to do anything, though. That's the thing. Like it is like essentially pointless. This isn't even
what
like
I'm
trusting, trusting my science, my Reddit.
Oh no, I thought
there's
he was talking about
like the fucking
smallpox, guys.
I thought he was talking
Okay,
about the freezing.
COVID is not.
Everybody-
What? Well, hold on, real
every-
quick. COVID's not smallpox. Two, the fucking like what's the infection rate with people with vaccines when it comes to the Omicron? Isn't it like 70% or something?
Still reduces your reduces the severity though.
Sure,
right?
and that would be important if we were ever at like maximum capacity in hospitals, but that isn't the case. So these lockdowns seem to be, and these the COVID restrictions seem to be kind of pointless. They seem to.
So I'm
like,
going to disagree with you on the hospital thing, but I think it is far too late at night for us to argue about like the working of hospitals.
I'm not
and
talking
of
about
nurses
overworking
and
of
of
hospitals.
doctors.
The reason that hospitals are overworking is because they can't hire the staff because of COVID restrictions. The COVID
No,
restrictions
it's
are
not
stopping.
because of that.
Yes, it is.
Stardust. Not.
Yes, no, Stardust. You know?
my
Do you know?
God.
Well, hold on, real quick. Stardust. Do you know what like 95% of hospital funding comes from?
Where?
It comes from elective procedures that they can't do right now because of COVID restrictions.
Mm-hmm.
So when you have less funding coming in, you can't hire more people, and when you can't
That's
hire
not all
more
hospitals, actually. There are like
majority
there
of
for a while.
hospitals.
No. In the beginning of the COVID pandemic, yes, elective surgeries were not allowed. Right, it was only like in very rare cases. But now hospitals have lifted restrictions on that.
Right, they've lifted restrictions but not completely removed them, and there's still ones that are causing like a deficit in like hospital funding. So like the main reason is because they can't hire more staff.
The main reason they're having trouble right now is not from that. There are actual hospitals that are having an abundance of patients, and because they have an abundance of patients, they're unable to treat everybody as they would want to treat them.
What is the amount of people who are denied access, medical access due to ICUs being overflowed with COVID patients in the US?
I'm not sure all of the specifics around that, but I think we're getting away from the initial point of the Canadian truckers.
Yeah, I have a question. If Flamenco's like done with his.
Yeah.
Okay, so I want to know, Stardust, in your opinion, and I want to know from like, I know you're probably going to answer. Okay, so basically my question is going to be that why do you think freezing the bank accounts is better than just letting the truckers cross? And I know you're going to say, oh, we can't let the government like go to peer pressure or whatever, but like regardless of that, like I think personally that freezing bank accounts does extremely more harm to people of anybody in the protest having their bank accounts frozen, rather than letting a couple hundred unvaccinated truckers go across the border. So
yeah, but
why...
you don't have to, right? Literally
okay,
just remove
I asked
them,
Stardust,
right?
but
this doesn't even make common sense.
Listen, if you just
They're
don't like
truckers,
the
they're in a
nuisance that they're
cab.
making, you can just remove them. It doesn't matter if, like,
everybody
legally they're not doing anything wrong.
They are. They're literally blocking ports of entry. You can't say legally they're not doing anything wrong. That is not legal at all to block ports of entry. You are literally blocking the free movement of people from America to Canada and Canada to America.
They are infringing on the rights of not just other Canadian citizens. They are infringing on the rights of American citizens.
The U.S. government has no say in the business of Canada, unless it's Joe Biden telling people.
It's blocking ports of entry between both countries. It's blocking trade between both countries.
I understand.
Real quick.
I understand, and the protests need to end. I agree, but what I'm saying is that what is worse, freezing the bank accounts or letting unvaccinated truckers go through? Because in both,
letting unvaccinated truckers go through. Yeah.
Yeah. 100%.
Okay.
I don't want sick
I just hope
people.
you never
I
run
want
afoul of
people
the state and then they
spreading
fuck with you
more
guys
of
like this
Omicron.
level.
I don't
Holy
want.
shit.
I don't
Probably
want
not,
more of
though.
Omicron. I don't want to incentivize breaking the law either. And I don't think that the U.S. government should be ceding to the citizens of another government.
Civil disobedience is, it's all well and good. It's just as long as it's something you want. I gotcha.
I think,
as long as
okay.
it's not blocking the rights of other people to
Now the
cross a
next question
border,
is-
to block the rights of people to move.
Do you,
Okay, so it.
So whenever someone has a
Bo Black, stop. Flamenco. Okay, she is saying that you have a right to protest, all that other stuff, but you can't mess with other free people's rights. So when you're blocking, the roads or whatever, you're fucking with other people. You're fucking with other free people. Right? That's her point, right? But what she's ignoring is that the prime minister did a mandate to free people saying, if you don't get this shot, you can't be a truck driver. That
So I
is
explained this
infringing.
earlier.
That's also infringing. It's exactly what she's saying. You're infringing
I can explain
on
this.
the rights of. No, you
Again.
can't. You literally can't, because it's the same fucking thing.
If you finish crying, and then I will explain it to you.
I don't cry.
Please don't start that. No, that always leads to bad shit. Don't espouse that they're losing their emotional control. It's never a good thing.
All right, fine, fair enough.
Then people are just gonna start screaming.
Okay. We have again a concept called consent of the governed, right? And you elect certain representatives to carry out certain policies and to make decisions on behalf of the people. I would think that the average Canadian did not elect the truckers to block ports of entry. That is not a duty that has been assigned to the truckers. It is a duty that has been assigned to politicians to make decisions on behalf of the greater good of the country.
Do you think that the Canadian people signed up for politicians to use the same laws that they use to go after terrorist organizations?
That's what I'm saying. Exactly, Flamenco. That's exactly what I was gonna say. Do you think the people who voted Trudeau in 2021 thought there was gonna be a fucking emergency act to fucking freeze bank accounts of anyone standing in the street next to a protest that's peaceful? What? No fucking.
Again, it's not peaceful. It's not peaceful. It's blocking ports of entry.
Stardust, there was a protest based on government overreach. The mandate was considered government overreach. So there was a protest. And the reaction to the protest is more government overreach. You are insane to support this. An insane person would support this.
Okay. 66%.
Literally not overreach in any way.
I don't think we're going to agree
it's a
on
legal
this.
provision used to go after terrorist organizations. You think that they're a terrorist organization?
If you're
They're
blocking the
engaging
port
in
of
a form of
entry,
terrorism, yeah.
They were saying sorry to the police officers.
Okay, dude.
Wait.
So far, the only
We're
people who have
talking
been
about the
killed are
facts, right?
protesters
We're
who
talking
like got
about the
trampled over
facts
by horses.
surrounding it, right?
It's literally
It's
9/11. Or
wait a minute. Okay, there are ports of entries, multiple ports of entries that are blocking the movement of not just Canadian citizens, but of American citizens too. I think that is a problem and that is a crime. And if they are using that to maybe stop that from happening, then I understand why. I can definitely see, I would have to look into more of it, and I'm willing to change my mind on the economic aspect of that. But like, as far as taking some sort of measure to stop that specific crime, that specific infringement on somebody else's freedom, yes. I think we need to agree to disagree. I think we're not going to get any further with
violence
this.
to enact political motivations. I do not think that civil disobedience on this level that is that is non-violent is terrorism. It is civil. No, it is literally civil disobedience.
Okay.
Blocking the free flow of like people and trade between borders, international borders, that is a form of violence. You're leveraging violence, right?
Okay.
You're literally creating a blockade saying, no, you may not cross here.
I don't think that fucking with people's economic things is violence like this.
It shouldn't matter to you if they use economic measures on them, right? It shouldn't matter to you if they use economic measures on people then, right?
I mean,
it's not violence.
So you're saying that it isn't terrorism?
I mean, I don't know. It's up to you. What do you think?
What do you think?
I think
you can really ask that hypothetical if you
I think
try
economic. Yes, I think
that.
economic. I think blocking the free flow of people and trade, as well as hindering an entire country economically, yes, that can be terrorism. But what level of terrorism? I'm not really sure. I do think that it is justified for them.
Blocking a road.
It's not blocking a road.
Okay.
It's
A port of
blocking
entry.
port
It's
of
a port of
entry.
entry between two countries.
Okay, you think? Okay.
Are you saying that Black Lives Matter are terrorists?
It depends on what you're talking about.
No.
It does, yeah.
During the Black Lives Matter protests, they blocked roads. Are you saying they are terrorists?
Did they block ports of entry?
Yeah, the roads they're blocking are different.
No, you said blocked roads.
Yeah.
You said
I said blocked ports of entry.
Okay.
Ports of entry.
If blocking,
blocking trade.
Guys,
blocking,
just make sure that your
the
road,
movement
just
of
make sure that your road
citizens
blockade
of
doesn't
multiple
affect
people.
the GDP, and then it's all fine and good.
Okay.
I mean, I didn't look when they were burning down police precincts. I didn't support that either.
Blocking trades of entry is economic terrorism. You agree, Stardust?
Blocking trade is economic terror.
Okay, to some extent, that's what you're saying.
To some extent.
Okay.
Yeah, maybe.
Okay, so freezing the assets of the protesters, would that also be economic terrorism against Canadian citizens?
It's a punishment that's given out to stop them from doing that. And I'm pretty sure that they lift it after a while.
If you break the law,
I just wanted your
in a
answer.
protest,
I'm not trying to
If
argue.
you break laws in a protest, are you a terrorist?
It depends on the law. I don't think people should be burning down police precincts.
Are they terrorists for doing that?
I don't know. I don't know if they're terrorists for doing that. I'd have to look at like what our legal definition of terrorism is, right? Is it something that's like affecting the GDP?
Was terrorism.
Yeah,
so,
because that is affecting like the broader global
the literal
economy,
goal
right?
is to disrupt the economy.
Are strikes terrorism?
No, because they're not breaking a law.
It wouldn't be a big deal if these people were just striking, but these people aren't just striking, right? They're demonstrating by blocking ports of entry.
Yeah, blocking ports of entry is kind of cringe.
They can strike all they want, right? They can go and get another job. They don't have to get the vaccine, all right? If they want to cry about it, that's their problem.
In Canada, I don't think that's how it works.
Guys, it is 4:20 a.m.
Yeah, it's okay.
I think we might have to agree to disagree on this.
Yeah.
But I appreciate it.
I just
okay.
like the
right,
main
Keemstar,
hold on,
you're wrong. Okay.
Real quick, the main thing I want to get.
You're fundamentally wrong.
The main thing I want to get out here, and I hope people just take this away. when we've seen it like over the last couple of years, at least in America, where like on paper they can infringe on your rights, but we've seen like lawmakers try to pressure like businesses and other things to like, you know, tamp down on some things that they're not a big fan of. Sometimes they'll just do it like they'll just do it for the fuck of it. If you were in Washington D.C. on January 6th and you made a credit card purchases, guess what? The FBI has all of your financial records on that day. Good luck with that, buddy.
It's related to the Canadian.
And under the auspices of like insurrection.
How is this related to the Canadian thing, though?
No, what I'm saying is that the government, like in other institutions like this, are making it very clear that if you engage in civil disobedience that they do not like, then they are going to absolutely remove your ability to function in society. If you are a like, you know, rational human being, that should terrify the fucking shit out of you. That should really scare the living piss out of you. The government is going to use the apparatus to, huh?
This is such a this is not related to the Canadian thing at all.
It is because they're fucking with their bank accounts.
It's different government. Like
no, I'm saying
Okay, go ahead.
Well, hold on, real
I'll
quick.
let you finish.
One, because Trudeau is doing this at the behest of Biden. He is literally said for him to go after the financial things, and the U.S. government has institutions that are helping them do this. This isn't like a thing that the Canadian government is doing. The apparatus that has been set up during like the fucking Patriot Act is currently being used to fuck with the Canadian protests. That should scare the living shit out of everybody, but you know, as long as as long as they say things you don't agree with, it's okay to dehumanize them, I guess. I don't know.
It's not about saying things that you disagree with. It's about breaking laws.
It is. Because
about breaking laws. I think people should have the right to protest. But if you're breaking a law that infringes on the rights of multiple people of different nations, then yeah, there's an issue there.
And simply being associated with them is enough to get you
being
under scrutiny.
Associated should not be something. Yeah, no, being associated should not be something that's
right.
punished,
But I'm saying that is how it is right now, and that should terrify the living shit out of everybody. Huh?
For Canada?
This is being done at the behest of our government, and the government's already done this shit to American citizens so far, dude.
I don't know. I'd have to look into that. Yeah, I would have to look into that one. So,
yeah.
But you know what? I still I agree to disagree, and I respect you, Flamenco. So.
Gish Gallop. No, it's literally fucking tied into how the government is gonna fuck with dissidents in the future. Like, holy shit! I'm sorry, you're too stupid to figure that out, chat. Holy fuck.
They can't just use it as like a to crack down just on any protest, right?
Why not?
Like, yeah. Well, they shouldn't. I mean,
it has a certain criteria that has to be made, right? You have to make the argument that that there's a justification for enacting the emergencies, right?
Oh, so just as long as they're able to justify it, just as long as they're able to rationalize it, you have nothing to worry about. Okay, buddy.
Well, that's a very big distinction, right? Like, like this isn't talking about like cracking down on protests in the streets, right? This is talking about like, all right, well, if people are actually aiming to and successfully like crippling our economy in an attempt to, you know, protest for whatever cause, you know, that is an emergency that does affect national security.
The problem with that is that the state basically just gets to decide who is and who is not a threat to this by the ability to do this. And
federal government's always going to have some degree of discretion when it comes to that, right?
And being okay with that is going to lead the complacency that they're going to be able to use to do that more and more.
Dude, what's happening over in Canada is so fucking scary. And like, dude, especially Americans. If Americans don't see that, bro, the world is fucked. Like us Americans, like there's no way we can support what the hell is happening in Canada. There's just no way. This shit is so crazy.
Keem, we're the ones that are facilitating it, and we're the ones that are also like telling Canada to fucking do it.
Please,
Like,
I'm so bored. Please, can we like? I would like to go to bed sometime tonight. So.
Well, just admit you're wrong.
Time to buy
I'm not
crypto,
wrong.
boys.
I'm not wrong. I'm very confident in my rightness here. So. But
wrong?
we can, you know what? We can agree to disagree, Keemstar, and you can think that you're right, and I can think that I'm right, and I think that's
agree
great.
that you're wrong.
You can agree with somebody else that I'm wrong, but I am very happy
You
to.
support what they're doing to these truckers. There's no fucking way.
I mean, I've given you the
Well,
nuance of the situation, right?
She did say that if they are, which they are, from what I can see, if they're freezing assets of people who aren't actively blocking the road and doing the illegal shit, that's wrong. That's what Stars said.
Yeah,
and also threatening to do it to
be fair
people
to
who
her.
aren't engaging in like illegal activities. Just
Yeah.
simply by being at the protest, you
I
are
think
subject
that's so
to this
wrong.
sort of shit.
I think that's
It is
more wrong than letting the
100%
unvaxxed
intimidation.
trekkers across. No, but...
Well, Keemstar, what do you think the federal government should do? Like, what is the solution to dealing with these truckers?
Yeah, so you're wrong. We win.
Open up the roads to negotiations.
What does that mean, though? What do you do?
Well,
Open up
why, guys?
negotiations
He
with them.
might still have you muted, Mindwaves.
Oh yeah, that's true.
So wait, what did you ask him, Mindwaves? Oh
Then
yeah, what would
Mindwaves
Keem
said-
do?
Just
what would
unmute him,
Keem
Keem.
do?
No,
What should the federal government do?
I think the
right?
issue is I'm
If
being like
not-
straw man.
If not, send in the military. If
statement
not,
quietly.
if
Well, it's
not,
not really a
use-
straw man. It's happening. Stardust.
No, I know. I think that no, but like my opinion on this is being straw man, right? You're taking it to the
Oh.
extreme. I've already said that like there is nuance to the situation. If people are like if people are just being arrested or having their assets frozen for just being somewhere, then
Stardust.
obviously that's wrong.
Stardust.
Yeah.
So let me just get this straight, right? The government, this is going to be a long one, so just pay attention. The
Oh my
government
God.
has 100% right to mandate that you get a medical procedure, like a vaccination is what I'm referring to. when
We
I
did
say
it with
that,
smallpox.
okay?
Yeah.
Okay. The government, if you protest against that, the government then can arrest you for protesting.
Only if you break the law in a very specific way.
Already established that they're threatening just the simple act of being there is there. Like they've
Simple
literally
act of
threatened
being
that.
there. The simple act
in
of being there should
association
not.
with a protest that is literally like holding the economy hostage. Yeah.
Okay, so
there's a
BLM
broader
Yeah.
context that you're leaving out at the end of that.
So wait, okay, hold on. So what you're saying that you're okay if just the mere association is enough, even if they don't engage in unlawful activity to have
No,
the
I
government.
actually don't. I think that they should
Okay,
have
then
to
don't
be.
fucking say that it's in association with them with like something that's engaging in
Bro,
like,
is
you
an
know.
argument
can
for
we
that sort of
argue about
action
something
depending on-
else? We've looped like 5 times.
No,
now.
there
Can we
isn't.
loop-
If you don't do illegal shit, the government should not go after you.
Okay, I would like
Simple as.
I think Mindwaves asked a good question that I would like to give to both Flam and Keem. Is that like in if you were in Justin Trudeau's position with the protests, like what would you do to solve it? What would you do to end it?
At least offer up
I would
negotiations.
end
for them.
mandates. No, and mandates.
Okay.
Just end the mandate. Obviously, he lost.
Yeah, I
I mean,
would do that
obviously
too.
the
I would do
mandates,
that
the
too.
mandates with like the current data that's going on with like how Omicron is spreading. Like, yeah, it's a fucking lost cause. Everyone's just gonna get fucking COVID, dude. But at least offer them like an olive branch and actually sit down at the table with the organizers. Yeah.
Well, here's the number one reason why he should end the mandates. All right, it's just a math thing, right? 90% of the truckers are vaccinated. So why was there a mandate? in
Yeah,
the
that's
first
what I'm
place?
saying, dude. That's what I'm saying.
We're like looping. We're Anna 2.0. Like can we like?
Well, I don't think this
Yeah.
specific point was looping because they didn't answer that.
The entirety of the conversation is looping.
It is
though.
pretty
It
loopy,
is Anna.
but I mean that's what
Yeah.
happens when people fundamentally disagree on certain things. Just gets kind of
Yeah, we're
loopy
just
at
gonna
some
have to
point.
agree to disagree. We fundamentally disagree.
I think
That's
everyone
all.
got out their points though. I don't think anything's
So,
like
yeah.
missing here, unless
I don't
someone,
think
unless
so.
someone has something
Hey,
they want to say
Stardust.
that they didn't.
Stardust.
Mm-hmm.
I want to say something. Stardust.
Yeah, go ahead.
Do you know why 7 million Jews died?
God, no, please, let's not.
You want to know why?
Not everything has to be the fucking Holocaust. Jesus Christ,
Oh,
please, no.
According to Hitler, who was a horrible piece of shit, they broke the law. They broke the law.
I fucking hate American politics.
You know what? Also,
I really
Hitler
do.
had a mustache. Does that make everybody who has a mustache like really bad?
All I'm saying is your whole point
Yes,
is
Aaron
it's
Yeager
the
did
law.
nothing wrong.
Your whole point is they broke the law. They broke the law. They're breaking the law. Well, dude, you can break laws when there's dictators making stupid fucking laws that go against human rights.
But this is not a law. That's not a law that they're breaking. What they're breaking is they're breaking a law in a way that prevents like free people from moving freely.
You know what? We shouldn't even be a country then, according to you, because we broke the law as Americans.
I'm just surprised that Keemstar supports terrorism,
and
honestly.
We fucking...
Oh, dude.
You know what I mean?
My ways,
Like,
please.
I
Stardust,
mean,
you have
like,
a mustache.
we
I
could
do have a
make the
mustache.
argument
I will
that you
give that to you.
support
I will cede you on
overarching
that
state
point
power,
only,
so-
Lay something.
Don't worry, I know that these institutions will never be used against you, buddy.
Guys,
Probably actually not,
Can we
though.
argue about something else then?
Okay,
Best movie
Hitler
is
didn't
Minions.
do blackface, so...
Ooh.
Justin Trudeau did, so...
Minions is
kinda
the best
racist.
movie, and I'm
Why?
going to... What do you mean, why? Because
Oh my
it's cute.
god. Oh my god. Minions
I mean,
best
like,
movie
but
ever
Wall-E
made?
is cute, and it's
Okay,
also like
alright.
really well done.
You know what?
Minions is a really great
I
movie.
think
I do
anyone
actually
who
really
thinks
like it.
I think anyone who thinks the Minions is the best movie should have their bank accounts frozen for protesting that.
What am I protesting?
Protesting the fact that other movies are better.
I'm not
Also-
protesting.
Also,
well,
obviously,
I'm
I'd
just
also
saying.
argue that terrorism is already a buzzword that's used to lead to some very negative connotations, and anyone who's
Anyone who
a little bit
posts-
wary of the state,
And
should
anyone
not,
who supports
willy-nilly
the
call them
Minions,
that.
anyone who posts Minion memes on Facebook should also get their assets frozen as they
Oh my
are
God, what the
assisting
fuck?
the Minions being used in a positive light. I respect
actually,
it.
my
I don't
way
know
is
why
you
we're
support the
cracking
Patriot
jokes.
Act?
I have no idea why we're cracking jokes
Do I
about
support the
Minions
Patriot
when,
Act?
like,
No, I don't.
humans that live that are your neighbors, Bo Blacks.
Yeah.
Like that are like I can throw a rock and
I
Well,
don't
there's
agree with the
humans that
Emergencies
are
Act as written,
also
by the
Well,
way.
I
It's
agree.
very
Okay.
clear.
I
can't
mean,
do
Good
their
to know.
They're
jobs
getting
because
their
of
rights.
that, right?
They're getting their
So,
rights.
Just the
trampled
There's
on.
humans
implementation
that
of
are
it.
having their free movement being hindered, right?
I mean,
so.
Keem, I make jokes about a lot of. I mean, I literally made a joke about like Hitler not doing blackface, so I make fucked up jokes. But
Nice.
obviously, you can tell by the points that I said that I do think that the freezing of the bank accounts is fucked up, and what Trudeau's doing is fucked up, and I don't like that he's my prime minister. So I do,
Dude,
I do see
nobody
your point.
supports that guy except for nobody in Canada supports that prime minister. They all want.
Oh
him
yeah,
gone,
the
but
next election's gonna be very different. I'd imagine.
he's
That'd be really
not going
funny.
to survive. Nobody in Canada wants him.
I think he called a Jewish woman a fucking Nazi recently.
Oh no, dude.
Essentially,
That's not
Like,
good
oh,
optically.
that's not good
Well,
optics.
I mean,
Yeah.
that's the guy you support. That's the guy you support.
I
I
don't
don't.
support him. He's not my
Yeah, you do.
president.
It's not
Prime
prime
Minister,
minister.
but yeah.
He's your prime minister.
Yeah, he's
You
not my
support
prime
him
minister.
and his mandates.
Well, I don't.
I'm
I don't
American.
support
I'm
Justin.
American.
What Star, do you have an answer of who you would have voted if you were Canadian in last election?
No, I
Last
don't
year?
have an answer.
Yeah.
I don't have like the
God
insight on
dang.
all of the parties and all of their candidates
Well,
to
Blacks,
really like
Americans
have an
don't pay
opinion on
attention
that.
to Canadian politics. It literally doesn't
Keem's
matter to
out.
us.
Keem's out. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. But now you're talking. Now all y'all are talking about it like you fucking know shit, man.
I really
Oh,
fucking.
because
Well, no, I did research
wait,
on.
Bo Blacks. I don't just sit here and talk about things unless I
Yeah,
read
I know.
up on
I know
them.
you know about it. I know you know about it. But yeah, I'm just fucking. I don't know. Yeah, Trudeau's fucking cringe, man. He's been being cringe for a while. This isn't the first. This is the cringiest thing he's done, other than
Like,
blackface. But
That's probably the one thing. Like, like I may not be like the funniest person. I may not be the cutest
Pretty
person.
funny.
I may not be like the most attractive person on Twitch.
I'm not gonna
and
call
I may
you cute,
even.
Stardust.
I
I'm not
may
gonna call you
even
attractive
wait.
either.
Okay, shut up. Okay,
You're fishing for
I
compliments.
may even stammer when I'm like having a bad day, but I do my research. That is the one thing. If there is something that I can flex my dick on, is I do my research. That is all I have. So.
yeah. I mean,
fuck research, dude. I have YouTube videos. Honestly, that's all I need.
I mean, you did make me think about certain
That
points,
makes a lot of
and
sense.
I think if someone were to ask me about the trucker thing,
that was a callback to Keem, by the way.
If someone were to ask me about the trucker thing 3 hours ago,
Mindwaves, do you have a
now,
Reddit
I think
account?
I'd have a different answer because of what you
Maybe.
said. So I do think a lot of the stuff you said was insightful from both Mindwaves and Stardust. I do think, yeah.
Appreciate that.
But I mean, damn, this made me fucking seem like a conservative. This fucking conversation. God fucking damn, dude. I think the truckers.
I don't think so. I didn't get that impression.
Dude,
at all.
Yeah, I didn't get that impression either. I think there's plenty of people who are rightfully like very concerned about the economic freezing of, you know, like people freezing people's bank accounts. Like that made me like kind of turn around and be like, oh, what the fuck? The first time I read it. But like, yeah, I looked at it and I looked at the alternatives and I feel like it's a better alternative than like brutal force. If there's another alternative other than brutal force,
it's called negotiating with the protesters.
Yeah.
I don't think there's any reason to negotiate. I don't think that the state.
Yeah, you can just you know use state apparatus to force them into compliance. Yeah, I get it, dude.
Well, I mean, yeah, but like you can't make a good argument for why it's in the best interest of the people to just make an exception to this mandate for truckers only.
I didn't say make an exception. I meant
mandate,
I didn't say any of that. I said negotiate with them, open up
Well,
negotiations.
Not
give a blanket like condemnation of them. Use the federal government to fuck. Hold on, let me finish. Use the federal government to fuck with them and smear them as white supremacists. Like, yeah, that's what I would do, you know. But I try not to, you know, look at politics as only a friend-enemy distinction.
I think there's issues on both sides, honestly. More issues on Trudeau, in my opinion, but also the protesters. They shouldn't have fucking blocked trade routes and shit like that. They should have let the vax truckers who are not part of the protest, like, let them do their job and then have, like, a peaceful protest, like, in some other area or whatever. That's what I think they should have done. But, oh well.
The sad reality is that at this point, it's become so politicized that both sides have basically staked out their sides in the situation, right? And
how do you actually think
no,
this is gonna
I
end?
think that if I think from an ideological position, if Trump used like the riots last year as justification to like freeze BLM supporters, just simply supporting BLM's actions as a justification to fuck up their ability to function in society, I think I would be like, no, this is really fucking bad. If only because like I know it could also be used on me.
Yeah, I again, like I don't agree with the Emergencies Act, but I definitely do think that they're like, I don't know, that you have to remove these people by force, and I don't think you just cave into their demands. I don't know what other.
I didn't say cave into demands. I said again,
hold on,
negotiate
just to be
with
clear,
them.
just let me be extra clear. Like I really don't know what other demands they're like they would what would they get out of any sort of negotiation, right? Like what are they looking for? What do you think that they would be enough for them to say like, all right, well, we'll end the protest?
I have no idea. That's what negotiations are for, though.
That was a 3-hour debate with Keemstar. Lol.
Yeah, that was fun.
I'm surprised he stuck around that long.
That's a lot of
I'm
content.
surprised he came back.
Ask him about the fucking if he's actually going to get Wings, DSP, and who's the other guy he wanted to get on for a podcast? Oh, maybe Low Tier God? I don't think so.
Also, like 2 hours ago, Nick put like a Twitter video in, but there was like no way I could have interjected. So maybe we can like watch it real quick now. It's like
watch
1 minute.
what?
It's like a Twitter video Nick sent a while ago. I don't know how relevant it is. It's like a minute long. Just like might as well.
Yeah.
I don't know. I'll send it to you, Star, and then you can screen share because I think that'll be easier from my end. I don't know if it changes anything. If it really changes the discussion, then I feel bad because Keem's not here anymore. But
yeah. Well, I mean, I would like to have a conversation. Like, I feel like we could have like a pretty like nuanced conversation, but I think I don't know. I think that there is some like pre-existing like dislike towards me, and I do think that there's like a tendency to like kind of dramatize things, right? But yeah, I'd be happy to like talk about this more when I'm sober.
Yeah, that's probably
I
the
hate,
best time to do this.
I hate citing like stuff when I'm like high. I'm like trying to like.
I do think you got Keem on the pool point though. Like after like I know I brought up the
Yeah.
Hillary thing. It was just like a random thing I remembered. I was mainly just I wasn't arguing. I was more just asking like dumbass
Yeah.
like layman like I don't know what's going on type questions. But
Yeah.
I think you kind
For
of
the poll conversation, I really wish you didn't have me muted.
I'm
So bad.
sorry.
No,
But
it's
I
fine.
think it was more damn dude, I'm just like people really I'm just making enemies, damn. But yeah.
Good. Fuck being nice. I want to make enemies.
Well, that's the thing. I think I am actually like pretty polite to people, but I think people take that as like maybe like condescending or something. I'm not sure. I don't know how I'm
It can
supposed
come
to
off
act.
as that. It can definitely
Yeah.
come off as that.
Yeah. But I do my research. That's the only thing that I can say is I do my research. So though maybe I'm maybe there's like a third alternative, but I don't see how you can I don't want to negotiate. That I refuse to negotiate on those things, you know?
No, I'm saying the third way in this situation is negotiations with the protesters.
No, that's what I'm saying. I don't want to negotiate on those things.
Well,
Sorry.
I
I don't think there
That's
is
like
any
a no for me.
negotiation on the mandate, right? Like I don't
That's
think
a
you
no
can make.
for me.
Yeah, I don't think you can negotiate the terms of the mandate. That's not, and
I mean,
that's the underlying issue,
Canadians
right?
are kind of nice. They'll probably negotiate anything.
Yeah, wait, why
don't
not?
wanna
Why
do it.
can't you?
I'm sorry. Okay, so
Because there's nothing to be
negotiation-
discussed. The mandate
there's
exists. You're gonna
nothing,
follow
yeah.
it. Like what else is there?
Yeah, exactly.
So wait, the
you
government
know
can
what?
just do whatever the fuck it wants?
There's like you could throw in the police or whatever and have people start being arrested. I don't know. People are saying like, oh well, it doesn't have to resort to like force. It will inevitably result in force being used. So it's up to you. Would you rather physical force be used or what? Like I don't know. I don't know what the right answer is, but I'm willing to like see how this goes. So
I think state intimidation is probably not the way to go. I think negotiations would probably be better.
I don't know about
And
you guys.
yeah, I have absolutely zero idea how the negotiations was going. You know what the thing is? Guy who uses an Anthony Fantano avatar. I pray to fucking God, ironically. I
think he's doing it
neither
ironically.
do you, because it didn't fucking happen.
Dude, all I'm saying is that Kirby's looking thick as fuck right now. Holy shit.
Hell yeah.
Stardust lobby.
I fucking hate that dweeb.
Who's in the lobby?
Fantano deserves to be wedgied.
Damn.
Why? He's not that
Hi,
bad.
Supreme.
No, he is an absolute fucking asshole.
Yo, Supreme, would you fuck Kirby?
Isn't that what he's like genetically engineered for?
Hell yeah, that's what I'm saying,
his
man. He's
perfect build
he's a fuck toy, dude. He's made
looks
to suck.
It looks like the people at Fleshlight figured out a way to get rid of that hard outer casing.
I know, right? Holy shit! I wish Kirby was real to fuck. All right, continue with the trucking discussion. I just need to.
Oh my god, I'm so done with it at this point.
Listen, I just wanted to come in and say that like the framing of the government can do whatever it's want against a fundamental human right is just so fucking ass backwards.
How
like,
so?
Because the government is not one autonomous like separate entity. The government in this case, like the government does things on behalf of people in a democracy. Right? People collectively bargain.
So just as long as a majority agrees that that's the way to go, then dissidents should be fucked with?
No, of course, obviously there are cases where a democracy, you can have like an ethno-state situation where like the majority group of people can vote to like oppress a minority in an unjust way or something like that. But,
so just as long as you're able to rationalize it.
Well, yes, some amount of rationalizing, some amount of not just rationalization, but it's justifications to to approve of a certain state authority or the state to exercise its authority. You have to have like a good justification for why the state is able to exercise its authority in this way, and it can be.
Okay,
stopped.
What's the justification for the state to exercise
one
it in
fucking
this
sentence, bitch ass. Shut the fuck up.
Well, I'm asking you to expound on your
Shut
points.
your mouth. I'm
Let's
going
let him
to.
finish.
Let me
Let's let
lay
him
out my
finish.
argument. Jesus Christ.
Just remember,
I
as
understand.
the more hostile you get, the more hostile I get, buddy.
I'm not afraid of you, but
okay.
The point is that can be short-stopped by somebody making a really good argument for why exercising that authority can come to the harm of a group of people. Do you disagree?
Sure.
Sure. What's the harm that comes to a group of like an extreme minority of people in like one sector of the economy?
in like getting mandates, or I'm sorry, for getting a vaccine that like is going to save lives and prevent people dying?
So at this point, like, I think that because like the Omicron variant seems to be like largely infecting people regardless. I think the vaccine seemingly only stops like hospitalizations, and that would be an issue if we were at the point where like hospitalizations are like, causing other deaths. But it doesn't seem to be at that point. I think like peak ICU capacity in the US and Canada is like at 85%, which sounds high, but like ICUs generally operate, I think, at like 75% capacity most of the time anyway before COVID. So it's not really that big of a deal. Otherwise, it's just their own personal health and safety that's at risk, and that's their fucking right to do with as they please.
I'm sorry, hang on. No, it's not. It's not.
Yes, it is. Wait, what?
Okay, did deaths spike with Omicron or not?
Huh?
Did deaths from COVID spike with Omicron or not?
Deaths attributed to COVID spiked with Omicron. I don't think it was like the cause of death for more. But also you have to understand that Omicron is infecting more people as it's going in.
Okay, should we want to cut down on hospitalizations or no?
Sure.
Okay, do the vaccines cut down on hospitalization?
Yes.
What's the harm that comes from vaccines?
None.
Okay, then why shouldn't it be mandated in this case?
They have a right to deny. They have a right to choose not to take it.
Why should they have that right if it's going to come to the harm and death of people?
It's to their own harm and death because it's their own fucking lives that they're dealing with.
No, they are more infectious. They're more likely to infect other people as well, right?
Again, Omicron seems that it's going to infect people anyway. We've already established that. That's the reason why COVID deaths are up.
That's not entirely true. Cut down on infections or not?
It does.
Guys, I have to pee. I'll be right back.
It also decreases the severity of it, though.
You're telling me that the vaccines cut down on infections and the severity of it, but that we should just ignore that. Like you're just.
Do you think that if we reach 100% vaccination, that there would be no spread of Omicron whatsoever?
No, that's a goalpost. That's a very narrow goalpost. No, I don't have to agree with that. To agree that like vaccinating people and mandating a vaccine can ameliorate the number of people who die and the number of people who are harmed. And again,
I think you just made that case, though.
Yeah. How so?
You just made it as the case as the reason why you should mandate vaccines.
I'm sorry?
You just made that the reason that it's okay to mandate vaccines.
Yeah. If we can make the case that it is only going to be helpful and that there's no harm in doing so, then why shouldn't we do it?
Because again, it requires that you disregard people's personal autonomy.
But this isn't a case of people's personal autonomy so much as a case of like doing something.
Kinda is.
Okay. Are speed limits a way that disregard my personal autonomy?
Sure.
Okay, why do we have speed limits then?
Because in certain areas it's not really conducive to drive there.
What do you mean it's not conducive?
Do you think that the same amount of personal risk that do you think the same amount of risk that you're putting other people in and driving 80 in a 35-mile-an-hour zone is the same as not getting vaccinated?
To some degree, yeah.
You think it's completely analogous?
It is a higher level of risk. It really depends on the person's situation.
Is it the same level of risk? Because no. If you're going to bring if you're going to bring in an analogy and you got to follow it to its logical conclusion, buddy.
Sure.
Do you think it's the same amount of risk?
It depends on the person's situation, similar to speeding, right? Like if I'm in a
I would disagree with that. I would disagree that it is the same amount of risk.
If I'm in a windswept valley where I can see for miles and I choose to go 80 for a portion of that stretch of road where it has clear visibility, is this the same amount of risk as going 80 in like a school zone at like 3 p.m. or something?
Generally, these windswept areas have a higher speed limit.
Okay, but
if it's 30 in that zone, it's probably that way for a reason.
No, okay, windswept plain, 60-mile-an-hour speed limit. I go 80 for a stretch of it where I have clear visibility.
That's not 30 and that's not 80 in a 30 zone.
Listen,
dude.
Okay, I said 80 in a 60 where I have full visibility. I decided to go 80 during a stretch. Okay, is there more or less risk here to a person not getting vaccinated?
You're going 80 in a fucking 60.
The fucking analogy.
Okay.
Is there more or less risk in doing this than a person who works in like an old folks home that deals with old people not getting vaccinated?
Probably less.
Okay, so in this case, we've identified a situation where a person is presenting a greater risk to the public around them based on not getting a vaccination versus somebody not following a speed limit, and yet you agree with speed limits.
Okay, one, it's a felony if you go like 80 in a 30 zone. I think it's like a ticket if you go
60 with clear visibility.
Yeah, I know. I'm saying that it's a ticket if you get like a 60 and an 80. So you understand that those scale differently based on the amount of risk that it actually poses somebody, right?
It really depends. It can still be felony. What about 95 and a 60? It's still felony speeding.
Yeah, but now we're shifting. You understand? It's not.
We weigh
It's
the
not
level
the
of
same.
risk.
80 and a 60 and 90 and a 60 are not the same thing.
Okay,
like
95
literally.
and a 60, but I have clear visibility, and I see that there's nobody for miles. Is there less risk in this than a person who works with like old people not getting a vaccine?
Probably less, because again, speed limits are generally tailored around that sort of risk factor. But now we're talking about extremes in that thing. We're not talking about truck drivers driving to and fro.
Okay. Truck drivers still interact with people. They have to stop at gas stations. They have to, deal with tenders and shit like that.
But you understand the difference between elderly people and non-elderly people, right?
Yes, elderly people are older than non-elderly people.
Right.
But you can pass COVID to a non-elderly person that ends up being somebody who works with those elderly people.
Mm-hmm.
There's like a compounding effect in terms of infection and infectability.
Mm-hmm.
That's.
I mean, by that virtue, like, there's a chance that you might like run over somebody when you're driving, so you shouldn't drive. Like, I see what you're trying to get. I think that your analogy is like kind of bad, and I think you kind of know that.
Listen, my analogy is just there to demonstrate the fact that you agree with the state's ability to enforce some laws.
Right, and I understand the difference between those. Again, I think that the COVID restrictions are an overreach in this example.
Why? Why do you think that?
One, because again, it seems as if the infection rate of COVID, thanks to Omicron, is seemingly just not being controlled by vaccines.
It doesn't matter if it's being completely
It kind of does, because if we're saying that these things need to be controlled for based on what's going on right now with Omicron, it really does.
It doesn't. We agreed earlier that it cuts down, that mandating the vaccines or getting vaccinated cuts down on the infection rate and cuts down on the number of people.
But we already acknowledged the difference between like speeding 80 and a 35 and 80 and a 60, because we rank those different based on the amount of risk that's involved with those.
You have to make the case.
So
to me.
restrictions should also be ameliorated, or it should be changed based on the risk involved. And with Omicron, it seems as if not being vaccinated doesn't seem to put people in much more danger than being vaccinated. Not being vaccinated.
You agreed earlier that being vaccinated cuts down on the risk of infection, and being infected poses a risk of hospitalization or causing other infections that end up being more fatal to other people. Right? So you either agree or you don't agree that vaccinations, that people being vaccinated.
I just don't think that the level of risk that's lowered to other people
I don't know
is
where you learn
enough
to talk to people, but like cutting them off literally just before like the critical part of their argument. That's a very I don't know what to say. Like, that's a convenient way of
I would search for any out I could do, buddy, but it's all good.
I'm sorry?
I would search for any way out as I would search for an out as well, buddy. I understand.
What do you mean you would search for an out?
You're really not doing good in this one, dude.
You've searched for an out by like refusing to allow me to make every argument that I would like to make.
No, I've been asking you to expand upon your point.
I would love to, but you keep cutting me off before I get there. So listen, do you agree or do you not agree that vaccines cut down infection, cut down on death, and cut down on hospitalizations?
Yes.
Okay. Then, like, what is this? So you're.
I'm just saying that the amount that it would be cut down on is not compatible with requiring people to get it if they don't want.
What's the harm of them getting it?
None. But what's the harm of them not getting it? Very little.
The harm of not getting it is people die and people get hospitalized.
Very little.
Okay.
The amount would probably be trivial compared to the amount that's like currently going on.
Okay, how many people would have died without, like, what is, I don't understand this hypothetical. Like, what are you able to project to me the number of people that would that would have died anyway?
Are you?
We can look at the number of COVID-19 deaths. Yes. So you're saying that those people would have, or that more people would not have died if it weren't for vaccinations?
No, I'm asking you, do you have the data that suggests how many people would die if 100% versus what we have right now?
Yes, we have data for the effective
really
how effective the vaccine rates are. We have the data to show
what's
level
the percentage,
of hospitalization,
what's
the mortality of rate, or vaccinated versus unvaccinated people. Yes, it's overwhelming.
What's the percentage difference?
It's overwhelming.
What's the percentage difference?
It's like over 95%. I think it might even be 99% of people.
It reduces death by 95% based on 100% vaccination in an area.
No, not based on 100% vaccination.
Okay,
but
so you understand.
vaccinated.
I think you understand what I'm asking, and I think you're kind of dodging it. So I'm going to give you a chance to answer. Do you have data to suggest the percentage of deaths that would happen if we are at current levels right now versus if we were at 100%?
No, I don't have two planet Earths to compare where we either didn't do the vaccination or we did do the vaccination. But we have pretty strong data to I don't know, like perfectly well substantiate that infection rate gets lowered and mortality rate gets lowered and hospitalization gets lowered.
Again,
and there are some people that are not going to be able to get the vaccine. So curbing the infection rate helps those people as well.
Okay. I'm not disagreeing with you there.
Okay. So if we understand that not being vaccinated creates a greater concern or like increases the mortality of a person who gets infected with COVID-19, then we should spare all costs if there is no harm in doing so.
I think we should spare all costs in making it available to people, but I don't think we should spare all costs in making sure that people get it, especially if we're using state intimidation to do it.
Why not?
Because that leads to some pretty scary. That leads to some pretty scary implications.
Okay, how about speed limits?
Again, we've already established the difference between speed limits too.
Hey man, I guess if you just support
it's a felony if you speed like 30 miles over the speed limit, but it's a misdemeanor if you speed only like 20 over the speed limit. So you understand the state ranks these differently based on the amount of risk that it puts to people. I'm asking if the amount of risk that you're putting by letting people not get vaccinated is enough to justify the like sudden increase in difference. Do you understand that concept?
Yeah, sure. So a bunch of people will die if we don't enforce people getting vaccinated. Then they would not have otherwise.
How much is a bunch?
I don't know. What are we at? Do we want to look at like month averages or whatever? Like thousands of people. At this point, the death toll.
All of those deaths are because people aren't getting vaccinated.
Okay. Would you agree that the number would be lower than it is if everybody got vaccinated?
How much lower?
That's a great question. What you're what you're initiating right now with me is something called Loki's Wager. Are you familiar with Loki's Wager?
Sure.
Go ahead.
I can gather what it is because it's an unknown variable number, right?
Well, like your argument specifically is because you can't tell me the exact number, therefore your entire argument falls
Neither
apart.
can you.
No, I'm telling you that that's what you're telling me. I'm telling you that your argument right now is that because
I can't tell you the number either because I have no idea.
Well, then how can you even make your argument? Right?
Like, I can make my argument. I can make my argument based on the fact that people, again, the amount of people that are going to die, I do not believe is going to be enough to justify mandating the vaccines. Just due to the fact that the data seems to suggest that COVID infections are still going up, even regardless of like higher vaccination rates among areas.
Okay, so are you, in order to make this case, you would have to hold the position that the vaccination rates are actually just useless, that vaccines are just useless at curbing infection. It can be the case that the virus gets more and more virulent, that the infection rate goes up.
With Omicron specifically.
Okay.
With Omicron specifically.
But is that at odds with vaccination, or is that in lieu of vaccination, or is that completely irrelevant?
I think like, isn't it still spreading at like super high rates even in areas with like 80% vaccination?
Okay. Do you think vaccination helps with infection rates or not?
With Omicron, I'm not entirely sure. I know it helps with hospitalization rates with Omicron, but I don't know if it helps with infection rates to like a significant amount.
How about hospitalization? Do you think, do you think the vaccines help with hospitalization or not?
Sure.
Okay. Well, like I don't know what else we have.
If we were at the point where hospitals are having to turn people away due to infections, then sure, but we're not, and I don't think we're at the like peak of the pandemic.
So there are certain concerns with getting
except
COVID.
for in China specifically, because there was some overflow in China when it started out.
So you know that a big part of the like vaccine scare is the myocarditis stuff, right?
Is that the heart inflammation stuff?
Yes.
Yeah.
And have you heard that like the risk for myocarditis after getting COVID is like 6 to 8 times that of getting the vaccine?
Okay.
So there are other concerns. Like you're making it out that getting hospitalized, getting COVID, and even being hospitalized is like not a concern.
Again, it is the people who are not getting it. That is the risk that they are running.
No, they're
Yes.
also presenting the risk of infecting other people that they interact with because they ended up getting it, where they could have not been infected themselves, or
again. But if Omicron seems to not be curbed by the vaccination rates, huh?
Why do you think that the infection rates are not curbed by the vaccines?
Specifically the Omicron, just due to like how it is how this specific strain operates.
You have made a case for how Omicron is more infectious. Okay,
right, it is more infections.
But is it not still at odds with vaccinations?
Do you know the number of infections versus like vaccination with Omicron versus not vaccinated?
With transmission between how the vaccine cuts down on transmissibility of Omicron? Is that what you're asking me?
I guess transmission and also the infection rates.
Well, that's what transmissibility is.
Well, no, like, because also one of the selling points is that even if you get COVID, it's harder to transmit. You can still be infectious, but not also spread it.
Sure. Yeah,
so
maybe
those two different. Well, yeah, because they like your viral load is what causes the infection rates. I think, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. Bolax. I fucking love this guy.
Yeah, so if you're asking me if I know the exact rate by which the vaccines cut down on the transmissibility and infection rate of Omicron, I don't. We can look it up if we want to right now, and we can just agree on a number or something like that. But it seems like we agreed earlier that generally you agreed that it does that people being vaccinated cuts down on the transmissibility of the
I've never disagreed with any of that. I've never disagreed with any of that.
We don't need to look up the numbers.
No, we do, because then that helps us determine whether or not these restrictions are worth implementing.
Okay. The best case you could make for why they are not worth implementing is the harm that is caused by implementing them. And you have told me that there is no harm in implementing them. So why?
Well, the COVID restrictions themselves, like there's some pretty bad stuff with that.
Sure, tell me about it.
So under like lockdowns and stuff like that, there's been an increased amount of like
we're not talking about lockdowns. We're talking about vaccine mandates.
Restrictions are lockdowns. So yeah,
no, a vaccine mandate is not a lockdown.
A vaccine mandate is effectively a lockdown if you don't get it, and the state forces you to get it to implement things. Yeah, it is effectively a lockdown.
It's not a lockdown.
It is effectively a lockdown if you're not vaccinated. How is it
effectively a lockdown? You can get vaccinated, then you can go do all the things that you could do
right.
pre-COVID.
And if you don't get a vaccine, you can't do those things.
Okay, but what? That's not a lockdown.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Okay, buddy. I feel as if you kind of understand what I'm saying. You just are kind of choosing not to actually engage with what I'm saying.
You're using a rhetorical device to make a point dishonestly.
That's how I felt.
Wait, how am I being dishonest?
But he was choosing not to understand me. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
That's like saying if you don't get a fucking like measles vaccine, then school is in a lockdown because one person decided not to get like a measles vaccine. Or decided not to get their kid a measles vaccine or something. Okay, if you agree that I agree that that's not the case, but you're making that case for greater society in regards to the COVID.
I think schools are the only thing that requires you to have proof of vaccination for measles, not like, just various places in where they're operating in Canada.
There are plenty of places you can go without a vaccine as well, right?
I don't know how it actually works in Canada specifically. I know, like in America, there's barely none because like people don't give a shit.
Okay, can we move on to this lockdown? Come on, just it feels like it should be really agreeable to be like, okay, listen, yes, requiring a vaccine is not the same thing as a lockdown.
No.
Okay. You can die on that hill, and we could just move on past this point.
I don't know why you're like getting so hung up on that. It seems like pretty like non-disagreeable.
Because okay,
I think it's like I think it's maybe I think it's the phrasing that you might have a problem with, but like it is effectively a lockdown.
Well, I do have a problem with the phrasing because you're using this term
right exactly
to make the case for why like a vaccine mandate is causing harm to people because it's placing them in a lockdown.
It is placing restrictions on them. Yes.
That's not what a lockdown is. When you are forced to be inside for a couple days in order to not spread COVID. A mandate would be
that's a quarantine.
A mandate. Oh, okay.
Lockdown is.
I felt like lockdown
disallowing
was
from like restaurants, gyms, stuff like that.
Or specifically, like when we referred to the previous restrictions as lockdowns, or like the the way that they handled this in China, for example, it's where they like stop all services.
Yeah, I know. Not all lockdowns are the same. I'm aware. I'm not saying that it's like the restrictions in China because they fucking welded the doors shut in China. So don't please don't put words in my mouth if you're getting frustrated, okay well, buddy?
I'm taking the word out of your mouth, which was lockdown.
No,
you're using the word lockdown to describe a situation where like a bunch of like 80 to 90% of the country are
not the one that said
China,
China,
but an extreme minority of people are like refusing to do something that would allow them to engage in some services, and you're calling that a lockdown.
It is a lockdown, effectively.
Okay. So. I don't know, like if a bunch of people have fucking Ebola or something like that, and you say, hey, you people with Ebola, you can't go to restaurants. Is that a lockdown?
I don't think that we like require proof of vaccinations for Ebola. I don't think there's a vaccination for Ebola. Generally, those people will be put under quarantine. Ebola is a different case, though, because Ebola has a highly infectious and high fatality rate, too.
Okay, but if you've got 10 people with Ebola, and you say, hey, you people can't go outside, is there a lockdown in that place?
No, it's a quarantine. I just explained that.
Okay, so what's the difference between that and like an extremely small handful of people that refuse to get the vaccines that are creating a big mess for like the greater society? What I don't understand what the difference is.
I think that I think that the risk that we're trying to ameliorate is not analogous to that instance. You understand?
Specifically, I understand. I actually think I understand your point better than you're making it out. Like, you have made the point that you just don't think that it's worth undergoing the effort of getting people vaccinated.
That's been my point from a while ago. A lot of the COVID restrictions at this point seem to be like we're fighting a losing battle, and it doesn't seem that it's going to actually do more good than bad.
Okay, but your argument is like hinged on this goalpost you're setting of that like vaccine mandates need to completely stop 100% of infections, hospitalizations, and deaths, and that's never going to be achieved. That's not a reasonable goal.
I know. I'm aware.
Well, then why are you setting the goalpost there?
I'm saying the goalpost at like I do not think the number between the amount of deaths that we stop by implementing these measures versus not implementing these measures is enough to justify the restrictions that we're putting on people.
Why do you think that?
I believe because the risk that people are taking is largely on themselves, and it really is. The risk is the lion's share of the risk is put on the people who are choosing to opt out of this.
Okay. If there were mad cow, like an outbreak of mad cow disease or something, and like eating hamburgers is a thing that you did at your own risk of getting mad cow disease, which is like a disease with like a pretty fucking high mortality rate, I would agree with you. But this is a highly transmissible disease. This is not something you're like, the risk of getting COVID is not personal.
It largely is if you're not vaccinated.
I would say it is much less.
We've already established that the chances of getting it and transmitting it are a lot lower if you have a vaccine.
Yes.
So the lion's share of the risk is put on the individuals who choose to opt out of it.
I'm sorry, wait, what?
The lion's share of the risk involved is on the people who choose to opt out of it.
The lion's share of the risk is on the people. No, we don't agree there.
You don't?
No, I think the risk is social. I think the risk of transmitting it is much greater for most individuals than the risk of like getting COVID themselves.
Even if they already have a vaccine?
Well, no, I think that's why we should be encouraging people to get vaccines and maybe even mandating it.
I think encouraging is fine. I just don't think that mandating it is.
Okay. That's fine that you think that. I just had problems with some of your arguments, specifically like the rhetorical devices to frame this situation as being highly oppressive towards people and there being like a tyrannical.
Well,
government.
now I'm talking about the way in which Canada is dealing with the protesters, which it is.
Why do you think that?
They're implementing current laws on Canadian books that were specifically implemented to thwart terrorism. I generally get antsy when the government tries to use threat of not being able to function financially as a means in which to deter those.
Sure. What is the minimum amount of what you would consider terrorism?
Violent acts that involve either serious bodily injury or death in the name of spreading a political or ideological message.
Do they have to be violent? What if I'm standing outside your house and I won't let you leave it? What if me and
it has to be violent by definition? Yeah.
Okay, what if me and a group of people are standing outside of your house and we won't let you leave it to go to work?
I call the police.
Okay, the police can't move us.
If the
or
the police are moving them. The
police got a dumb fucking Discord who argues, oh, now the state is coming and now the machinations of the state are going to remove these people from their rightful duty to protest or something.
Yeah.
They're transgressing upon
the
human rights.
Hold on, real quick. Because right then you said if they're blocking them from leaving their house, which would be illegal, yes. And I believe the police should step in and stop that.
Doing that.
Yes, but contention I have is the state police officials saying that even if you're just associated with these people, if you attend these protests, you're going to be subject to government scrutiny. Do you think that's acceptable?
So if you're part of the group of people that are keeping
answering
people
the
from leaving their homes?
Yeah, no. Yeah. If you're demonstrating with them, you're not actually blocking anybody. You're not like blocking the road with your truck or anything. You're just simply demonstrating against the lockdowns and the COVID restrictions. Do you think that the state should be used to? Do you think that state power should be used to put a chilling effect on that right to protest?
If you are showing up to encourage or support the people that are standing outside of people's houses, and keeping them from going to work, like what is the functional distinction between this and like,
Well, they're not actually doing it. They're simply showing support for them.
Well, isn't it like? Is there no amount of reasonable prediction that that these people are being like egged on and encouraged and like supported to do a thing that we would consider potentially terrorism?
I do not consider it terrorism because they're not engaged in violence. Answer the question. Do you think that it's acceptable for the state to flex its ability to fuck with you to put a chilling effect on legal protest?
Well, it's not legal protest, right?
No. Them going in to demonstrate, not blocking the road, but simply demonstrating.
They're part of a protest that is illegal, right?
I don't think the protest itself is illegal. I think that the actions of blocking the roads is illegal. So again,
my answer is yes, and let me give you an analogy because I think we actually.
Wait, your answer is that you believe that the state should be allowed to flex its ability to fuck with people to stop to put a chilling effect on citizens from engaging in peaceful, lawful protests.
Well, it's not peaceful and lawful, right?
So do you believe? Do you believe that the federal government and you?
I have an analogy. I think we'll agree with this. Listen, if you've got a group of people that are burning, if we've got a group of people that are burning down a business, okay, in the name of Black Lives Matter, and you have a secondary group of people that are cheering those people on, do you think the police should be able to remove like both groups?
No, I believe that they should only remove the people who are engaging in the arson.
So you think that they should like. What, you think that they should like carefully and narrowly like needle through the second group and hope that they're not presented any problems to the, potential detriment of their own safety, like in order to just like surgically extract only the people, even if it's like pretty verbose and it's pretty explicit that the second group is like offering their support and encouragement to the first group.
Offering their support in what way? Are they providing the tools in which to actually do arson, or are they like just simply giving them food?
They're showing up and saying, yeah.
And giving them money so that they don't starve to death.
You're worried about the
because what you're saying, what you're saying would actually be like probably like a point, but like we didn't do that. Like the people who were like kind of support. Actually, we had fucking people on mainstream television come out in defense of rioting and burning. So like I don't really know if you want to use that analogy, my dude.
I do, and a bunch of people got arrested as well.
Yeah, just not for like encouraging them.
Some people did.
Wait, where?
What do you mean where? Like lots of people, a lot of the people that were arrested during BLM protests were doing like lawful peaceful protests, but like if it was
So
in a place.
So do you believe that the simple act of showing up to a BLM protest is grounds which for the government to monitor you and fuck with you?
It depends on.
Uh-huh.
I think you agree.
So
with this.
so if you go to a protest that goes into rioting, do you believe that the government should be able to seize your assets?
It depends.
Simply for being at the protest.
It depends. If it's like if it's been happening for weeks,
and
like the damage has been happening for weeks, then and you were like showing up to provide your support to like any sort of civil action or movement that is resulting in damage for weeks, for which there's like not a very good justification. Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, that's fucking terrifying, dude. Holy fuck. So? Yeah, no, that is fucking terrifying. Holy shit.
If a small group of people said, in the name of Black Lives Matter, we are going to, for the next 2 weeks, blockade every business in this area and burn them down too. And we're just going to go through a slow crawl throughout the city and burn down all these businesses. You don't think it would be fair for the state to say, hey, if anybody shows up to support these guys, we're going to like use some levers that we have to try to discourage you from supporting like the people that want to do this. You don't
if
think
they're
that's fair?
supporting by actually helping them do it, then yes. If they're supporting them by just simply voicing like their like admiration for what they're doing, fuck no. Holy fuck.
Okay, you don't think the state can pull any levers whatsoever to discourage people from egging on and supporting people burning down businesses for Black Lives Matter?
Egging on how? Are they telling them to go and do it, or are they just simply showing support for it? No, because one is a fucking direct call to action. The other is just like sort of vague general like support for it.
So okay, so you don't think the government should ever pull any levers whatsoever to discourage a group of people to
not to put a chilling effect on lawful assembly? No.
Okay, but it's a lawful assembly to cheer on people to do something that you
sure. If you don't, yeah, sure.
Okay. So you wouldn't have a problem then if like a bunch of people showed up to cheer on people burning down businesses for Black Lives Matter. Like you don't think the government can do anything to discourage people to do this?
We've already established that they don't. They can go on national television and openly express support for it. So no.
Wait, who can't? The government doesn't control.
There was literally people like defending rioting and arson during the BLM protests. Okay, but they're not criminals. I agree with you. They are idiots.
Wait,
they're just not criminals.
A case that's like an incitement to violence.
Where?
It could actually be a case that's like an incitement to violence if somebody
legally. You really want to have that legal precedent? Because that's fucking terrifying,
on
dude.
The books. It's not a legal precedent.
No. Incitement is a direct call to action. What do you mean?
Yes. And.
Okay, wait. Define incitement legally for me, please.
I can look it up if you wanted to.
Yeah, sure.
I'm gonna look this up on NOLA.
Sure.
But before we read this, I just want to make sure that we actually have a disagreement on here, that you don't think that there should be any legal repercussions for going on national television and encouraging people to do violence against like specific areas.
No. Real quick. I'm saying that you should not say go and like burn down X at blank address, because that is a direct call to violence. However, if you go on national television and say like, listen, I know that arson's bad, but what they're going through is also bad, so I'm like not going to like outright condemn them for doing it. I do not think that should be illegal.
Hold on, you said that people are going on national television and encouraging people to burn down businesses.
No, I said that they were defending it.
Okay, sure, defending it, encouraging
do you think defending it is not encouraging it?
Yeah, I think defending it is encouraging it.
Okay. Yeah. So yeah, they were defending it.
And they were encouraging it.
Yeah.
And you think a person should be able to do this free of legal repercussions?
I think that the only legal repercussions is if they make a direct targeted go and do this. That is the legal definition of incitement, I believe.
Okay, so you don't think that there's any legal concerns with going on national television and saying, I think it would be really cool if everybody went to their local McDonald's and burned it down or something like that in a video.
No, that's just still a direct call to action.
If everybody, I think it would be really cool if everybody burned down all the businesses of Minneapolis.
That's a direct call to action.
Okay. Well, what is, I don't know.
I
think it's totally cool that these people are burning down businesses in Minneapolis. How about that?
No, I think
that would be acceptable.
Let's use the wording that they've already used, that they are condoning and they believe that they have like legitimate grievances and that we shouldn't like condemn them for that. That is what they're saying. Now, I disagree with that statement. I just don't think that the state should step in to fuck with people on that. Yeah.
I think that you really don't. Okay, I think they.
No, I don't.
You don't think the statement should do anything to restrict people's ability to defend like people from
fuck no,
from causing wanton destruction?
Fuck no.
Okay.
Because that leads down to a very dark road where the state gets to decide, well, doing this is actually like incitement of violence. That's really bad. It needs to be a direct and targeted like call to action.
Yeah, just because there's a danger of something doesn't mean we should like completely hamstring the ability to regulate something, right?
Well, that's the argument that you were just making, buddy.
No,
so
if
like,
there's a danger of a slippery slope, you have to identify where that danger is on a case-by-case basis.
Well, you just said that even like coming out in support of people who are engaged in illegal activities should be justification for legal harassment.
I said it depends. To be clear, I said it depends on how long, the nature of the protest, how long it's been going on, the consistency that you can predict it's going to contribute to some like harmful action or something like that. I would say
that the people going on justifying riots led to more than the truck protest, by the way.
Sure. Yeah. Maybe that's true. I'm not going to disagree with that on its face. That could be true. So I don't know if it's the case that we just disagree that you think the state shouldn't be should not have any mechanisms by which to try to like discourage people from doing that, even on a personalized level.
No, I'm saying based on a legal, I believe that the state should uphold their rights as citizens and not infringe on that based on this like idea of preventing that. Yeah.
Based on the idea of preventing what?
Because, like, I do believe that the state should step in and it's like, hey, you're blocking traffic. We're going to tow your fucking car. I think that's fine. I think that's fine, and I think that's legal. However, the, like, hey, you went to a protest that we don't approve of. We're going to go ahead and we're going to freeze your assets because you engaged in wrong thing. And we're also going to make sure that people know that this is happening, so that kind of deters them from getting any funny ideas. I think that's really bad. Yeah, I think that's really bad.
I could see the concerns there, and again, it really depends on the nature. Like if the idea is just to discourage people from, you know, like a deterrence factor or something like that, to deter people from.
I would say it was explicitly a deterrent factor. Yes, they said in the press conference, the police officer directly made assertions to people who were going to be coming in at that point. So yeah, it was for a deterrence effect.
Sure. Yeah, I don't know. I think there are some situations where this could be acceptable. I don't know. Like,
again, I think in my ideal, like, you know, implementation of people's right to freedom of speech, that direct calls to action are illegal. Anything else, the state can fuck off.
Okay. So you wouldn't have any problem with, like, I don't know, like further groups of people showing up and saying, I just think what these truckers are doing is our basis.
I would have zero problem.
We're going to show up and cheer them on.
That's their right as citizens. Yep.
I see. And same thing with Black Lives Matter and burning down businesses.
Yep.
Okay. You don't think that there's anything the state can do to try to, even if it.
I don't think there's anything the state should be allowed to do. No.
Even if it goes on for like a month.
Even
like,
if it goes on for a year.
The community is like begging for help.
Even if it goes on for a year.
Okay. Well, I guess you're on record saying all that shit.
Yeah, I stand by that too. Any other questions?
Hi, Supreme.
What's up?
Hi, Stardust.
Oh, not much. What's up with you?
Hi. Dude, you know what? Here's my opinion. I think it's cool that there's vaccine mandates for going into restaurants and shit, because I can, like, whip out my vaccine pass and be part of the cool kids club. I just think it's kind of cool.
True.
I just think it's kind of epic.
I did have other questions. Do you believe that there's such a thing as unlawful assembly, Flamenco?
It depends. If you're trespassing, sure.
What if it's in a public space?
I guess it would depend. I think that, like, if there's, like, a riot that's ongoing, like, I do believe that there should be, like, the ability to, like, ask people to disperse, but, you know, like, it has to be, like, significant, like, actual violence needs to be going on there for that to, like, really happen, I believe.
Mm-hmm.
Like, to the point where to the point where, like, law enforcement can't, like, adequately ensure people's safety.
Okay. I guess I'm curious now at this point how this is different from the trucker situation. If people are like blocking people's, ability.
Well, one, I think that for like a demonstration that's been going on this long, it's been relatively peaceful. Like a pretty clear like analogous example would be like that Chaz thing that happened in Portland. Like that had like 2 or 3 murders and like a couple of sexual assaults. Like it's definitely a lot less violent for an ongoing like disruptive protest.
Sure. If I keep you from going to work for a week, is that peaceful?
It's definitely annoying. Yeah.
What? So it's annoying.
So
and it's
wait,
peaceful?
do you believe that like the police should forcibly remove people that are blocking the road?
Yes.
Yes, I agree.
Okay.
I just don't think that makes them terrorists, and I don't think that people who aren't blocking the road are terrorists.
I think the word terrorism, we don't really have. I think we're kind of poisoned by weird political games.
Oh, we're definitely poisoned by the term terrorism, which is why when anyone brings it up, I am very quick to make sure that it's only being used in an actually like justifiable way.
But I think like if I don't think we would have to work that hard to make the case that like blocking somebody's access to greater society and like playing loud music during sleeping hours of the night for multiple days in a row is like terrorizing those people.
I think that I don't think that it constitutes as violence. So again, my justification, at least in ways that terrorism should be addressed by the state, I think that like actual bodily harm, actual like physical violence needs to be implemented, like or the threat of physical violence, such as like pointing guns at people or something like that.
Yeah, I feel like that's more of harassment than terrorism, because terrorism would be like terrified for your life, while harassment's just like annoying and cringe.
So kidnapping is not a form of violence?
Oh yeah, it is 100%, because you're
Wait, were the protesters like grabbing people and forcing them to go places?
To be clear, I was answering you when you said like people playing loud music and shit, like at loud hours of the night. So I don't know.
If I recall correctly, so I can't speak on the other stuff, but if I recall correctly, I do believe that, and they may have stopped now, but I do believe that the blaring of the horns was actually like reaching levels where like people were, or like at least medically you would expect like some like hearing damage from it. But I don't know.
Well, aside from that, like keeping people awake at all times is like a form of psychological warfare that we've employed, and we've been comfortable calling it that, psychological warfare.
I guess. I mean, it's bad. The word terrorism, I guess, is a little more subjective, or to each own opinion. I mean, I'm not gonna defend it or anything. It's just like when I personally think of terrorism, I
if they
think
were
of
protesting,
something more extreme, but
sorry. If they were protesting and holding hostage a fucking power plant, we wouldn't even be having this conversation, right?
Well, one, you just said holding hostage, so there's a little bit of
people's lives hostage if they're not letting them go to work.
Like, what do you, Mindways, what did you mean specifically by holding a power plant hostage?
Right, like basically taking control of and shutting down under the threat of like, you need to meet our demands, right? If they were to do that with a power plant, we wouldn't even be having this conversation. We'd be calling them terrorists. They're literally.
I mean, are
blocking...
they turning off the power plant and stopping people from actually having like
Yes,
access
yes,
to electricity, and then hospitals are affected? Then
yes,
Hospitals
yeah,
are definitely affected by that protest, but yeah.
not to the extent of like shutting off the power for an
the
extended
transfer of
People are being
medical supplies, food, a bunch of trade goods,
Even
right?
the
The free flow
idea
of
that people are
yeah.
intimidated to go to, like, intimidated while going to their jobs.
No, I'm just saying that blackouts like literally kill like a bunch of people.
Right, and essential workers being intimidated while trying to go to their jobs. You don't think that that would have an effect when they have a very essential
Intimidated
job?
how?
They've been advised by like police to like not wear scrubs outside. Paramedics have been attacked.
Yeah, I believe
mean,
that physical assault shouldn't be tolerated.
Yeah, but if they're intimidated, like, to the fact where they
But
can't,
if they're
like,
just
they
if like
can't
if
wear
you're citing that
scrubs
like
on
they're
the way
terrified of the
to-
fact that the truckers are even there as a means of
No,
like, citing
it's
intimidation,
because
then no, fuck that.
no, it's not about that. It's about the police have like advised them, right, that that wearing scrubs could like bring hostility towards them.
What's
just
the amount of
because,
assaults towards hospital workers?
I don't know. I would have to look at that, the actual assaults. But like, I
Yeah.
still think the intimidation factor. Like, my point is the intimidation, right?
I mean, like you can be intimidated by like anybody, and like just simply being like intimidated by them being there is like not
For the
justification
job
to
that
stop
you
them
have to do,
disperse.
though?
You
Like-
can say that you're intimidated by like anything.
For the job that they have to do, though, like,
What do you mean?
I don't know, being like, because
Again, I want to know like the actual amount of assaults that have been specifically targeted towards hospital workers. Again,
I
my
mean,
understanding
I
is
don't know
that
what the actual
trucker
assaults
protests
are,
have been
but,
like
I'm-
largely peaceful. I think the only
I've been
instances of
making-
violence was like a couple of
But my
scuffles
point
on the
isn't-
street level, and like one guy who was mad at the protesters
But my
ramming their
point
car at
isn't.
them.
My point isn't even about that. If you're intimidated from going to work, that is
By
like
their mere presence, no, I don't think that's justification.
by their okay.
Okay, they
by-
literally can't get their cars out, and like they can't access any like transportation because the roads are
Again, I believe that blocking the roads should be stopped.
I agree.
I'm not. I don't think I've ever.
I just like that we care about one type of worker and not the other.
Towing them, although like maybe not like state order by the tow companies, or else they get arrested for not doing it. But that's another whole fucking thing. Holy shit!
These truckers are big babies. Why don't they just fucking get vaccinated, pussies?
You just choose not to. I mean, personally, like again, I've said it before. I'm vaccinated. I just don't believe in like vaccine mandates. I don't believe in like forcing like proof of vaccination on people.
They just scared of needles. Fuck them.
I support it to the extent that it's actually listen. I support it to the extent that it's actually going to get people to get vaccines that otherwise wouldn't, if we can't identify any harm.
Again, I disagree with that.
What part of it?
I don't think that like you can enforce restrictions on people for this vague concept of like it's going to reduce harm on people.
Well, it's not vague.
It is vague. You haven't been able to demonstrate like any amount of. No, it is vague. It is literally
I don't want to
vague,
Google
dude.
the first. It's not vague.
It is literally vague.
No, it's like one of the most fucking tested things in history at this point. Yes, like. We have a global fucking like.
Also, Stardust, can you give me an invite? Somebody really wants me to invite them in.
The thing is, I'm really cautious about bringing.
Friend V, don't worry, he's not retarded. He's got good optics.
Sure. I'm really cautious about like Googling fucking speed running, the answer to a number or something like
right.
that.
No,
I'm not.
I'm just saying it literally is vague. This is an unknown. It's an unknown quantity, and I believe that it's a pretty low unknown quantity, just given the fact of how COVID death seems to be trending.
Again, I don't care about this if we've already identified that there's no harm in doing this, and that there is like a positive good that comes out of it. Like the level, just because I can't, give you the exact number or something like that is irrelevant to me.
I'm just saying that it's vague based on that.
It doesn't matter if it's vague.
Okay, and
if we identify that there's no harm in doing this,
don't take a contention with me using the word vague.
I'm saying that the vagueness is irrelevant. I'm taking contention
I disagree.
with your usage of this word because I don't.
I think that I think that the vagueness of a threat is definitely a Sorry, I'm starting to also get tired because it's like 5:30 in the morning. I think that if there was like a large quantity that would be stopped from getting fatalities, would
what's large?
Like, I don't know if it
sounds
probably
really
saved
vague.
like 10,000 people or something.
Okay, I think we can easily make the case that
I don't think
if
it would.
everybody had been vaccinated, that we could have saved 10,000 lives.
I don't think so.
You don't think so?
No, I don't.
We've got millions of deaths on the books from COVID.
Right.
You don't think
most of those were
10,000 of those could have been avoided?
pre-vaccine. Most of those were
vaccine?
pre-vaccine.
Okay.
You can't like mandate a vaccine that doesn't exist.
We're like 1,000 deaths a day in America right now from Omicron. Well,
Okay.
I don't know if it's specifically from Omicron, but from COVID-19.
Mhm.
After 10 days, that's 10,000 deaths.
Are those
Actually,
deaths
let me
caused
look
by
at the
COVID,
seven-
or are those deaths that people had COVID and they died?
Okay, it's 10 days. It doesn't matter, right? It
Mhm.
doesn't matter because
How many of those people are vaccinated as well?
Even if it's 10%
the
of those people,
unvaccinated, because again, the unvaccinated people
You're getting away from the main
not
point.
numbers that we can really use in
even
this
if it's 10% of those
hypothetical.
people, then it's 3 months that you get to 10,000 deaths. Even if it's 10% of the people who are listed as COVID-19 deaths actually died from COVID in the way that you're wanting me to appeal to or whatever. Even if it's 10% of those people, after 3 months you get to 10,000 deaths. So I've met your definition of a large impact.
And all those deaths would be stopped by that specifically.
Yeah, the
There's not going to be
hospitalization rate-
any breakthrough infections whatsoever.
Okay, it was previously reported that the hospitalization rate of COVID-19 was, over 99% people that were unvaccinated or something like that, right?
Mm-hmm.
So wait a couple more days, and then you're over that.
Okay,
threshold.
wait, hold on. So they're all
We're just talking
unvaccinated.
death.
Those are all unvaccinated people, correct?
Wait, guys.
Again,
how
those are the
we
people who are
getting-
willfully
Whoa,
accepting
whoa, whoa.
that risk
Let's
by
take a
not getting
step back.
vaccinated.
Let's
That's
take a step
right.
back. Guys,
Okay.
guys, you guys are getting off the point, right? We were talking about something before the deaths
Yeah,
or
we
whatever.
were. Sorry.
Well,
yeah.
I think this is an easy point to win because if you can make the case that I don't even think it was hospitalization. I think it was fatalities, right? Wasn't it like 99% of fatalities were unvaccinated people?
Okay, again, those are people who have accepted the risk by not getting vaccinated.
You don't understand. Okay, the point
That doesn't.
Yes, the point that I've made here is that you.
No,
said,
I do not think that the state should be used to basically cause people to take better decisions that might lead to that. No.
I asked you what a large impact would be. You said if 10,000 deaths could be avoided through everyone getting vaccinated, then you would support it. So I brought up the figures of people who are dying every day due to being COVID, and we talked about the number of
And
those
you just said that
people
99% of those are unvaccinated.
Yes.
Okay,
And
so
so if those
again,
people were vaccinated-
those are people that have willfully taken on the risk by not
Maybe
getting
they did,
vaccinated.
But
what do you mean? What do you mean? Maybe they did.
Okay, they caught COVID likely unintentionally. I think we can just kind of assume in good faith that all those people did not seek out an infection from COVID-19, and they may have been infected from somebody who was not vaccinated.
I'd also like to quickly add that some people who are unvaccinated are not unvaccinated by choice, but because of medical conditions.
The broad majority of the people who are unvaccinated are unvaccinated by choice.
Yeah, I know, but I just want to acknowledge that small.
I know, but for the sake of this hypothetical, that's kind of relevant.
But it's just really easy to make this case. You said if it's the case that we could save 10,000 lives through everybody getting vaccinated, then you would support it. And I said we could do that. It seems like we can make that case in about 10 days.
Okay, again, I'm talking about people who are currently vaccinated dying from COVID.
What about it?
Again, those and the people who are unable to get vaccinated due to autoimmune disorders or something like that, those are the people that I would say are the deaths that would cause maybe a wanting to get increase in vaccinations, maybe even encouraging it through state action. However, you just said that 99% of them were unvaccinated. Broad majority of those people are people who've already taken that risk by choice.
Yeah, so them getting vaccinated would have saved 10,000 deaths in about 10 days.
But I'm saying that's their choice to make.
Sure. How many of those people would have not gotten infected if everybody else had been vaccinated?
Do you understand what I mean by like their choice to make, though? Do you understand what I'm trying to appeal to?
Listen,
Can you explain to me what I'm trying to appeal to?
They did not have any agency in getting infected.
Okay, that's not what I'm asking. Can you try to like explain to me what my argument is, please?
Okay, your argument was if you said if we could save 10,000 deaths through getting everybody vaccinated, you'd support it. And I made the case for how that
my argument
out
is
every 10 days.
My argument is, by your own statement, 99% of the people who are dying from COVID are dying due to the fact that they're unvaccinated. Now,
so it's
I would
hard
say
to establish that causally, but
you just said 99%. You just said 99%. So are you just making shit up?
No, I'm not making shit up. I have a relationship with causation. It makes it difficult for me to sign off on the idea that there's a causal.
So were you citing something when you said 99%?
No, I'm appealing to the idea that we can make a good case for this.
All right. Okay, so in this hypothetical, these people have opted not to take the COVID vaccine.
Sure.
I would say
I don't know if they've opted.
You say like 90%. Also, Stardust, can you add?
The point is that they are not vaccinated, right?
Right.
And listen, it's further to the fact that they themselves, whether they chose to be unvaccinated or not, but it's the fact that they got infected in the first place. How much of that was contributed by other people not being vaccinated?
By that same logic, you could mandate that people get healthier diets. By the way,
no, you can't.
Yes, you can. By that same
me
logic,
being fat as fuck doesn't present any
same,
danger to you.
By that same logic, no.
You can't catch obesity from me.
What?
I said you can't catch obesity from me.
Okay.
You can take a hospital bed from someone else.
Yeah, that's a separate argument. But the point is, you can't fucking catch.
Well, that's
obesity
not even
from
an
me.
argument because we haven't gotten to overcapacity in hospitals, even at like the peak of the pandemic, I believe. I think I've seen like one news story like along those lines, but like the way that they put that in like kind of makes me wonder like exactly what they were going for that.
I didn't catch up to the latest because I was watching the stream and you said something very interesting about how these people are blocking the ability of other individuals to go to work. And I was thinking, like, don't you think the government desensitized people from caring about that when they locked healthy people in their houses? I mean, we're at the point where people have been told to stay in their house. They couldn't go to work. They couldn't put food on the table. And now the government goes, oh, well, they're stopping people from going to work. I mean, that would have been a good argument in 2019. But after 2020, I don't think people give a shit anymore.
Sure. So in the United States, we did not have any federal lockdowns. We left that to local communities.
Yeah.
But it's up to Canada now, right? So in Canada, they did have lockdowns.
Yeah, we had federal lockdowns.
Sure. Okay. You guys had lockdowns. Did they provide stuff for you during those lockdowns? Or did they just say you can't go to work and if you lose your job, you're fucked?
There was a compensation, monetary compensation, yeah.
Cool.
But even then, it's like compensation. It takes something from someone else and gives it to another person. Like, for example, what if my
are we about to
business
argue that
lockdown
taxation is
just
theft
made more
now?
money?
That's
that's based as fuck, dude. Welfare programs are awesome.
I love welfare programs. Yeah.
Yeah, but how long can they last? I mean, if all the businesses go bankrupt,
As long as the government has the resources.
I feel like welfare is a completely separate argument, but.
No, but like my point is, if the truckers would start giving food to the people in those cities, you'd be fine with their blocking of the roads.
No, because it's cutting down on the level of autonomy as well. So you can make that case for a lockdown. One difference between the truckers protesting and like the government instituting a lockdown to try to cut down on people getting infected is that like the lockdown was meant to serve some sort of greater function. And like it was always reconciled, or it was always addressed the idea that this is like going to provide some difficulty in people's lives, but it was to achieve some greater end. And like literally save lives, and that there would be steps made to ameliorate the difficulties that would be encountered.
Right, and I believe with the infection rate of Omicron, I believe that the thing that they're trying to prevent isn't worth the restrictions that they're putting in.
Which restrictions? Getting a vaccine?
Forcing it for
what's the harm
being
of
able
it?
to go do things. Again, I'm not saying that there's any harm in getting it.
And how
I'm
can
saying
it not be worth something if you only get
wow,
benefit?
you
and
were
there's no
really
detriment?
bitching a lot when I was interrupting you, but now you're gonna do it, buddy?
Sure. If you can just answer me that question, then we don't need to have this conversation. Like, how is something not worth something if you get a benefit and there's no cost?
Again, it's the fundamental principle of the fact that you should not be allowed to restrict people to do things if the amount of people that you're going to save is like very low. You know what I mean?
Why do you think it's very low? We just.
I believe it's very low because the fucking breakthrough rate of Omicron seems to be relatively high, and it looks like everyone's going to be getting it anyway.
Okay? So I asked you what the large impact would be. You said 10,000. I said we reach that every 10 days.
Okay, yeah, you didn't engage with my hypothetical, and when I asked you to actually tell me what I was arguing when I was saying something, you really had a hard time doing it. I don't know if that's by design or if you're just being dishonest. I'm not entirely sure.
I'm engaging only with the arguments you've presented. You say it's not worth it.
I know you're saying that. I don't think that's actually true.
And then I'm telling
buddy.
you how we've achieved those metrics. Like every week.
I mean, you can get the exacerbated tone in your voice too, performatively.
What is unfair about this?
I don't think I'm not really fooled by it. I don't know if it's working for Stardust audience. I don't know.
You said it wouldn't be enough people. I asked you how many would be enough. You said 10,000. I made the case for how that happens every 10 days.
That's not the argument I was making. It's not the argument.
It is. You just made
it really isn't.
It's not worth it. You just
really
made the argument for it. The impact wouldn't be big enough. I asked you already how big the impact would have to be for you to consider it big enough. You said 10,000. I said we reach that every 10 days. Where's the confusion?
Oh man, man! As long as you just say that, like,
where's the confusion?
Yeah, this is what you said. This is what you said. So I'm win. Like, holy shit!
Wait,
dude.
where's the confusion?
Hold on.
It's linear. It is linear, right?
Like literally, real quick. Wait, let's put up all the like posturing bullshit. You think you're really doing well in this one right now, buddy?
Yes.
Okay.
I think he is. Yeah.
Right, so
nervous
government. I got a question. The government of New Zealand just banned
listen. I'm telling you right now. I'm way too tired to put on like some sort of performative bullshit. Like
that is.
I think you.
Though. Even just
really,
it
really isn't. It really isn't.
It
really isn't. It really isn't.
Of performance.
No, I'm way too tired and exacerbated to do that, dude.
We're all tired, dude.
No, I got like triple teamed.
It's
okay,
like
so
it's like
you
6
got
o'clock in the morning.
Hey, I got triple teamed tonight. Okay, so I'm just gonna say,
right,
like,
but I'm not like bemoaning you when Keemstar was like willfully not engaging with what you're saying.
Avery Axe, thank you so much for the sub.
So just like put yourself in my shoes as if like you were like it's me talking to Keem in your position. You understand what I mean? Because I think that level of exacerbation of just kind of not listening to what the person is saying and kind of just like
I get what you're saying. I do get what you're saying.
Like that's
I might be the wrong person for this though, because people
have used your own argument to dismantle it.
Except you can't really exactly phrase what I was asking. You just keep on repeating the same thing, even though I keep on telling you, no, that's not what I was saying.
I can fit it all in a sentence, and you can tell me where it's unfair.
Okay, so wait, hold on. Again, real quick. Bear in mind, I'm saying that the people who are choosing not to get the vaccine are knowingly assuming the risk.
But they
do you understand? Hold on. Do you understand what I mean when I'm saying that? Do you understand what I'm trying to get across when I say that?
Yes, but they may listen.
What am I? Wait, hold on. What am I trying to get across when I say that?
What you're getting, you're getting across some extremely narrow, placed in a vacuum concept that everybody who gets COVID does so on their own agency or something, and that's the only negative impact.
Hold on, because now it's my turn to do this. From your phrasing of the argument, literally that is the case, because you said 99% of the people who are getting COVID are doing so while not getting the vaccine. So
how are they getting it?
We've already established that.
How are they getting it?
From other people who are choosing not to get the vaccine.
Okay, there you go. So it's not just personal risk.
Okay, how can they ameliorate that?
By getting the vaccine.
Exactly. So again, their risk is 100% assumed by them.
I don't even agree with you, by the way, that it's only unvaccinated people that are.
Do you understand? Okay, one, that's what you said. All right, that's what you said.
I didn't say that.
Yes, you literally did. You said 99% of the people are unvaccinated. You literally fucking did, buddy.
Sorry, to be clear, what I did not say was that the only people spreading the infection were unvaccinated.
You just said the number of the people getting infected, 99% of them
I asked you, how are they getting infected? And you said from unvaccinated
people.
people.
Listen, I'll give you the pass if you just want to walk that back. You want to walk that back? That 99% of the people, the ones getting the infections, are ones not choosing not to get the vaccine. Are you sure, buddy?
Yes.
Okay.
No, I'm not gonna walk that back. Again, I asked you how are they getting infected.
If you get infected while not getting a vaccine,
listen, I asked
if you get infected while not getting a vaccine by another person who chose
people, and I said I don't even agree with that. That was your position.
I like that when I actually got you to actually phrase my thing, then the qualifications started to come up. That's
what are you talking about?
In the very narrow in a vacuum view, you knew exactly what I was actually arguing.
Yeah, I do know exactly what you're arguing, and I think it's stupid.
Dude.
And I'm telling you where I think
it's so
stupid.
fucking transparent, dude.
Yeah, it's so transparent because I'm literally laying out as much of my argument as possible.
Well,
yes,
no, you're finally doing it when pressed, because before you were acting in bad faith.
Oh, really? Tell me what bad faith means.
Bad faith is you are engaging in a way that you know is not having 100%
sure, what's an example
transparency. 100. That is when I asked you to frame my argument, and then you kept on saying that this is your argument, and therefore I've dismantled it.
Yeah, I told you my problem.
And then when I actually, and then when I asked you to clarify another point of what I was saying, you kind of actually answered it correctly, and then you said in qualifiers, which makes me think
I don't want to waste any more time. I don't want to waste any more time on your tears. I'm sorry. I don't want to waste any more time on your tears. You can cry in your own fucking time, okay? Let's just talk about the substance of the argument. I'm happy to frame your argument exactly as honestly as I think that you're making it, okay? Your argument is
you're
that...
really bad at this, dude. I'm sorry.
Bro,
you've been trying to goad me into an emotional response.
Okay, I really don't want to waste any more time on your tears. I want to discuss the details.
You've been doing all this. I think you understand what I'm saying.
I know you want to waste time.
The fact that you're not engaging in it honestly.
No.
I just want to kind of
No. You just want to delay me talking about the argument because you realize you got blown the fuck out. It's okay.
Okay, buddy. Yeah.
Sure. Okay, allow me to make
which is why for 30 minutes I had to drag you over the coals to actually fucking lay out my point. That's how good you're doing, buddy.
Do you want to cry or do you want to talk about it?
Does it really sound like I'm crying? Honestly, no bullshitting.
You just did a
trying to talk to you.
Yeah,
I'm trying to talk to you. I'm trying to talk to you as a human being. Do you really think I'm crying?
Yes, I think you're shedding massive
tears.
Yes.
What indication of my voice is causing you to believe that?
Okay, it's just the fact that you don't seem to want to talk about it at all, and you want to just bitch and moan about the tone or.
Well, no, I'm addressing how you've acted throughout this entire exchange.
Go on.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. I'm addressing how you've acted throughout this entire exchange. You need anything to say about that?
Not really. No, I'm extremely comfortable.
It really would be nice to talk to a genuine human being, which is why it's nice to talk to Stardust because when Keem is kind of not engaging with her, she kind of has to put on that front. But when somebody actually engages with them, then she can actually kind of act in good faith.
You're still crying. Holy shit.
I'm really not. I'm saying that talking to you has been kind of a waste of time because I don't think that you really came into this actually willing to engage with what I was saying.
Okay, I feel like I've engaged with everything you've said to the point that I think that I've been able to.
Do you really believe that?
Yeah, I do.
You swear on your mother's life that you really believe that you've been engaging in good faith?
That's not really the best way to check.
No, it really is. It really is. Do you really?
I was going to tell you that I don't really like my mom that much, but sure, for your purposes, I swear on my mother's life.
Make sure you call your mom tomorrow. She misses you, guys.
That's not going to happen, but sure, I swear on my mother's life.
I think that when I engage in when I encounter bad faith behavior, I try to also engage in that. I think to an extent I have been doing that, but I am actually genuinely asking you to
my behavior was bad
faith.
faith. You told me it's because when you were restating my argument, you told me your problems with it.
No, it took you 30 minutes to actually accurately address it.
And 30 minutes?
It took 30 minutes because I asked you multiple times over 30 minutes.
Listen, I would love to try again, but you're still crying.
Do you really think I'm crying, dude?
Yeah, I do.
All bullshit aside,
you've done everything to avoid talking about the topic for the past.
Because I've got a really steady voice if I'm crying my tears out right now, buddy.
Well,
I don't think you actually believe that.
He thinks you're upset / annoyed, but
even
not physically crying.
Right, exactly. And at this point, you still can't honestly engage, and it's really fucking
frustrating. I keep
frustrating.
trying to bring us back to the topic.
Mm-hmm. We can if you can demonstrate that you're actually willing to engage like a human being.
Yeah. So I asked you where you thought.
So am I actually crying?
Yes.
Do you think I'm actually?
Okay. Literally crying, dude. Still crying.
Oh my god. Holy shit! Wait, is this like unironically? Because I like try to stay out of like I don't really engage with your spheres outside of like maybe with Stardust or whatever. Is this like how people actually just act? Like, do you guys act like this off call?
No, I
Like
think
off air?
I think he's imitating the commentary community right now, and he's
Yeah, I don't think so. Like even
This is exactly the commentary community, though.
fucking Nicholas Diorio is able to engage like
Nicholas
with more
Diorio is a
honesty.
different.
Holy shit!
To answer your
Wait,
question, some
Nicholas
people
Diorio
do.
is a different standard. Okay, he's
Yeah.
different standard.
Some people
when
do
you say
engage
commentary
the way that you're engaging, where they just like bitch and moan about, oh, you're a bad face.
I'm not
oh,
really
you're not
bitching
engaging
or
with my
moaning,
argument. Oh,
I'm-
you're bad. Yeah, some people do. Those people
Yeah.
get clapped up and nobody watches them. And
Uh-huh.
it's specifically the people that don't.
Oh,
do
you
that
really? Do you
that
really?
tend to be pretty successful.
Buddy. I'll save you the embarrassment real quick. Please don't try to make this about numbers. Please do not try to make this about numbers. Just don't make that mistake, dude.
I don't think he ever said anything about numbers.
You just did. Those people don't get watched. Don't.
No, he
do
said
that,
they
buddy.
get clapped in the space.
No, I did say people don't want to watch those people. Yeah.
Yeah. Don't make this about numbers, dude. Please.
Wait,
I don't know what Supreme's numbers are, but
They're probably not at mine.
I don't know. Listen, you can look
'Cause,
up
like,
on
wait,
Selenium,
wait,
I get between like 100 and 300 people. It depends on what
That's
I'm doing.
cute, dude.
What does that have to do with? Okay, sure.
Flamenco's is
Well,
more,
you
but
were
I mean,
trying
it's
to
besides
insinuate
the
that I'm
point.
not going to get any viewers in this space. So
I don't think the number.
I'm just gonna
games
tell
is-
you right
Yeah,
now, dude.
the number
let's
games
see.
are relevant, but
Shut up! This is my voice call, okay?
Mhm.
I don't think the number game is very effective here because again, you guys
It
are
isn't,
operating
especially in this
different-
case.
Flamenco, you have 4 viewers. Why are you posturing?
No. He gets tons of viewers on YouTube,
Oh,
but
I
he's
see.
part of the
Okay,
commentary
that's a different
community.
game.
Yeah.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, I don't think it's.
Yeah.
I don't think it's
YouTube
really
where you
like.
never have to actually like talk to other people,
I
and you
wouldn't-
can just like.
I'm
reach
talking
in
to
your
people
echo
right now. What the
chamber.
fuck are you
Okay,
talking
well,
about?
he's
Dum-dum?
live on
Look,
YouTube.
I don't
What
want
are you
to.
talking about,
I don't
dum-dum?
want to dismiss the work that anybody has put into their streams. I think it's
I
just better
wouldn't either,
for
which
us.
is why I never try to dick measure based on numbers until people try to open up their mouth and start doing it.
But I mean, I think he's talking about.
creator,
I think he's
personally.
talking about
I think I am too.
specifically. Okay, I think he's talking about specifically in the Twitch political space.
Yeah, because
people
you were saying, is this
Yeah.
how you people actually engage?
Yeah.
I was talking about Twitch.
Yeah.
And regardless, listen, anybody I think who watches you after this and thinks that you have like interesting, I don't know, intelligent things to contribute should probably consider their life choices again. So I don't know.
Yeah.
But listen, we could talk about the arguments again.
Dude, all this animosity. Holy shit. Like, I'm sorry I killed your
That's
dog
just
or some
advice.
shit, bro.
I'm performing therapy.
Uh-huh.
I'm performing live therapy in front of like however many people are watching.
Is this
or
how
whatever.
therapy is? Holy shit. Wait, do you
Okay, all
is
right.
this
listen,
how your
this has been
therapist
fun,
asks,
but you
bro?
want to get back to the
These
actual...
the Twitch streamers you talk about to me, Flamenco. This is it.
They're-
It's like they come on and they give you therapy
Some of them
and free
are
life advice
okay.
and shit.
Some of them are okay, but like, holy shit.
Look, Twitch poll is not bringing their best, right?
So grandiose. Like if I become a Twitch streamer, can I give therapy to people?
Listen,
Okay.
I,
Do you want to
listen,
talk about the
I'm
topic
sorry.
again,
Dr.
or do you wanna-
K.
Yeah, no, I'm down to. I'm down to.
Okay,
I'm just
cool.
again, I really want you to engage like an actual, like, honest human being.
Okay, well, if you're in the idea of engaging in good faith is agreeing with you, that's probably not going to happen.
So
if you
okay,
posit
wait.
an
When did
argument,
I
I'm
say
going to
that?
tell you my
When did
problems
when did
with
I say
argument.
that? When did I say
Okay,
that?
Well, it seems that like I feel like
Wait,
all
why
I've
did you
done-
say that if you know that's
Sure,
not what I
I'll
said?
explain to you. I'll explain to you
Mhm.
because you asked me to characterize your argument, and I did
Mhm.
so while simultaneously telling you my problems with that
No,
argument.
'cause
and
I-
you said it was bad faith.
No, because I disagreed, and then when I tried to
Disagreeing's
walk
not
you
bad
through
faith.
it, you immediately hopped onto it, which makes me believe that you kind of knew that already.
Knew what?
What my actual point was.
Okay, you said your point was a person dying from not getting vaccinated and getting COVID is their personal choice, right?
Yes.
Okay, that's your argument. Now,
Mhm.
my problems with that argument, which is why
Mhm.
I asked you, number one, how did they get infected?
By another person, either that or through a breakthrough case. Yeah.
What do you mean through a breakthrough case? Like they
A person who gets a person who gets COVID even after getting a vaccine, and then also transmits it.
Okay, so they get it from somebody else, right?
Right.
So if we agree that getting vaccinated cuts down on transmissibility,
Mhm.
then we kind of can assume that like a lot of those people that are dying because they're
Mhm.
unvaccinated, while they made the personal choice to not get vaccinated, and they're suffering the consequences based on their personal choice. Them getting it in the first place may have been the result of somebody else making what you would call a personal choice. And so to that degree, it's not just personal. The consequences are not just personal. Do you have a problem with this argument?
I have a problem with this argument simply because I believe, again, that the restrictions that we put in place over this like vague number that would be decreased by this action are not enough to justify it. It is vague because we don't know the number, so it is by definition
matter if we know the number.
By definition,
I asked you what a large impact would
by
be.
definition of the word vague, it literally is, but regardless, a non-specific. How about a non-specific amount? Do you have any problem with that?
Sure. We don't know the exact amount. Sure.
Okay. Yeah, non-specific amount.
We wouldn't be able to predict.
I know we wouldn't.
Number.
I know we wouldn't. However, due to the current statistics that seem to be coming from the Omicron variant, along with all the breakthrough cases, I believe that the amount of harm that would be mitigated by incentivizing like more vaccines would not be worth the effort.
Okay. So I asked you at what level you would consider a level of impact that you would consider a COVID-19 mandate or a vaccine mandate. You said 10,000 deaths. Okay. I made the case for how 10,000 unvaccinated people die.
Except those unvaccinated people have already taken on the risk themselves.
Okay, but if it's mandated, then they get the vaccine, right?
Sure.
So
but again,
there's that.
No.
The idea, and then there's the idea that they may have gotten it. The reason they may have gotten it in the first place is because of other people not being vaccinated.
Again, people who are getting that though are assuming the risk. If they're unvaccinated, they're assuming the risk, correct?
But the people spreading it aren't assuming it. They're assuming a risk on another person's behalf. If they're spreading it and they're unvaccinated.
It's a risk on another person assuming the risk.
Right.
Because that's the problem, right? Like, if you don't take it, you assume a risk, and you can give it to someone else who already assumed the risk. If you don't want to assume the risk, just fucking take it. Just fucking take it. It's safe.
Right, exactly.
It's not just that. It's that you're assuming a risk on another person.
You got a group of people that want to take the risk.
But most likely, that person who's going to be risked is themselves a person who has assumed that same risk. Correct?
No, not correct. Not
Wait, how so? How so? Wait, how so?
Okay, we agreed earlier that getting a vaccine cuts down on the transmissibility. Okay, so if I have the option of getting the vaccine or not doing it, then I am posing a risk to other people that I will transmit COVID to them at a greater degree than if I were to get vaccinated. Do you agree with that?
Yes.
Okay, so all those people that are dying in ECUs, if it's about 10,000 people every 10 days or so.
Except we've already established that the broad majority of those people are unvaccinated, and thus they're the ones who are assuming the risk.
How do they get infected? We're coming back to this
again. They're the ones assuming the risk.
But they're getting infected by
they're
people
assuming the same risk. Then
they didn't give a shit.
It's both consensual.
No.
People
it's not consensual.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
Okay. If I spread COVID to somebody, did they consent to getting COVID?
If they didn't take the vaccine, they consented to the risk of getting it.
It doesn't matter if listen.
Yes, it does. Yes, it does matter.
Wait.
If they didn't take the vaccine, they assume the risk. If you're not taking the vaccine and you're spreading it to another person, like you concluded it's another person that took the risk.
But I'm taking the risk on their behalf because I'm the one that gave it to them in the
They also
first
took
place.
the risk. If they're not taking the risk, they would get vaccinated.
I'm sorry.
And then you can't
infecting it to them is a risk that they couldn't take themselves. I infected them because I chose not to get it.
Well, why didn't
I took
they
a risk
get
on
it?
their behalf.
Why didn't they get it? Why didn't they get it? So
Maybe
you can't infect
we already
them?
talked about this. There are plenty of reasons, legitimate reasons, a person may not be able to get vaccinated. Older populations.
In my country, they give it to pregnant women. They give it to cancer patients. Like, how many people are we talking about? What is the global pool of the population? I want those people to look me in the eye and thank you, V. Thank you so much for protecting me. So I can look down at them and smile and be like, yes, I saved your goddamn life, motherfucker. Who are these people?
To bring it back to your original analogy of speed limits, I would say that the analogy to this would be if a person who's driving 80 or driving 60 in a 45 zone Because I think that's probably analogous to like the risk of like actually causing like a death due to not getting vaccinated. Probably, maybe even less. Anyway, if that same person then hits a person who chose not to wear a seatbelt, do you believe that the person who chose not to wear a seatbelt knew the risk that, like, hey, this actually might lead to my death if I don't wear my seatbelt?
Who's the person that we indict morally? The person who sped or the person who chose not to wear the seatbelt?
The person who sped.
Okay. Well, in this case, if
but do you believe that there's some? Do you believe that there's some?
Don't try to.
Do you believe that?
This before
Hold
I'm
on.
able to
No,
make
no,
my
no.
point
I'm
here.
asking you.
Okay. I know you want to divert this because my point is fucking
not
rock solid
diverting.
here. It is a bulletproof argument. If you're agreeing that the person we indict is the person who sped, not the person who took the personal risk to themselves, then similarly, we indict the person who spreads the COVID virus or COVID-19 because they were not vaccinated. Right? In this case, a person not getting vaccinated and spreading it to another person is the speeder, is the person who speeds in this analogy.
Again, we don't. We also
is vaccinated. I'm willing to bet Jim, with all his medical conditions.
They don't know who Jim. They don't know who Jim is. They probably don't know who Jim is.
My point is that the number of people that want to get vaccinated and cannot, because like and they're at risk of getting COVID, is incredibly low, given how much these vaccines are getting pushed. Like I have seen again pregnant women, people with cancer. In my country, they even say that while you're sick with COVID, even after you got sick, you can take it. Like I don't know how many people. Like, do you guys even know of a single case where a person wants to get the vaccine but his doctor told him he can't?
Listen, this
argument
is irrelevant on 3 layers. Okay, the first layer is that listen. If we agreed that all the people who died got vaccinated wouldn't die, or 99% of them, then this argument falls apart there. Number 2, we agree that
because they assume the risk.
It doesn't matter if they assume the risk. You said
they do.
It doesn't matter. You said you would agree with the mandates if it could save 10,000 people. I've shown you how those 10,000 people who died because they're unvaccinated could have been saved if they got vaccinated.
We were talking about people who are getting breakthrough infections from people who
we can address that as well.
vaccinated.
That's layer 2. Okay, Layer 2 is that there are some people who die that are vaccinated. Okay, because there are some people.
10,000 people.
Listen. It would be like what, 1,000 days instead of 10 days? It would amount to 10,000 people. And listen, millions have already died. Like we've already far
millions have died since not having a vaccine too. So that's not really like it's not really a good argument.
True. For why we should get it? Yeah, it is. I don't know. Like, okay,
I don't understand, like, if you have the option of getting it, like if you can take it and you're safe, why do you care about other people? This is what I don't get. Obviously, the people who don't.
No, I'm not letting you go on another thing. I gotta finish my argument here. Third layer. Okay, the third layer is that death is the ultimate consequence, but it's not the only negative consequence. There are other negative consequences to getting COVID: long COVID, myocarditis. Other things we don't know about, the cost associated with being hospitalized, the suffering of like getting the disease and like having to suffer through it and shit like that. Like, again, you've set very, very narrow goalposts here. But if all we can identify are detriments to getting COVID that range anywhere from just like having it to all the way to death, and we've substantiated how the number that you said would be the impact we would have to reach gets reached every 10 days by not being vaccinated. And you can't identify a single detriment to mandating the vaccines, then why wouldn't we do it?
No, I think like if the number was that high to the point where you keep having your phone ringing because your friends are dying and your family are dying, we wouldn't even have this conversation. People would just go get the vaccine without any mandates. Like you would have 99% vaccination rate overnight if it was really that bad.
Then why
to the point where you, like all of your friends from high school, you're looking at their Facebook and they're not posting because it's just candles over there.
Why aren't people getting the vaccine? What's the reason people aren't doing it?
Well, there's many reasons. Like for example, a lot of people didn't trust the initial reporting. Like, for example, they would say, if you get it, then you can have your life back. And then they noticed that didn't happen. Or there's people that didn't like the censorship. Like, I legitimately know a couple that are like, all this conversation about it. Like, why are they censoring so many websites? Why are they manipulating the search engine? I don't trust this shit. So it really depends. And then you also have people who did get some doses and they're like, okay, so now I have to get it every year. Like, fuck that shit. Then there's people who just don't like showing papers to their waiters. I mean, like 3 years ago, the idea of showing papers wherever you go was some Nazi bullshit. And now you can't go to the mall unless you show QR code to the security guard. You know, it's all of these put together.
There can be good reasons why you have to show your credentials in certain places. Nobody
To
here
the mall, to the freaking mall. If I want to go to buy some lederhosen, I need to show the QR code to the security guard.
Yes, Miro, I don't think we disagree. When you go to a restaurant, you order alcohol, they need to see your ID.
Kind of a dick move. Hey, he's got it's his fucking
I like
accent,
it.
dude.
I like
even
it.
if I go, even if I go
that's
to
like
the
that's kind
restaurant,
of shitty,
okay,
dude.
fine.
That's kind of
I
shitty.
go to the restaurant and I show ID, but like when you go to the voting booth, that's racist. Okay, fine. I get the argument, right?
Okay.
But like alcohol isn't essential to live, right? You're saying that you need to have, in order to have a job,
neither is
that you
going to a
show
restaurant.
papers and documents to every single
But
person
going
you
to a
meet.
restaurant is not essential to live.
One might
What?
argue that it is, specifically due to the fact that like mental health things due to the lockdowns might like have a detrimental effect on people's health.
Wait,
Like being able to function in society, being able to socialize.
Hold on, real quick. Vero, I want to apologize. I actually just really love your voice.
It's fine.
Okay.
Like I'm a right winger. You can.
You've just
trash
been
talk
kind of a
about
dickish
my
and like
all
some
you
of the
want. I don't
things,
mind.
so I
Like
just kinda,
micro
like,
aggress
got
me
pissed.
away. I'll call the micro police and put you in a micro prison if you keep micro aggressing me. That's fine.
Cool, excellent.
Man, like my point is like it is.
How
getting
fucking dare you, Supreme? You should know better.
Yeah, fake
It's fucking
leftist.
torture. You don't understand. I've done some voice acting, and I like doing cartoon voice acting especially. And you have a fucking like I don't know. You have an incredible voice.
Well,
I don't know if you've
see what
actually
you do
considered
next?
going into voice acting, but like you have a serious future.
Well, it's kind of funny you ask, because like Romania is the country with the least vaccination rate in Europe, and I think it's also due to the fact that there's very little trust in government after like the government took away your grandfather shit and put
That
people
makes
up
sense.
against the wall and shot them. Like people don't really trust anything that comes from the government. So
That makes sense for like a local government, especially one that has like a history of political turmoil or something like that. But in this case, when it comes to the COVID vaccines, like we're talking about all competing foreign powers agreeing, like China, US, Russia, India, Brazil, everybody agrees that the vaccines are like safe and effective. And are
yeah, but
net
not everyone
positive.
agrees that you need to mandate them.
I'm sorry?
Yeah.
Not
But
everyone
that's-
agrees that you need to mandate them. Not everyone agrees
Yeah,
that you
because
need
not
to
everyone has a
force-
population that's so fucking selfish and individualistic that we even have to have that discussion.
But it's also like the idea. It's like, okay, so then can you mandate the not smoking? Like New Zealand is doing that, right? Because it's the same argument. It's like if you're smoking, you're not just harming yourself, you're harming the people around you. So now you have like a complete ban on smoking in New Zealand. And then you have the question, all right, well, so if we can mandate COVID vaccines, can we mandate other type of medication? Can we mandate other type of vaccines? Like, do you need to be a human cocktail in order to
already
be
do.
able to go through society?
We already do.
Yep.
But yeah, but like
Well-
the question is like, should we get more of that or should we get less?
Where we
A
can
lot
make
of
the
people are
case,
saying they should get
where
less.
we can make the case on an individual basis for each thing, yeah, I think we like that's what it comes down to. We have to be able to make the case, right?
But yeah, I agree. But like, it's going to be a point where you're going to have to inject yourself like to 25 medical procedures just to go through life, and you have to show papers everywhere you go. That's
Okay,
what a lot of
okay.
people don't like.
Okay, you're like concocting an extreme consequence based on one interaction where we're
I-
making
I
the
don't
case
see-
it should be required.
I don't
And
see
you're
where the
saying-
red line is. Like, you're not telling me where the red line is. You're like,
Okay,
oh no, yeah,
the-
it's fine. Like,
okay,
oh
sure,
yeah,
the red
ban
line is
smoking,
where
why not?
here's one example, and you're saying, but there might be a million examples. If we,
Yeah,
if
and
we
I
allow
don't see
this
what
one
stops
example, then we
million
might need a
examples from
million
coming to
examples, or that it
fruition.
might lead to there being a million examples of this. We've already talked about how there are it's more than one already, but it's far short of a million. So like the slippery slope
My point
argument.
is, like okay, let's take this particular vaccine, right? If it was just one dose and you can get on with your life, I don't think we would even have this conversation. But like, how many doses are you willing to mandate? Like, how many shots per year should a person take?
Why does the
How many am I willing to do? Like
Yeah,
honestly,
like if it was like let's say it would be like you need to have one per month. Would you be okay with that? Like every single
I
month?
think it's
get your
probably
stick?
more. I think it's probably more useful to ask how many would you not be able to tolerate, right? Or at what point would you not be able to tolerate it? And one a year doesn't even like show up on my radar for answering that question.
But it's the idea that if you don't take it, then you can't have a job, you can't go anywhere, you have to show papers wherever you go. Like that's what really pisses me off. Every time I go to the mall, I have to stay to this line where there's a guy scanning everyone's phone. It's fucking ridiculous. And it's not just the mall, it's everywhere. Like, if I want to go to a restaurant, I have to sit down. You know, I got to go with the mask on the restaurant, and then I sit down, I take off the mask. It's like some fucking bizarre ritual. Because I guess, like, COVID is above the head or the people sitting down.
Sure,
It's
some
a
people
lot
wear
higher.
hats, and they take off their hats when they sit down to eat.
I don't
what
wear a
if-
hat. It's
Okay,
inconvenient.
You're telling me that this step is one step too far. But, like,
But it's ridiculous, man. It's fucking ridiculous. You
you
go
have to get
the...
dressed to go outside, too. Like,
Yeah, you go to the grocery
It's
store and there's like a big window in front of you and the cashier, and to the right where she actually handles your grocery and you pay her, there's no window, and then you can speak face to face. But like when you move a little bit to the left, there's the window. Like, none of these make sense, and then you wonder, like, why are people against it?
So like the cost to set up all these implements to bubble wrap every inch of society to be perfectly amenable for a pandemic might be more costly than just asking people to wear a mask or something like that. Like, the cost that would, you know, that would produce to society, like, I think most people would agree, okay, like, it is going to cost a lot more to put up fucking, like, acrylic barriers to every single, you know, whatever grocery scanning aisle, whatever the hell it is, right? And that we can sort of offset this cost by just asking people to wear a mask.
But we've been wearing masks. Like, those shit is on top of the mask. Like,
Okay.
I just gave you a ridiculous example. Going to a restaurant, you have to walk in with the mask. You sit down at the table, you take the mask off. And then when you go back up, you put the mask back on. How does the fuck does that make any sense?
Okay,
What
it makes
is the
sense. It
scientific
makes sense
beauty
because
in
when
that?
you get up and start walking, if it's
Yeah.
the case, you're gonna start breathing. You might start talking to people.
I
as
breathe
you're-
at the table as well. I
Okay.
talk at the table as well.
Yes,
But
but
you can't eat
okay,
with the mask on.
the distance, okay, that like you're aware of when the virus first came out. I don't know if there's been any development on this, but like the primary mode of transportation
Those
for the
drops.
virus, yes, the droplets, right? So
Yeah,
it's
drop.
easy to make the case of how walking past people's tables when you're standing upright and the tables are on a lower surface, it's like much more likely that you'll be able to transmit droplets onto those surfaces than if you're sitting at your own table.
That is the gold medal at the mental gymnastics. You do realize that there's
Wait,
air
really?
conditioning in these restaurants. Like, when you sit at the table and the droplets go up, they hover in the atmosphere and then they're
Wait a
carried
minute,
by the air conditioning
that's
to
not
other
what
tables.
droplets are. You're confusing droplets between being airborne.
No, droplets
are-
still are airborne. They're
The
just
fluid
not like
droplets, by
aerosolized.
definition, are
travel through the
airborne.
air,
Like,
but
they
that's
are
not the
very
same as
tiny
airborne.
droplets.
They
which
they
hover in
can
the
travel.
atmosphere.
Yeah, they can travel like up and down through the air. They're not aerosolized.
I think you guys misunderstand the whole droplets thing. There's some potential for droplets to like waver around in the air or something like that, but it's largely just gravity that pulls the droplets down. Like, they're
Right,
large
but it
enough
can
droplets.
also be swayed by air currents in the thing. And plus, you like
it can
look
be
at your
swayed.
radar to talk and give your order.
It can be, yeah, sure, but the way
And you're also sitting at you're also sitting at like the same level as the other people sitting in the restaurant as
yes,
well.
you've already made the decision
It's
to
the
put
size of 5 nanomicrons. Like, they're very small, and they can travel through the air. Yes, they are affected by gravity, but they can hover until they go to the ground, and it takes a long time. You know, like if you have like something very small, like a soap bubble, you know, the ones that you used to play when you were a kid, like, it takes a long time for them to drop to the ground. Now imagine something even far lighter than that, and how long it would take for it to go to the ground. And they're very affected by the wind. So if you have like an air conditioning and the room is ventilated, like, the air is going to pass. This is why like entire hotel rooms got sick. It was because of the ventilation system. So
I
every
think- I
person
think-
was
I
in
don't
their
know
room,
if
but,
that's
like, the
I don't
AC
know if
would
that's
take
true.
their-
Listen,
their breathing,
I'm really wary of like letting you just say all this shit right now. I don't know if that's true.
What, like entire hotel rooms getting sick?
No, that you're talking about fucking like the
Flugel
droplets.
droplets?
Yes, entire
How
like
do you
when you say
think
entire
hotel rooms got
hotel room.
sick? If the people are in different rooms.
Well, like the cruise ship specifically.
Yeah, like
too.
cruise ships or stuff like that.
Because
How do
people
you
are
think they
touching
got sick?
surfaces all the time. Like I don't know. Like I don't know.
Surface. Wait, I think surfaces are like generally not like. I think like we now know that it's like it doesn't have a very long life on surfaces now, right?
It's like hours.
I think it's even less than that. I think it's like 30 minutes.
Okay, well, even 30 minutes when you have an entire cruise ship where everybody's interacting with the same surfaces and there's like hundreds of people, like I don't know. Holy shit! Like, have you ever played Pandemic?
Yeah, but they've also got like ventilation like throughout all the rooms that are like linked together.
You guys are making claims about the transmissibility that I've never heard before. I'm like really wary of
I'm pretty sure anyway.
Especially
Yeah,
Flamenco,
and
I'm led to believe that you
ventilation
have
help.
like a huge audience. So like I just want to make sure that we're not like spreading medical disinformation or misinformation.
Wait,
right
what misinformation have I spread,
Okay,
dude?
the idea
like
that-
this, like
Okay,
this
I'm telling you right now. I'm telling you right now. I don't want to go any further. I want to tell you right now. Stop bitching. I just want to tell you right now.
No,
don't
talk
please
like a
don't
fucking
cry.
human
Please don't
being,
cry.
and I'll
Please
stop.
don't cry.
Oh my
Please.
God.
Okay, the idea that that COVID-19 is transmissible because it is airborne as opposed to droplets. Okay, and you're talking about like
I
these
never
droplets
said it was airborne.
moving through the air and like fucking being blown around by wind and
When
air
they say
conditioning
airborne,
units.
it means aerosolized, not droplets. But like droplets travel through the air and they don't go like in an arc down to the ground.
No, that's exactly what they do.
They they can also
a
be
different question
by
then.
wind
You know what?
currents, dude.
Hold on. You know when you go to the hospital and you have your own bed and you still need to wear a mask? Like, but then by your definition, why would you not have to wear a mask when you're at the restaurant? In fact, restaurants should be permanently closed.
Sure.
But
So-
by this logic, because when you're sitting at the table, how is it different than when you're sitting in a hospital bed?
Sure. So there are certain things when you're in a hospital. First off, that's like a highly contagious environment. So like sparing no expense to try to just mitigate, the risk of infection as much as possible makes, a lot of sense for a hospital. But I understand that there are certain trade-offs we make. So the idea of like putting on your mask when you're walking out of the restaurant, I already described the idea of like you're walking high up above people's other surfaces. The idea that as you talk, you might be like spreading droplets over their surfaces where, the risk of doing that is much, much lower when you're sitting
Just make
at your
it
own
so
table.
don't talk. Just make
I mean,
it like
the
silent,
other
like
the other
library.
people are
Okay,
the other people
don't tell people to
also
wear masks.
sitting,
Just
though.
restrict them from speaking. That's the argument you're making.
Restaurant, yes, while you're walking to the table, shut the fuck up.
It's very, very anti-free speech.
Yeah, it's very anti-free speech, and now you're talking about bringing in another mandate. You're just like
Bring a library into the restaurant so you can have the ambience of keeping quiet while you're going to the table.
Holy shit.
Okay,
I
listen,
think
I don't know. That's a
prefer-
funny argument, but
I prefer the masks and the fucking vax passes compared to that. What the fuck?
Yeah,
Do you
library ladies
Wait,
fucking
do you not
suck.
talk with people when you sit down to eat with them, or do you go to
Yeah, no, but we're
restaurants
talking
alone,
about like
or-
while you're going towards your table.
Okay, so
And
you
yes,
want there to
when
be
I- when I
talking
went to a
mandates.
restaurant, while I'm going to my table, I
definitely
usually don't talk.
anti-free
I think
speech.
V is being sarcastic.
Okay,
Oh,
well, as
okay.
long as we can all agree that like, that's a silly idea or whatever.
Yeah.
Well,
So,
I think
but-
he's
okay.
making fun of the fact that like a lot of these restrictions seem to be largely like kind of more by a superstition than actual like based on like how it's being spread.
Yes.
Why do you think that?
Oh my god.
Well, apparently that's what V was just saying because he said yes. So I
gave
think
the
that's what his
restaurant
argument was.
example. I gave the restaurant
Okay.
example. Like, if there is a patient that's sick with
Why
COVID
there are
and he's
greater
coughing-
restrictions in a hospital as opposed to a restaurant?
No. My point is, like, if there is a person that's infected and he's going into a restaurant and he's sitting at a table and he's coughing and he's sneezing, he's going to infect other people. The idea of wearing a mask is not something I'm against, but like going to the restaurant with the mask on and then sitting at the table
Being
and
able to
taking
take
the
it off
mask
at a
off,
restaurant
like,
where you
that
wouldn't in a
is
hospital.
ridiculous.
Okay, being able to take off your mask at a restaurant when you're going to eat, why it's ridiculous for us to allow that and not at a hospital.
No, I would make it so you don't have to wear a mask at a restaurant at all.
But
Like,
what if we can
if you're
demonstrate?
going to a restaurant, you're going to take your mask off to eat.
But
It's
what if we
literally
can-
pointless to just have it like the 2 meters while
Well,
you're
it's not
walking.
literally
to the table.
pointless. It's not literally pointless. What if we can demonstrate that, like, encouraging people to wear a mask or wearing a mask on your way to a table when you're walking over other people's surfaces can reduce the spread? Can, like,
Do you
reduce
have
the
any
risk of spread.
study that would show that?
Well, we
And
know
by how much?
we know how it spreads. Okay, it's through droplets transmission. We know
It's
that
also
these...
through aerosols. Like
No,
go
I don't
go
think
and
that's
Google
true. I don't
COVID
think that's
transmitted,
true.
and you're going to find like literally the first search results that says that it's also small airborne particles containing the virus, and is the
Small
droplets.
airborne particles. Yes.
Yes, and is the droplets. And if you have an air conditioning or any type of ventilation system, while you're sitting at the table and you're exhaling those droplets, they're going to be carried away by the winds.
Bro, who?
Sure. Yeah, in the wind. But like restaurants aren't typically windy, right? You wouldn't describe a restaurant.
They
as
have
windy.
air conditioning or ventilation. They have systems which can, and even then, unless it's like completely like if it's a restaurant where it's very hot and they don't have any sort of ventilation, okay, fine, maybe that would be a case. But then when you're getting up from the table and a new guy comes at the table, they're still going to breathe the air of the previous patron.
So per the CDC updated on May 7th, 2021, let's see. Wait, I just had it right here.
Bro, wearing a mask isn't even that hard. Like, who gives a fuck, man?
Inhalation of very fine respiratory droplets and aerosol particles. So if it's aerosolized, it's airborne.
I don't know that that's exactly true either. Listen, I'm not a doctor, so I just want to.
Well,
like,
I'm citing the CDC, so I mean,
No,
I'm
but
sorry,
you're
I
the
might be spreading medical
Hold on,
misinformation.
but you're the one
though,
that made the
sorry.
distinction that aerosolized means airborne, right? So
Yeah,
I would just want to understand exactly what aerosol particles means, like the full extent of implications there.
Sure.
Okay. So aside from that, even if it's the case, even if we can make the case that it is possible that like existing in the same room with another person, even if you're not like interacting with each other or facing each other, can potentially spread the virus. The question is about whether or not like wearing a mask to your table reduces the likelihood of the spread. If we can agree that it does, then you just have to make the argument that the discomfort that it causes you is so great that you literally can't tolerate it. And then I would just say to you, then don't go to restaurants.
It depends on like what percentage it would be. Like if it's 0.0.0.0.1%, you know, like this is the same argument that you would say, well, okay, let's lower the speed limit to 10 kilometers an hour and then we'll have like less car crashes. And the answer is yes, but it would cause so much inconvenience to the point where it would make traffic almost impossible.
Sure,
So, but I'm not even like pointing to this specific thing.
Maybe this is
with
me,
going
but I
a
don't think wearing a mask really presents like any convenience. Like, listen, I lived in Hawaii for
I
a
mean,
little
it's
while.
got several. Like, for example, there's psychologists coming out to saying that children have difficulty
Yes,
speaking because
I understand
like, they haven't seen
the whole children thing, but like, you know, fucking listen, going to a
Does lead to
restaurant for an hour is
problems,
different from pedagogy. Different from like saying if a child is, go ahead.
People can get a lot of tooth problems because when you're wearing a mask, it causes acidity in your mouth, like it raises the
wash your mask, brush your teeth.
Brush your teeth.
Yeah,
Got him.
But that's not the point. Like my point is, when you're looking at these things and they don't make any sense, like you see all these rules.
You say they don't make any sense, but I've already demonstrated how they might make sense.
No, you don't demonstrate. You said, well, perhaps it could somehow limit. I mean, I guess, you know, like if a person is walking and he feels like sneezing or coughing while he is walking.
No. I've said that the primary mode of transmission seems to be droplets, right? Like droplet transmission. And that when you look at like they've offered like a lot of visualizations for what this looks like, and it is largely like droplets that are large enough to carry like a bunch of particles or whatever. And that it's like fucking subject to the force of gravity. But that there's a potential that some particles can be small enough that they can linger in the air or whatever. This is new information. Maybe it's not new to you guys or whatever. It's new to me. Like the idea is
it's been out since May.
Okay, but still the argument is still
well, no, I'm not actually sorry. You've been kind of a
Sure,
You've
okay.
been kind of a smug asshole for like the last like 2 hours, so
Great,
I'm not
whatever.
really sorry.
Cool. The argument still that has to be made is like, is this going to be the primary mode of transmission? What is the risk of transmission from like these types of particles versus allowing people to just like spew normal airborne particle or droplets through the air or whatever that just normally occur through talking, that sort of thing. You've said they don't make sense, but if we can make the case that the rate of transmission is higher if we allow people to like walk through restaurants and like talk
like how much would it have to be higher? And I don't think even such a study exists. I have looked. I don't think they ever looked at a restaurant and measure like how many people got infected there when the restaurant didn't have people with masks versus a restaurant that had this very weird, bizarre thing where you have to wear the mask when you're entering and then you have to take it off when you're
it may be
sitting
the case that this is a case made entirely out of inductive reasoning. Okay, I'm not claiming that there's some like quantitative data or that they've done
probably
some
because
rigorous...
of legal reasons that they say you have to wear a mask when you're indoors, right? So restaurants are indoors, but like obviously it should have been an exception considering that 99% of the time people are in a restaurant, they have their mask off because they're there to eat.
Yes, when they're at their table.
Yes.
And it's like much less likely that they're spewing airborne particles that are like succumbing to the force of gravity.
No,
and just
because like
falling on
even
people's
when you
surfaces.
go like when I go to another table, right? Like I'm going to a restaurant and I'm sitting at a table. Even if we would to say like, okay, there's no There's no movement of the air. The droplets are being taken from one place to another. Okay, fine. When you go to another table, someone else used to sit there. You're still risking of getting infected.
Yes,
and even then, you go to one of these restaurants, right? And you say, I want to go to the bathroom. They're not going to put you to mask up. They only tell you to mask up when you go into it.
Yes, because you're walking upright. You're like several feet over other
So
flat
when you
surfaces.
go to the bathroom, you're walking out. Do you crouch? When you move from your table, do you crawl all the way to the bathroom?
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. That's why the mask thing is in effect for when you get up and like move around the restaurant, because you're several feet above surfaces. So like the droplets can arc from your mouth and like travel some distance before landing on a flat surface that's like several feet below your mouth.
I recently actually went on an Amtrak trick, basically on the train, right? A trip, and they make you wear a mask the whole time, right? The only time you can have your mask off is when you're eating. Would you say that it's like, well, okay, if you're gonna let people eat on the train and take off their masks just for those moments, would you say it's not worth having people wear their mask all those other times?
You know that's so interesting because like your country does it so differently than mine. Like here you can be on a
Well,
train
no,
without.
like the thing is that like you wouldn't say that like, all right, well, if,
like,
if you're
but that would make more sense. Like that would have more consistency. Than
it makes
else.
just as much sense as the setting of a restaurant, right?
No, because
when people are
restaurant,
moving around, when people are moving around a restaurant, you don't
because
want them
even after
spreading.
you finish eating and you're at the table and you're talking with the other peers, you don't have to put the mask back on, even if you're not eating, all while you're waiting for food. Right, so you just made an order.
Yeah, if you're
allowed to take your mask off, you're allowed to smoke. You're allowed to talk to other people. Like no one gives a shit, right? But at least the one in the train, like fine, like people go to the train and they can stay there for like 12 hours if they travel long, so they need to eat something and there's no other way. Like I get it, but I'm telling you, like the idea that you can walk without a mask on the street and then you go to a restaurant and you put the mask on just to walk all the way to the table. Good luck arguing that they're showing stuff.
Dude, who gives a fuck? Dude, this is the most retarded debate I've ever fucking heard. Just put on the mask. It's not the hardest thing in the world. Just fucking put it on. Like, what do? Like, you have to fucking strap on the mask, like, with fucking multiple fucking, like, Velcro and shit. You act like it's a fucking big maneuver to take on and off a mask. You just take it on, take it off. It's not a big deal. Who gives a fuck?
I guess I could just take a truck and park it in the middle of Toronto then. If that's the conversation. It's like, oh, dude, just take it off. Hey, I'll go to do something even more harder. Just take the truck, put it in Toronto, and wait there a little bit.
Why do you care? Is it like a slippery slope?
Honk.
Dude, wait, why do you care though to put on a mask in a restaurant when walking to a table?
This is the crux of the
argument. Because there have been several times when I forgot my mask at home, right? And you go there and it's like,
don't forget your mask.
I forgot the fucking mask.
Okay, I have. Okay,
they will give you a mask a lot of the time.
Hey, here's what I do. I have a mask in my car. And sometimes I forget it, so I go back to my car and get it. It's just, like, you should be doing that by now. I don't know what to tell you. Like, there's other places where you need masks as well.
That also doesn't mean, because you personally
I don't like polluting the
policy
ocean with plastic. Do you know how much plastic those masks have? By the way, you go to McDonald's,
I don't give a
get
fuck!
a paper
The
straw.
fucking fish can fucking suck my dick, dude. I just want to eat at a restaurant.
Suck your dick, but Mother Gaia is dying. Did you hear Greta Thunberg going, how dare you?
Dude, you're just bitching about wanting to have a mask on or not. Stop being a fucking baby. It's not the fucking biggest world in the world.
Oh no. Oh god.
Dude, like, it's just so, like, this whole, like, fucking discussion about fucking droplets and shit, like, it's fucking breaking my brain. Like, who gives a fuck, bro, man?
Well, there is, like, an argument there, right? That's the point, right? Is that, like, this is an argument out of, maybe there's studies, I actually don't know, but it's, like, inductively, it holds up, and it's, like, kind of sound. This is one measure we can take to try to reduce the transmission.
I agree. And it's a simple thing, a simple courtesy that anyone can do, and it's not a huge inconvenience, so might as well do it. So yeah.
And so I already lived in like a culture where we wore masks when we're sick. And so to me, it's like really, but like the whole fucking, I'm sorry?
Yeah, when you're sick, not as like everyday thing.
Sure.
Or when you don't have makeup.
The point is,
if you're into that, right? Like if you want to transition and you want to put beautiful makeup on, so all the other guys look at you and it's like, oh my god, you're so hot. But one day you don't feel like it.
Listen, the point I was getting at is that like a culture of wearing, I lived in a culture of wearing masks, didn't pose any huge problems. Like I don't know, it's like kind of.
Then
like
that probably that probably informs on the different attitudes. Then would you understand?
It was in
that?
America. I don't know
Wearing
what
a
to
mask
say.
lowered the
Wait,
odds of
in
testing
America,
positive.
there's like
Yes.
a large culture of wearing masks when you feel
Yeah,
sick.
in Hawaii, there's a lot of like Polynesian and Japanese cultural crossover.
Okay, so that sounds
Oh,
more
yeah,
like
Japan
that sounds
does
more
that a
like
lot.
a broader Japanese tradition rather than like
But it
an
takes place in
American
America.
like overall
It
tradition.
takes place in
right?
America.
It takes place in a state in America.
Yeah. Yes. States in
Yes.
America
It's
are
not
in
like
America.
that a big.
Is that the broad cultural like norm of America?
Well, obviously no. Like broadly,
Okay,
it's
so
not.
don't try to portray it as such.
What do you think I'm not trying to quote unquote treat it as such. What do you think
You
the argument
kind
that
of
I'm
were
making?
just a second ago.
Really?
Whatever.
The argument.
What's the argument I was making? You tell me.
Oh my god.
That because when I say the broader cultural context of
No,
America,
what's the argument
right?
I was making?
You're saying that is a broader cultural context in America.
No, that's not the argument I'm making.
That you can grow up
Then
in a
please
culture
explain
that
if
doesn't
I'm
wear
getting it
masks,
wrong.
and people
Sure.
do it.
Because I don't want to.
But
I
I
don't
wanna
want
say
to.
that even in
I don't want
Japan-
to. I don't want to misconstrue your argument and then like parade around about it. Because that'd be very rude.
Sure. So my argument is that I lived in a place where like there's a culture of wearing masks didn't pose a lot of problems, and the rest of culture outside of wearing masks was broadly pretty damn American. Like there are some certainly local flavors of Hawaii.
Okay.
You know, there are like some things that are like local and specific to Hawaii, but broadly the
Right.
culture there is largely American, and they have this, you know, this input of mask wearing that doesn't pose any problems, and nobody fucking whines about it.
Right,
It's
because
not
you
even
have
about
a
the
broader
masks,
because you have
go
a broader
outside,
you have a
go
broader
outside and you see
cultural
all these
tradition of
women
doing
like
it.
katanas and melinas walking around, and it's fucking hot, especially if you have like a mask fetish. I mean, I know some girls
mask
that
fetish?
look the way that
Whoa,
when they
what?
put the mask
What?
on, they save lives. All right, that's not the main point. The main point
guy's
is
on
like
I think
people wanna
anybody's
know.
wearing a mask thinking, "Oh, I saved
There might be
lives
some
today."
people. There might
my
be some
God.
people that.
It's
do
like-
that.
Maybe
there are.
somebody who's
I
huffing their own
legitimately know
farts,
people
but
who
like,
are like
holy
that.
shit.
There are some people who've gotten
Fuck it.
fucking nutty.
Like,
So
You-
maybe
go
this
that
is
far.
why I'm a
You
little
sound,
bit
you sound like,
this.
dude. You sound like a child who doesn't want to eat their vegetables, bro. You're making like so many excuses about masks.
But are you
You're
my
like,
fucking
oh,
daddy
it
to tell me
ruins
to
my
eat the vegetable with
teeth.
what right? How
Don't
Shut
get in
the
a
dare
fight
you
fuck
tell me
up.
to eat the vegetables? I will eat the fucking goddamn vegetables when I feel like it. Not when I'm being told to eat the vegetables. That is so condescending. And then you're wondering, oh, why are people protesting? Why can't they just fucking
Well, the
eat their
argument isn't that
vegetables? Why
you
can't
should
they
be
Black
just
eating
is
sit
actually
there?
not
They
against
tell
the
you to fuck
protest.
off. They don't
The
want
argument
you to
isn't that
tell
you
them
should
to
be
eat
eating vegetables. It's being augmented by another
God.
argument that says you not eating your vegetables might kill somebody, or like might cause somebody to be you know, sick
Or it's
by some
rude.
pretty.
Yeah.
Like a them problem,
That
doesn't
is
it?
kind of well, no, I mean, like, do you care about like people who have immunocompromised, like?
Dude, if I was
or-
immunocompromised, I would probably just not go outside until
don't
like
know
Oh, so
there's
let's just like stifle the rights again.
Okay.
We'll
You don't-
just
you don't need to
stifle
be
the rights of
immunocompromised.
There's
another
people who are
person because
immunocompromised. Stardust. People who are immunocompromised already make like different like concessions
Sure.
based on their fucking health
they
issues.
do, they
They,
do,
they've
but
they
but
already like plan their days out around.
We don't
that.
need to
That's
talk
not
about
good.
even
immunocompromised
then-
people. Even a normal, healthy
Yeah,
person
it's not
getting
a good
COVID can have
argument.
long-term negative
Yeah.
effects.
I mean, Omicron's been really bad for kids. Actually, they're.
Yeah.
I remember reading a study earlier that like it was really affecting kids. So, I'll have to pull that up again.
You
But
sounded
yeah.
gleeful when you said
Should
that.
there be? I have a
Wait,
question
who?
for
It's
V.
really affecting kids.
I have a
Gleef-
question for V.
gleeful.
Hold on.
No, I'm just
Stardust
reading my
is just-
chat. I'm having a really
Stardust is
good time
funny.
right now. So, yeah.
Should there be a mandate, or do you agree there should be a mandate for wearing pants in restaurants?
Stardust, are
Yes.
you live on YouTube or something?
V?
I am live on YouTube. Yeah.
yeah,
I go live on
that's-
YouTube
Oh
after
my God,
Chaos
this-
Cast
Yeah,
ends.
I'm looking
have
at
a
Stardust. I'm
conversation.
looking at Stardust's chat right now. And it's like, yeah, V's moral intuitions basically lean towards liberty. He's not going to support something unless he believes the benefit outweighs the loss of
liberty,
liberty.
but for like
Yeah.
only for some people, not for like other people.
What?
So.
Everyone is free to take a vaccine, and then we establish that they're safe. Like, how exactly is it infringing your liberty? Just take the damn vaccine. Just take it. It's there. It's yours. I pay taxes so you can have it. Take
Exactly.
it. I don't get it. Where is the idea that, oh, well, some people don't have liberties? If you choose not to take it, then you can get
So it
sick. I
goes
don't care
back-
where you're getting from. Like, you
It
can
go-
get it
it-
from a
Yeah,
cat
okay.
on the feeding
So
street.
here it goes back to like what I was saying before, right? Yes, you have individual liberties, but like when those individual liberties start infringing on the rights of other people's liberties, then we have an issue, right? So when somebody
Yes,
can't go to the
the way
grocery
that you're
store
infringing is
without worrying about their
extremely
kids or
limited.
something like that, you know, and then yeah, sucks. So
Yeah, but like, you can't stereotype every single person as being sick unless they've been mandated by the government and they show you papers. Because that's what the problem is. Like, every single person that doesn't show papers is stereotyped as being sick, carrying it, and giving it to others.
They're being sick. It's that they are potentially presenting a greater risk of transmitting the disease to people
It
that
will
are
be more
vaccinated or
transmissible.
otherwise.
All right,
It will be more
should we
transmissible.
start and frisk people just because they happen to be of a certain ethnicity that might
Yo,
be of
dude,
a
we're,
greater risk?
no, dude, that is dude, you are like,
How
dude,
is that a leap?
wait. Okay,
I can
I
establish how
feel
that's a
like
leap.
I feel like V, if we were still dealing with polio again, like you would be like against vaccine mandates for that, right?
Oh, and I'll tell you why. I wouldn't even need to have mandates for polio because it's such a crippling disease. It's so fucking horrifying that if you had polio again, you would have lines at the vaccination centers where over 99% of the population would get vaccinated the next day. You wouldn't even need to encourage people. They would just see 2 or 3 people sick with polio. They would go like, "Holy fucking shit!"
So historically, when there have been like things like other flus that have been really contagious, people have been resistant to like vaccinating and masking then too. But like I still think that like when you're thinking of the health of the broader population, and please excuse me because I've been up all night.
It's like super
still
late.
high.
Holy shit.
But when you're looking at like the health of the broader population and making sure that people can still go about and do their daily activities without being incredibly hindered, then I think it's like a good solution. Like just get vaccinated, you know.
Okay.
So I see your point, but the way I view it, that I don't think like I'm going to change my mind on this, is that you have a choice. You can take the vaccine and don't worry about getting hospitalized as sick, or you can choose not to, and then no one fucking cares like if you get sick, because you made the choice. You made the conscientious
but you know what?
choice.
When those sick people show up at the hospital, they still have to be taken care of. And you
They
know
pay
what we're
taxes
having
for
now?
that.
What we're having now is we have medical workers who are experiencing compassion fatigue because they have to treat all these people who are unvaccinated who still don't believe that like COVID is as serious
I'll
as
give
it
you one
is.
more. Like this is the best I can do, right? If you choose not to take the vaccine, you don't get treated for COVID unless you pay from your own wallet.
No, but
How
you still
about
might
that?
can't do
hold on, you
that.
still might spread it to
Why
someone
not?
who did choose
Why
to get
not?
the
If you
vaccine,
sign
and they
a
might suffer
consent form.
long-term effects.
Like, I will sign a consent form saying, look, I don't take it. If I get sick, it's my fucking problem, right? So everyone that I would also put in the same situation would also sign the same consent form.
No, but you might spread it to someone who did get the vaccine, and the likelihood that you will
How
is higher.
many of the Jesus Christ? All right, so by
and
this
they might
logic,
suffer long-term health effects from getting it.
Here's what it is. Okay, we have presented a myriad of reasons why people should just get vaccinated. And every single one is like, so what? I have my individual liberty. I'm going to piss and shit wherever I want to. So, like, I don't know.
Okay, fine. If it's like that, would you be okay with the military dragging people outside their homes and forcefully vaccinating them?
No, I think
Why not?
Well,
Why
it
not?
actually
It's
depends
for the
on
greater good.
It-
If a
for
single person
COVID-19,
can be
no, I
saved
wouldn't.
like this,
Not for
at least do
COVID-19.
it properly.
I think we should
Like, stop
militarize, like,
prolonging
the
this fashion shit.
IRS,
Just
but,
do it in
like-
one day.
Sure, if you to
I'm
answer your
just kidding.
question,
I'm
like
making
for
a joke.
COVID-19, no, I wouldn't support that. But for there, I can certainly dream of a pandemic where I would. Like if
No,
it's the
but
case,
why
that
not?
Just,
Why not? What is the argument for it? I mean,
Sure.
if it's about saving lives, you're not prolonging the stuff anymore. We get rid of all the QR bullshit. Just get the military to go in, drag people out of their homes, forcibly vaccinated, and be over with.
So I never disagreed that there was a level of like transgressing on liberties that could be unacceptable. I never disagreed. Okay, I agree that there's like a level of transgressing on liberties. It's got to be contingent on like the harm you're preventing and the inconvenience that you're providing, right? Like this, that's
the number. Like, when would you say, all right, we got to get the military involved? We gotta force people under any circumstance to get it. Like, how many deaths would you say it's required?
I don't listen. I don't have a number prepared for you, but I feel like it would have to be much worse than COVID-19.
I mean, you know, this whole thing with vaccine mandates in 2020, it was incomprehensible.
Wait,
like,
do
if
you,
you even
do you
suggest
hold
that
on,
the
stop.
government
Before we
would
move
force
another step, do you disagree with that? Do you disagree that there could be a potential virus or pandemic or something that you would support the military like forcibly vaccinating people?
No, because the people who are vaccinated would be safe. So the ones
Not
that don't, you know,
necessarily.
they made their decision. I don't
Not
think there's any
necessarily.
circumstance where the military should force people to take.
Stop. We can't go another step. It is not necessarily the case that everybody who gets vaccinated is perfectly 100% protected from any given virus.
Okay, but then the person can just choose to stay home. No, there is absolutely no situation where I would view it acceptable for the military to do something like this.
No, not a zombie outbreak.
Not even a zombie outbreak. No.
Okay, well that may just be a difference in, I don't know. our position
Like
on this one.
if that was the case, I would take all the measures I can to protect myself. I wouldn't think that it's okay to force my fellow citizens to do something they don't want under the point of a gun. It's just like, it blows my mind. At this point, I would just move to China.
Oh yeah, they've got tons of liberty in China. I don't know if you've heard about this country of China that's like, real big on individual liberties.
Didn't they weld people into their homes?
Saying. Like,
didn't
if
they weld people? I'm pretty sure they did. Yeah, they welded people into their homes for
that. That's what I'm saying.
Being
That's what I'm saying.
sarcastic. Wait, are you guys really not picking up on that?
Okay.
I don't get it. Like I said,
I like unironically. Are you not picking up? Like,
wait, what is that supposed? Oh, sarcastic? I guess I didn't get it. No, I didn't get that.
I said if the Romanian military would force people at gunpoint to get a vaccine, at that point I would rather move to China. That's what I said.
I can't tell if it's intentional or if it's just like you guys weren't picking up on it.
So wait,
no, I'm just not picking up on it.
I'm
like
just, really
I'm actually not picking.
Like, what the fuck?
I'm not picking up on it.
V, that was not sarcasm, right? Like that seems like actually like a perfectly salient position.
At that point, you go into full fascism mode. Like at that point, there are no more freedoms. Like you don't have any more liberties. So just move to a more economically prosperous country if it's like between two dictatorships.
I call the fascist.
Okay, I wouldn't say it's two dictatorships either, especially if like the overwhelming majority of the population encourages and
if the
agrees
military
with the
can come into your house, drag you out and vaccinate you, yes, you're living in a fascist state.
What's the overall popularity in the U.S. of like mandating vaccines?
I actually have no idea.
Yeah, I would probably not appeal to
we're talking about Canada and the trucker situation.
I mean, I wouldn't. Yeah, sorry. I'll stay out. Sorry.
I felt like
I'm gonna stay out of this
situation like so long.
Yeah.
Yeah, we left the trucker situation like 5 hours ago.
Anyway, sorry if I was upsetting. I was trying to entertain you guys as well. So,
I don't think you were upsetting. I thought you were hilarious. So,
thank you, because I did try to hype it up a a little bit for the audience. Was nice talking to you guys. I need to go pick
up
my
It's nice to talk to you too. Please come back again. I appreciate your presence.
Was lovely.
Yep, you're a fun guy to talk to.
Luigi? What the fuck?
Everyone in my chat kept calling him Luigi and Mario.
Wait,
like Mario's
you can't say that, bro. You can't say that.
He said I would. No, I mean,
fuck it.
I was
I'm
allowed.
not reading that out. I'm not reading it out, Winston. I'm not reading it out.
Do an impression of me, Supreme.
Dude, you guys like.
Frick. I don't know. That's my impression. I don't know.
Wow.
You have to have a personality for me to do an impression.
Oh my god.
You don't think I have a personality? Fuck you.
You don't think I have a personality?
Is just a little dry, Stardust.
That was good.
Dude, you guys debate with these fucking tardos like way too seriously. Like if he has a take as dumb as like I don't want to wear a mask in a fucking restaurant, you clown on him. You don't fucking debate droplets.
I will take an argument as serious as the other person,
I guess, but I don't know. I think I personally like going like when people start being ridiculous. I personally like going the route of kind of just showing how dumb it is.
Wait. Bo Blacks, when I do that, then people will like take some of my jokes seriously. So I can't make any jokes about like I'm a triggered feminist because people actually take it seriously.
But like,
yeah.
It's like how I argued with him. I was like, why are you being such a pussy? Just fucking put on the mask. Or like when I argue with Brittany from Politically Provoked, I'm like, who gives a fuck if white people are minority, lol. Like it's just I don't know. It's just so simple. It's just so simple. Like I don't know.
It only works for specific moments, though.
I feel like it would have worked.
Weird
in that
people giving like justification for various things against whites if they become a minority.
I was going to bring up the argument. I couldn't because like there was too much discussion. But I was gonna say like, does he think there should be like a pants mandate for like going into a restaurant? Because according to him, I mean like, technically you don't really
should
need
all just walk
pants.
around
You don't
naked.
really need
Yeah.
pants to go in. I mean,
We don't need
like
clothes,
if we're gonna make the argument
period.
about like seeing genitalia or whatever. I mean, you still have the underwear on. Like, I mean, they should be allowed to not wear pants and walk into a restaurant if they want to. Like, you know. It's like the
Okay,
same
here's
argument with the
one last argument that I think needs to be considered. Let me put this forward. I got vaccinated. I would not have if it wasn't mandated. Okay.
Why?
Why? Because I'm fucking lazy. Okay.
Okay.
And like, you know, going to the hospital and like sitting there for 15 minutes or whatever the fuck. Like, I did that because it was.
If you got
interfering with-
COVID, would you blame anybody but yourself?
If I got COVID, would I blame anybody but myself? Yeah.
Yeah,
and
before
if
you
I-
got vaccine, before you got vaccine by that,
Listen.
I guess rationale.
Here's the point of me talking about this. I think there are a lot of people out there that wish well on people and want to do right by other people, but that are just like lazy and don't take a lot of steps to do things that they know are the right thing to do. A lot of people don't recycle. Okay, most people, I feel like a lot of people agree with like vegetarianism or veganism, but they just like it's just hard to do it.
No, I think a broad majority of people who aren't vegetarian are simply not vegetarian because they enjoy eating meat.
Sure, yeah, broadly, yeah, I can agree with that. But I think there are a lot of people, for example, that would like or think the idea of donating to charity is good and have the access resources to do it. But like, it's just hard to motivate people.
Hell
to do
no,
things.
I'm not donating to charity. What the fuck? I want my money.
Sure. So I'm saying that one function that the mandate provides is not necessarily forcing people who absolutely do not want vaccines, you know, to get them otherwise. But it also provides the function of people that are indifferent about it or even like amenable to the idea of getting vaccines to get it because it interferes with their lives in a way that like encourages them and incentivizes them to get it. I'm one of those people.
The thing is that I think that through that you should like make it super easy to get or make sure that people know that they can get it for free or something like that. I think that's fine. I think that when you're starting to like make things difficult for people who don't do it, that's when there's like a little bit of a problem.
Yeah, but they're not difficult to get, right? They are free and they are easy to get.
No,
right?
I'm saying not having it, making it difficult to not have it.
Okay, but it was easy and it was free for me to get it. But it wasn't until I had some impetus in the form of there are things I want to do in life that I can't do until I get this that really made me go get it.
Okay, but I think that the people who choose not to from that shouldn't be penalized for that.
Yeah, I don't know. I think it depends. It depends on the scope of the emergency or something like that.
Right.
Like, it's the case we have fucked this up so bad. It's 2022.
I mean, Omicron came from a country that has higher rates of vaccination than we do. So I don't know if that's, I don't know if you can say like not getting the vaccine is what's fucking us.
Okay. Listen, I wonder how prevalent Omicron would be if America had its shit together and we all got vaccinated and there wasn't like a hot debate around
it's prominent in places that have higher rates of vaccination.
No,
too.
it's not. Not in the same way. Not in the same way.
Not in the same way, but it's still prominent. Like the
still
Omicron was caused by
places-
people not getting vaccinated.
They actually are
is,
doing.
like, not
They're
making a
actually
lot of
doing
sense.
better than we are. It slowed it. It slowed the spread.
No, I know. I'm just saying that it isn't going to like fully stop it either.
It wouldn't fully stop it, but the point is to slow it and to not overload the hospitals and not cause.
We're not overloading hospitals though.
I mean, no, I have friends who work like in hospitals and like there are people who like have to go to therapy because of all the dead bodies they've seen. Like that's not true at all. Maybe not all at once, but like waves. There are waves.
Well, no.
No,
Okay,
wait. No, I'm not done. Okay? And it's my fucking voice chat, okay?
Mhm.
So yeah, what happens in a lot of hospitals there are waves of people, right? Waves of like COVID, right? And basically, yes, medical workers do deal with death, but the amount of death that they started seeing after COVID has been so high that there are people with PTSD. Like I said, there's like compassion fatigue. There are people
PPXD.
retiring. I'm sorry.
I said PPXD.
What is PPXD?
That's
I think
what I
he's
want
just
to know.
making a meme because
Are
he
you
said
making
PP and then the smiling
I said
emoji.
PTSD. I said PTSD.
How am I the one not? How am I the only one not picking up? I'm picking up on these.
Why are you derailing me? Why are you derailing me? Why,
sorry.
Supreme?
You didn't talk at all when I was talking. My bad.
Okay, I'm sorry. You know what? You're fair enough.
Apology accepted.
The only thing I have a problem with that is that generally when we're talking about overwhelming hospitals, we're talking about like the initial fears that we had when COVID started, namely the fact that it would leave hospitals to be like past capacity, and you would have like deaths not related to COVID, but just simply because the hospitals weren't able to.
Right. That was
well, the no, it's not even that. It was the fact that the hospitalizations took like upwards of like 3 weeks to like get for people to get better.
Right. That's what contributed to there not being enough ventilators available, because they had to be in use for like, that was one of the first arguments in favor of the vaccine, is that it cut down hospitalization time. Or like,
well, the ventilator thing, I think like we're ventilating a lot less now, because apparently that's like not helping it, from what I remember. What I'm saying is that we haven't gotten to rates where like people are being turned away because their hospitals are over capacity. I don't think we got to that even at like the height of the pandemic.
No,
I think right now, even
people,
like in the winter time when COVID's going to be like the worst, I think
I
we're
knew
like at like
who,
85%, like the highest
okay,
rates.
so I had friends who were working in a hospital, and they would be waiting for somebody to like basically like somebody who's in critical condition to die, basically, so they could have a bed free. So it's not true. It comes in waves.
Not to the extent that where like you have, because that happens in hospitals even outside of COVID, and then they defer it to another hospital.
With COVID it's different. With COVID it's different.
What's the numbers on that specifically?
The numbers on what?
Because the numbers on the amount of people who have died just simply due to the fact that there were overcapacity beds and they were unable to receive medical attention.
I don't have the numbers on that. All I know is like from from what I've heard about people waiting for like a bed to be free, right? It's not that like waiting for the person in that bed to, you know, pass so they can have that bed free for somebody else.
The problem with that is that like, one, these cases are going to be like extremely sporadic just due to the fact that like, again, I think like the current highest one recently, like I think this is like about a month ago, but this would be at like the height of winter, was about 85%. ICUs generally tend to try to operate at like 75% capacity.
Okay, so so I would have to look into that more.
Right.
But it's still like in certain pockets, right, of the country, and it's there are certain pockets of the country that have less access to medical care.
Right.
So yeah, so there are a lot of factors that come into play when we're talking about like how hospitals deal with COVID patients, right?
And I get that.
And there are some hospitals that are much more like well equipped to deal with that. But when it's like there's one hospital for an area, and a lot of people don't have like good access to healthcare there, then yes, there's going to be some overloading in that area. And I mean, I know it's like anecdotal, but like there are like people with PTSD. So
yeah, I know. But like, one, the medical profession is like it's extremely high stress job, so that is not super out of the ordinary.
I'm going to disagree, but yeah,
no,
I would disagree, but I don't have like the studies all in front of me to like back me up.
Hospitals see like kids that like lose an arm or some shit. Like there is a lot of high stress in the medical field, especially in hospitals, especially in the ICU. I don't for a second like deny that like an increase in stress as well as like other restrictions might lead to like higher rates of mental stress. I'm just saying that it's not like to the point where it's like this is going to have like long-term ramifications, you know what I mean?
I just feel like America exists as the perfect demonstration of exactly how bad a pandemic can go if people don't take it seriously. Like, there are countries with much higher populations with much lower levels of like federal contiguity and like ability to enforce laws and shit. Like, I don't know. People talk junk on
America
India.
is also an extremely unhealthy country. Like, I think our obesity rate is like 10% higher than like the other countries. right?
Like
we have a way higher obesity rate too.
I don't
so
know
we
how
have
that
probably
would,
a lot of comorbidity factors.
I don't know how that would necessarily correlate with the infection rate or the total case number or anything
Fatalities.
like that. Sure, but fatality, sure, I understand. But like just comparing the next highest country, I'm like looking at stats now, and the next highest country for total cases over the past 2 years is India, and their population's like 3 times larger than ours, or 4 times larger than ours. It is 4 times. Holy shit, it's 4 times larger. They have 1.4 billion people, and they have half as many total cases over 2 years. And like, you know, India is much less poised to be able to enforce lockdowns and things of that nature than the United States. Like, the United States acts as this just perfect
These numbers
example.
are also based on the idea that they'd be able to receive medical care, and these numbers are being reported too. So there might be an aspect of that too.
So these are estimations that statisticians put together that do factor in that sort of thing through margin of error. I think, like, often, or I'm not sure, total case numbers. Yeah, sure. Maybe it's the case that some people who got COVID, it wasn't counted, but that's true in America as well.
Yeah,
know?
I would say the rate in India would probably be higher just due to the rate of, like, I think more people in India are in poverty than America.
It's just really annoying for me to think about, like, here in the first world, US and Canada, like, the numbers speak for themselves. I wonder what a world would have looked like if we had gotten more serious. Now, some of the failures are like, you know, from the government, on a government level, either local or city or state or county or whatever. You know, like, some of the failures on the government to not provide for people in order to lock down. We you know, dropped the ball in a lot
Well,
of
if
places.
any government's going to stop you from actually, like, having employment, they should also make sure you don't fucking lose your house.
Yes.
So, like, there's an aspect of that, and you know, that's why I'm, like, largely against lockdowns unless they're compensating people.
I think one of the biggest reasons it's got out of control is how, like, politicized COVID is. Because I guarantee if, like, COVID didn't become this war of, like, oh, get vaccinated versus don't get vaccinated or whatever, like, conservatives usually don't get vaccinated and liberals usually do or whatever, I feel like more people would be vaccinated. I just don't like how it's so, like, politicized and all that.
It's hard to know. Like, there is an argument there as well, which is like, what if it's the case that mandating it, like, caused people to be more reluctant than they would have been otherwise?
I think it does. I think that, well, I mean, I don't think a mandate would, like, a federal mandate would actually work in America.
Yeah, I don't know. I just
no,
think about,
just based on, like, the like general culture of America, I don't think that would work.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Fucking, I just want to think about, I don't want to think about, like, what the world would look like in the state of the coronavirus pandemic if America had gotten its shit together earlier on. And part of what contributes to us not getting our shit together is people not getting the fucking vaccine. I don't know.
Sure, but, like, I mean, I don't know. I sort of tend to think of things as they are, not like hypotheticals. You know what I mean?
Well, when we're talking about, like, we are creating behavioral prescriptions, and when we're talking about whether or not certain actions are justified, so like the Canadian trucker situation, and whether or not, like, the vaccine mandates are justified, you know, like, that's not talking about things as they are. That is talking about things from a place of principles and, you know, how we would like things
Well,
to
people's
be.
principles are a matter of fact, though. So, like, talking about them in that way is, like, useless, I think.
I don't think so. Like, what are you doing online talking about these topics then if you think it's useless? You're, like, in front of an audience right now talking about these topics.
I do it
like,
for fun.
Okay, well, if you don't think it's important, when I, like, provided some contention, why didn't you just go, yeah, well, that's, like, your fucking opinion, man, and I don't care about it. Like, why'd you argue about it?
With it.
Okay, well, do you think it's...
I just don't put on the pretense like I'm furthering any, like, social good or anything. I just kind of make the case of why I believe in anything.
Sure, I don't think we're heroes, but the reason that we get fired up when we talk about it is because we do think it's important enough to, like, get pissed off about. Like, if I said Dark Souls 2 is better than 3, you'd probably be like, yeah, cool.
I would vehemently disagree with that one, but
yeah, okay. Well, I do think that
from a why?
Oh,
Holy shit!
shit.
All the
it's about to get
spam.
heated, bro.
I just
like,
think
argument.
like core design aspect. How do we make encounters more difficult in Dark Souls 2? We add more enemies on the screen.
Yeah, I just think Dark Souls 3 is, like, generic, streamlined, like, uninventive. It just does all the same things the previous games did, but less interestingly, and, like, more friendly to new players.
I can definitely understand that. I think from a level design and boss design aspect, as well as like, you know, some of the ways the game works is not as optimal. You know what I mean?
Holy shit. Diarrhea mandates? I'm so fucking sick of this censorship.
California politicians have to stop making laws and mandates.
The government's really gonna force me to not diarrhea around the pool. Holy shit!
Well, I actually have one of those. I actually have one of those at my apartment, a sign that says like, if you have diarrhea, you can't go in the pool.
Holy shit! I'm tired of these fucking mandates.
It's basically fascism.
The government.
Well, I don't think they require
it.
you to go get tested by the doctor to make sure that you're not having diarrhea. Yeah.
Yeah, although you probably should if you're having diarrhea in your pants all day, unless you have like fucking shitty ass. Like, what the fuck?
Do you think we should force people to wear butt plugs before they go in the pool?
Yes.
Yeah.
Mandatory butt masks for fucking diarrhea patients.
I actually don't ever go in pools because I have heard, and this is from when I was a child, but I heard that like, I mean, I heard that people, each person who enters a pool, like, deposits, like, a teaspoon of, like, fecal matter into the pool. So I believe
that's true.
Well, you know kids are fucking peeing in that shit.
This is why toilet paper sucks.
I've not been in
People should
pools,
just have
like,
bidets.
ever since I read that factoid when I was, like, a kid.
You've quit swimming? What the fuck?
I mean, I don't know how to swim either, so I mean, you know.
Oh, God. We need mandatory swimming lessons. We need a mandate.
Why?
Stardust.
And the weirdest part is I go to the beach or in the, you know, obviously like animal shit in the water, right?
What if someone pushes you in the water? Will you drown? What the fuck?
Oh, this Winston guy says he's friends with you, Flamenco. He really wants to come on.
Winston really wants me to read a super chat that I really don't want to read. Yeah, he's really mad.
Why are you mad, Winston? Chill out, bro. Jesus Christ,
He had to
dude.
wear a mask in a restaurant, and he's.
But yeah.
He said he gave $1,000 to like some.
He did not give $1,000. He gave me $5.
Oh, he said he gave $1,000 to the whatever.
Oh, sweet.
To whoever, I don't know.
Freedom Convoy.
Oh, okay, yeah, them.
Probably.
Isn't Winston like the monkey? Isn't Winston the monkey from Overwatch?
That's fucking racist. Stop it.
No, that's what. Isn't that his name?
Yeah, that's his name.
Bastard.
He's not the guy. He's not named after the guy who, like, I think. Wait, what did the McCree guy do again? Was it like something like really fucking serious?
Oh yeah, they had
or was
to
it, like,
rename
trivial?
McCree. Lol.
Wait, did they really?
Yeah.
Yeah, it was either sexual harassment or rape, and I can't remember
McCree's
which.
new
Oh, Mad Dog
name?
McCree.
Yeah.
Yeah, what's
they named him Cassidy or some shit.
Cole
Rape is
Cassidy.
unacceptable now?
Oh my.
No, I'm saying that rape is the bad one. If it's sexual harassment, I think that's kind of dumb to
Can't trick me,
change the name.
J-Ron.
If it was rape, then it's like, yeah, I probably want to distance myself from that guy too.
He says, okay, can I read Winston's thing? I want on. I gave over $1,000 USD of my own money to the Freedom Convoy in Canada and Canada First causes. I'm not going to sit here and let Bo Black smear my patriotic Canadian brothers and sisters. Okay. Are you happy now,
he's
Winston?
really fucking mad at Bo Blacks.
Why?
You're not going to pick on my homie Bo Blacks, okay?
Why is Winston mad at me?
I don't know. There's just a lot of things about Dark Souls 2 that
you know, it's weird.
Like,
Winston should be mad at me. I was the one who was making all the arguments. Like, hello.
Really rough. But to be fair, it was also the B team, so...
You know what, Winston? You have a tiny penis, okay? Get mad at me. You have a tiny, tiny penis. I have more chest hair than you will ever have in your entire life, okay? And my dick may be short, but it's fatter than yours too, okay? So, deal with that, Winston. Dumb fuck.
Regardless,
I bet you
Bloodborne
can't
is
even
the best
satisfy
one.
your wife at night. Dumb idiot.
I hear people say that, but I'm never buying a PS4, so...
Well, Mal, imagine being really mad at both
PlayStation 1 port of it.
I'm in Flam's Discord. DM me. I'm not DMing you, fucking weirdo. Why the fuck would
why
I DM
why
you?
is fucking Winston from Overwatch so mad at me?
Oh,
right
get
now? Holy
what's
shit.
it called?
Stop,
Okay,
Winston.
it's like-
Stop it. Calm down. Don't
Plus,
do
Elden
another.
I've already
really
said
good.
that I don't know like
I'm
a
done
lot
with
about
emotional
the
men.
situation.
I'm
I'm
the
done
only
with emotional
one
men who
left
keep
here.
having outbursts and acting all bitchy. These fucking men, dude.
Exactly.
All they do is
And then I'm
fucking
here,
bitch and
I'm just
complain,
chilling,
dude.
and then fucking Keemstar is accusing me of screaming at people. I'm like, homie, like, do you listen to yourself? Like, what the fuck's going on, homie? I don't know, dude. How many times dudes have accused me of being the emotional one in an argument, and I'm like just chilling, having a good time? I don't know. I'm not mad at you, Stardust. I'm pissed at Boblax. Winston, you're pissed at the wrong person. I'm the one who's anti-convoy. Fuck your convoy, okay? They can go, not go do convoy things, okay? Go home, okay? You're drunk. You're drunk, okay?
Dude, look at my
Sorry.
stream right now. This is what the thumbnail would be if I debated Winston. On my stream right now, this is what the thumbnail would be. Do me versus Winston. Let's go.
Well, I like this, Winston. You should be mad at me. And
yeah,
you know what?
Sekiro is the easiest Souls game.
While you're mad at me, Winston, remember that you gave me $10, okay?
Wait, he gave you 10, he only gave me 5. What a fucking skinflint.
Yeah, you thought you were gonna get on, weren't you, Winston? Winston's in the wrong chat. Yeah, he is. He's in the wrong chat. Sorry, I'll shut up now. How are you guys doing?
Doing pretty good.
Just
I
vibing.
stayed up way too late than I was originally planning, but it was kind of fun. Like arguing with people.
Me too.
I'm surprised how long Keem stayed.
He left and then he came back and then he left again and
He
came back
always does
again.
that. He always does that.
He came back
He
like
was
3
so
times,
upset.
right?
He was very
Yeah,
upset.
he was so upset. And somebody
You
in
could
chat
tell
says,
he was upset because he got mad at me making minion jokes. He was like, "How dare you?"
What was he upset about? What were you guys talking about? Was it
somebody
still
in chat
vaccine?
said that I haven't
the
seen him that
convoy.
mad since like 2016. Yeah, I was arguing and then he dropped a link and then like the link that he dropped proved my point. It was the funniest thing in the world. And that's like I don't know, dude. That was hilarious to me, but
Yeah,
but
this
yeah.
is Stardust who's talking. Sorry, chat. Yeah.
Sorry, chat. I know you hate me. It's okay.
No, they don't hate you. Some are a little negative, but like I think you're arguing relatively reasonably, even if we're disagreeing.
Yeah. No, it's cool. I'm very happy. I was a little bit nervous afterwards, but like I actually feel very good about it because somebody in chat said I haven't seen him that angry in a long time. So,
I think you got him on the polling shit.
Oh my gosh. Okay, yeah, chat, you're just being fucking assholes
Dude,
now.
what was your
no, chat hates me. Your chat hates me, Flamenco, and that's okay.
My chat
I'm
hates
used to it now.
my chat hates
I'm
all
used
women.
to it.
Okay? My chat hates all
Stardust
women.
is an alpha sigma female because of that lion, okay? That's the most alpha shit I've ever fucking seen. That shit's huge. Alpha
Hey,
ass
Flamenco,
lion.
tell Stardust
Have
what
you
you
ever
think about
seen the
women.
have you seen the Sigma male tutorial video?
No.
Yeah, you go attack random hikers.
Oh my god, I need to show you. Wait.
I'm sorry. I don't mean to be loud or obnoxious. I'll be more chill now.
But yeah, I am a sexist and I don't like seeing women cry.
Okay. Stardust, I'm gonna send you this. You can screen share.
Wait, why did you tell me to not say that about Keemstar when I was like saying like stop like when you stop crying or something?
Who?
You were telling me like, oh no, don't say that to him.
Oh,
like you got like super serious about it.
Wait.
I assume he didn't want to derail the
did?
convo.
Yeah, no,
Yeah,
I
you
was
got
trying to diffuse like the clash of egos. It's like let's
Clash
not
of
get into that.
egos?
Yeah, because you and Keemstar
Are you saying I have an ego?
I'm saying that almost everybody who's on the internet has an ego.
Oh,
Yeah, probably.
Most people on the internet have like some mild form of narcissism, especially if you're doing online content
I'm so
creation.
excited for you to see this. It's my favorite. The first like 30 seconds of this is my favorite shit in the world.
There's
But
just a
before I-
method of managing that so you don't like become an asshole and like do some really stupid shit.
Flame was trying to debate cop you. Yeah, true. Imagine.
No, I was just trying to like
Debate cop
keep
me.
the- I was
Tribally,
trying
but
to
wow.
wrangle you and Keemstar,
Trying to
Keemstar
fucking-
specifically, because I know I can actually reason with you a little bit more than Keemstar.
Okay. Can I just read one comment before I play this video?
Yes.
says from Winston, Stardust, you know what? Fuck it. I challenge you and Boblax to debate me and Vince James on Politically Provoked. I can DM Vince right now. No, Winston, I'm selfish. I'm selfish, Winston. I want both of you, and I want it me, okay? Boblax doesn't need to be involved in this, okay? Boblax barely said anything about the convoy, okay? I'm very selfish. So you know what? Yeah, if you're gonna arrange it, make it both of you, okay? Come at me, bitch. Beta. Sorry.
Attractive.
I still need to watch the Sean Last thing.
Stay tuned.
Oh, dude, I got wrecked in that.
Welcome to the Anthony Spade channel.
It's okay. Sean Last is like pretty like good at this shit, I think.
You get ready for your daily red pill, dude.
Oh my gosh, well, Mindwave's left. I wonder if I was too annoying.
I mean, he was here for like 6 hours.
I think it's also late. It's super fucking late.
If you like the video, press the like button at the end. Press the subscribe button at the
How
end.
long have I been
Press the
streaming?
notifications button at the end.
Ugh, 8 hours. Holy shit.
Today we're going to be talking about why Sigma males
work on my fucking
are
sleep
more
schedule.
attractive
Holy
than
fuck.
alpha males. Now, a lot of people didn't even know that Sigma males existed until last week. A lot of guys didn't, but a lot of guys
well, this has
did
been fun.
know.
No hard
so
feelings.
we're having this
It was a
debate
fun
in the
debate.
manosphere.
I came in spicy. I was really
about
hungry for
alpha.
a Bloodsports debate.
You came in really fucking aggressive, and I don't know. I think it would be a little bit more like constructive to like, I guess, argue without like the ego shit, because like when people start that, I gotta kind of.
I got really pissed
step
off
it up
because you seriously cut me off like 8 times in a row, like in quick succession.
Yeah, you cut me off too though. So like
Sure,
again
replay the fucking debate again, motherfucker, and then tell me, okay?
Yeah, I know. It's not necessarily something I mean to do out of I guess disrespect. I guess I don't know.
Yeah, you need to get better at not cutting people off.
I think it's just kind of picking up on the rhythm of conversation. Sometimes I have a hard time with, but I don't know. I'm not like trying to like again.
It's fine, dude. It's fine.
I legit think that like halfway through that you were just kind of not engaging at all. So I was getting really frustrated with that.
I understand.
So I think you were a lot less like that with V. So it was
also Mindwave's is in lobby. Dude.
Yeah.
Stardust, you missed the best, dude. You didn't even react to the best part of that video, dude. The first.
Well,
30
I couldn't
seconds.
because people were talking. You know.
Dude.
Hi, Mindwaves. I thought you left because,
My
I
fucking computer froze up. It was fucking.
Yeah, dude.
I thought you left because I annoyed you.
Dude, after fucking 6 hours, Mindwaves is like, okay, now Stardust is too annoying. After all the Kirby sex talk, he would have left then if he was annoyed.
Did Vosh really make 2 videos about the like smash or passness of Pokemon?
Oh hell, dude! When is he gonna do a Kirby episode?
Flamenco. We just spent an entire the Chaos Cast was all about fucking Kirby. Okay, this is
I feel like we're throwing
new.
stones from glass houses at that point.
None of you are zoophiles though, so like I don't know.
And I don't think he is either. Okay, he may talk about horse cock a lot, but guess what? I talk about lion cock a lot. Okay, so you think
but like I think you're doing that as like making it kind of like awkward and uncomfortable. It's more of like this is how he was flirting with somebody.
Oh, okay. I guess so. Oh my gosh, Boblax, you're on camera. Wow.
What if I
handsome lad.
What if I painted this Kirby brown?
Dude, I would feel so represented. Holy shit. Okay, before we like play this video, I forgot what I was gonna say. I was gonna say something. Oh yeah, I'm sorry if I'm sucking my dick a whole lot right now. I feel really good about the Keemstar conversation.
Well, I mean,
Good.
owning Keemstar in a debate is kind of epic, kind of
I
big.
catch
deal.
that, so I'll have to watch it later.
Oh.
Yeah, I'll try to clip it up.
I'll probably I'll figure it out.
That debate went on for a long time.
Yeah, I think especially after I proved him wrong on the source that he linked, then he got really mad, and then he was trying really hard to like paint me as like the worst person in the world. So
Yeah.
But you know what? I'm okay with saying like if it means like I'm consistent, then and I'm willing to change my mind on things. You know, like I could be wrong about the economic things, or you know the economic the freezing of people's bank accounts, and I could be wrong about like arresting people at the pipeline. But like I don't know, as it is right now, it seems like if there were a hospital in that land where the pipeline is, then you know I'd probably feel the same way. So, yeah.
Yeah, like I don't know. I guess my main contention is again, like I said, I don't think that the level of violence at the Canadian thing is warranted enough to label it a terror stacked, and I don't know.
Yeah, I'd have to look at like how Canada like also classifies domestic terrorism, right? Stardust, I agree to the debate. Are you down or are you a pussy? I'm not a pussy. Okay. You know, arrange it or whatever. God, dude, why is everybody coming for me? Maybe it's because I just insulted him. Okay. I'm gonna press play on this.
Why Sigma males are more attractive than alpha males. Stay tuned.
Dude, he's got a tiger too.
Welcome to the Anthony
I'm a
Spade
Sigma.
Dude, this is like something Haas would make.
True.
Red pill coach. Get ready for
Daily red pill.
Red pill. Oh, and the CGI tiger.
I like
Holy
the tiger.
shit.
Welcome back to the Anthony Spade channel. Before we get started, I want you to watch the entire video. If you like the video, press the like button at the end, press the subscribe button at the end, and press the notifications button at the end. Okay, today we're going to be talking about why Sigma males are more attractive than alpha males. Now, a lot of people didn't even know that Sigma males existed until last week. A lot of guys didn't, but a lot of guys did know. So
Wait, was he
we're
talking
having
about
this
Sigma
debate
males
in the
before us?
manosphere about alphas and sigmas. So today we're going to go
This
ahead
one
and
Sigmas
break
were
down
just
the alphas and
discovered.
sigmas. Now, to most of you guys, your definition of a alpha male is a guy who has money, who has women, and who is good looking. That's what you've been taught an alpha male is. All right? What we're going to do is we're going to break down those little characteristics. All right? Can beta males have money? Yes. Majority of the successful men in the world are beta males. You have to understand, no matter if you're alpha, no matter if you're sigma, you're beta, omega, delta, zelta, wherever these
Zelta?
mindsets are,
Dude, I'm a Zelta
mid-tau,
male.
red pill, blue pill, it's all mindsets. When your mind change, so does the type of guy that you are. All right? It's
Whoa.
all about how confident you are to society when it comes to these different mindsets. But when it comes to the definition of them and what you've been taught, every man can have money and still be weak. Every man can have women and still be weak. A lot of you beta guys had women. The women just used you. When it comes to an alpha male doesn't get used by a woman. Now, when it comes to good looks, how many beta males out there are good looking? A lot of beta males. So when it comes to the money, when it comes to the women, and it comes to the good looks, they do not apply to an alpha male, nor do they apply to a beta male, because these are things that can exist in every sign. So we're going to take that and throw it to the side. I don't want you to use that as definition. What we're going to break down is the psychology of things, all right? When it comes to alpha and beta, the alpha males lead the beta males, period. All right? Sigma males are a form of alpha males. The difference is alphas are known for lions for a reason, because lions conquer everything around them. That's what they do. When it comes to the beta male, the alpha conquers
Dude,
the
when
beta
guys
male
talk
and
about,
uses
like,
the beta male to get
comparing
ahead.
themselves
The
as
alpha
alphas
and
to,
the
like,
beta
big
male are
cats,
part of the herd.
it feels
of
like the
life.
most childish
You're
thing
part
ever.
of the in crowd.
Like, I'm like
You're
a
part
lion.
of the herd. So inside of the crowd, there's always leaders, and amongst that leader will be the alpha male. The alpha male is what leads the beta males. When a beta male wants to emulate an alpha male, they want to appear stronger. They want to appear more powerful, which is why in the gym, you have a lot of beta males that take the steroids, the creatine, live in the gym so they can get big and look different, so they can put off a masculine aura, because that's what alphas do. Now, let's go back to the lion. When a lion wants to conquer or scare people, he roars. That's what alpha males do. Alpha males talk the loudest. Alphas are more aggressive than beta males. When a beta male tries to argue with an alpha male gets louder. Or an alpha male could be more physical because an alpha male is going to intimidate. So when it comes to just the mindset of an alpha male, what I want you to think about is the lion.
Walk into the middle of the
lion
room and roar
conquers
as loud
other
as he
lioness. And then he forms his own group.
When does he get to
You
the
have to
Sigma
look at
part?
it like a gang.
Yeah,
Because the Bloods and the Crips. Most of those guys are beta males from broken
long is
homes,
this video?
but they're led by a alpha male, which will be the toughest guy in the group.
Just enough for me.
That goes
Speed it
right
up.
back to
Let's
wolves.
speed it up.
Wolves are led by alpha males when they roll in pack, and the lone wolf that rolls by himself is actually a sigma. All right, now we're getting to the concepts. You can be broke and be an alpha male. See, your Chads and Tyrones are alpha males. They may not even be doing better than a beta male, but being that they have a dominant mindset, this is what women are attracted to. They're not attracted to their money. They're not attracted to their looks. They're attracted to their dominant mindset.
No, these people are definitely
it shows
not
strength.
worse than
So when you're dealing with an alpha is a person
worse
that's
than
constantly
Ralph.
aiming to conquer and does not allow anyone to conquer him or her. But inside of that trait, you have Sigma males. Sigma males are the alpha males.
Well, first you get
that don't want to
a
conquer.
pint of
They want to
Maker's
be on their
Mark, you
own.
drink it, and
Some
then
alpha males
you
thrive off
yell
the
at-
conquership.
you
But then you
holler.
have strong individuals, which are Sigma males. Sigma males gain their power
What
off of
animal
loneliness
would he compare
because
Ralpha
Sigma
male
males
to?
are not
Like a
looking to
pig?
conquer any and everything but its own. That's why it connects more with a tiger. A tiger does not roll in packs unless it's mother and cubs until they go out on their own. Majority of tigers, leopards, jaguars, they move individually. Now, what you must know about the tiger lives longer than the lion. The tiger is also bigger than the lion. The maximum size for a lion that you're probably going to see is 350 pounds. When it comes to a Siberian tiger, which is probably the biggest tiger, they're going to get up to 700 pounds.
I want to be like
The
a
average
panther.
lifespan
What's
for
that?
a alpha lion is going to be 16 years. The average lifespan for a tiger is going to be 22.
with all this
Why?
animal trivia?
Less damaging,
What the fuck?
less trouble, less drama, easier life. You have to understand, alphas stay in more trouble because they constantly have to prove their dominancy. That's why I tell you, you don't have to have money to be an alpha male. Anybody could be an alpha male. But when you're a Sigma, you have to always be on top of your game because you have no distractions. This is why Sigmas are more attractive. It's because they have nothing to prove to nobody but themselves. To be a Sigma male, you have to be self-confident in yourself, which means that you don't walk around with your head down. You walk around with your head high.
Wait, so
The
you're a
difference
Sigma
between the
male
Sigma
for
and
being
the alpha,
self-confident.
the Sigma does
That
not
means
want to be
most
seen.
people are Sigma
It has the
males,
same
right?
power
Like,
as a regular
No,
alpha, but it's
confidence
not
is
looking to
something
be
that a lot
popular.
of people
It likes to
lack.
sit by itself and still get a lot of moves accomplished.
Yeah, but
That's what makes a Sigma male way more attractive
People
than an
act
alpha
like
male
Sigma
because the
males
Sigma
are
male
like
has
really
a lot
rare.
of mystery.
I feel like
You have to
at
understand.
least like 50%
Sigmas is
of
more of a
people are
mental game to
confident,
life.
self-confident.
Alpha males is more of a dominant thing to life. They're not trying. Alpha males want to dominate everything. Sigmas want to dominate quietly. They don't want to be seen. They don't want to draw in the attention. Now, can you be a Sigma male and can you be an alpha male from a beta? Yes, you can. Why? Because it's mindsets. If someone tells you you cannot be born an alpha, you cannot be born a Sigma, they're right. Everybody's born a beta. Because
Wait,
you
why
have
is
to
this
be
guy,
led.
like,
What
screaming
makes most men
everything?
alpha is actually being rejected.
Because he's
It's
an alpha,
actually
dude.
going
Because
through
he's
the
an
rough
alpha.
parts of
Sigma.
life. It's getting hit and getting back up, getting hit and getting back
Thanks.
up. It's going through so much pain as a beta that it makes you stronger. And then as you get older, you become more dominant. Most men are going to be beta males until the ages of 25 to 30 when you really start discovering yourself. Now, when you come out of this beta phase and you start moving towards an alpha phase, what's going to make the determination? If you're an alpha male, you're just going to be strong and dominate everything around you. But if you're a Sigma male, you're strictly going to focus on the success, your dreams, traveling, learning more about life. Those are what tigers do. They spend more time hiding. Lions are constantly walking around roaring, showing that dominancy. See, beta males, when they go out and buy the flashy cars, they go in the gym and get big, and then they try to portray this role of toughness. They're trying to mimic what an alpha male is doing when an alpha male is running around throwing their success in your face. A Sigma male doesn't throw his accomplishments in your face. 9 times out of 10, people do not know anything about a Sigma male. The only way you're going to learn about a Sigma male, you have to be a person that nitpicks a Sigma male's brain, because a Sigma male is not just going to always come out and say, hey, I'm this, or be opinionated about things. If it doesn't affect their day-to-day life, Most Sigma males will not even get involved in a conversation, will not even get involved in a conversation, will not even debate. 9 times out of 10, you will not know a Sigma male is in the room. Because the alpha male does too much in order to prove dominancy when the Sigma male does nothing.
Wait, the Sigma's in trouble constantly, but also you wouldn't notice
a Sigma male ain't gonna brag about what he got, but you may see him in something nice. That's what you have to understand. Women attract more to the Sigma male because the Sigma male has more mysterious things going on with them that she cannot identify with. See, when it comes to alpha males, women are going to be so used to alpha males, it's unreal. They're going to be used to the loud guy, the guy with the muscles, the guy that's trying to intimidate everybody. Women are going to be used to that. But they do it so much. This is why women go to beta males and control beta males, because beta males may have the money. Beta males may have the look too, but beta males may be weak inside. The only difference is alphas are more strong inside. When it comes to the Sigma male, you don't know what they're thinking. Why? Because they move alone. Sigmas do not focus on relationships. Sigmas do not focus on going to the club. They do not focus on being seen. They do not like being part of the in crowd, even though they gain the same success. They're more attractive because they're the biggest mysterious mindset that a woman can never figure out. When it comes to behavior, one thing that a woman masters when it comes to a guy is his behavior. So they treat men off of men's behavior patterns. This is why women can constantly win over beta guys, and they can piss off a alpha male because of their learned behavior. But she can't figure the Sigma male out because he's moving at his own beat. He's moving at his own drum, and he barely speaks. So she's constantly chasing something that she can't have with a Sigma. And that's the difference between a Sigma, an alpha, and a beta. We're gonna go ahead and nip this in the bud because this is Sigma Nation. You must decide. You're gonna be an alpha or you're gonna be a Sigma. The Sigma will always be successful. This is Anthony Spade. Hopefully I was able to help you out. Hasta la vista.
Hell yeah.
There's some weird aspects of the manosphere. Like generally, their understanding of like men and women, like sexual attraction dynamics are on the money, but sometimes they get into like full-on schizo mode.
I just love how there's always new archetypes dropping. I love it.
Yeah,
The
how
lore
many
just
did
keeps
he
getting
mention?
deeper and
Like
deeper.
Zleta, Beta, Mleta,
Omega.
Yeah,
Delta.
they found like new Greek letters.
Holy shit. But yeah, that tiger you have, Stardust, reminds me of Sigma males. Sigma as fuck.
It is a very cute tiger.
Sigma tiger.
Cute. It's supposed to be scary.
It's tiny though.
It's not tiny. It's big. It's very big. Yeah, it's weird. There's like a resurgence in the manosphere on YouTube.
Not really a resurgence. They've always been around, but
that is the
maybe I just
stupidest fucking word I've ever heard. Manosphere.
yeah.
Sounds
I don't know.
Like a crypto thing, like the metaverse or some shit.
And generally, like the understanding of like sexual market value or something is something I think is probably on the money, but it's weird.
All right, guys. I think I'm gonna take off.
Yeah, Sam.
Yeah, it's probably a good idea.
Out, bro.
All right, it was
Hell
fun
yeah.
hanging out. Peace out, guys.
Fun. See ya.
Wait, why should she
Bye.
name the tiger Richard Parker?
What?
My chat's. How many people are watching right now? By the way, I haven't taken a look at my view counter in like 4 hours.
When fucking Supreme brought up the view count shit, I was like, oh no.
Yeah, like, dude, don't ever do that. Don't ever, Stardust, never bring up number counts ever.
I never would. What I bring up, and this one might be actually just as bad, but I am always bringing up like I'm the one who gets invited to things. So, yeah.
I mean,
People like me.
You can talk about your connections and your networking stuff because that is like a genuine mark. But like the second you start to dick wave around numbers, you better be really fucking clear that you better be really fucking sure you're the top like dog on that shit because people.
Dude, oh my god,
like,
it's so funny. It's so
Yeah.
funny when people like try to act like you have like a small viewer base and secretly you have like 200K on YouTube.
Yeah.
And then like
People have
you've
done
had
that to
like
me on here.
3 streams this week that had over like 700 viewers. Like, yeah, dude, like be careful with that.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I'm
you've been
sorry.
popping
I'm sorry because I think I was acting like a little bit of a dick there, but it's just like don't do that, dude. I will.
Well, he
fucking
was the one who
embarrass you
brought
on
it
that
up.
one.
And then he went to
You better
your,
be
like, Dude, he
I think
fucked it up so
but I
badly.
honestly do think he meant it in the Twitch politics sphere, because in the Twitch politics sphere, people who like call out like stuff like that, like they get bullied, you know?
Well, yeah, but like, I don't know. I don't know. My basic reading of that one was that I'm not like saying that just to say it. Like, I do believe that he was understanding what I was getting at and wasn't engaging with what I was bringing up. It took like 30 minutes of like getting him to like rephrase and just like dragging it out for him to like finally get what I was trying to say. You know what I mean? And it's not even like for him to like concede on this point or something. It's just like, no, this is what my fucking argument was. You know what I mean?
Yeah. It was a fun night, though.
No, it was very
Holy
fun.
shit. Yeah. That was really fun. Yeah.
Oh, do you want to hear something funny about Ralph?
Sure. I don't know if I'm allowed to hear it, because he's like, he messaged me the other day. He's like, who else do you want to debate? You know, I'm like, well, I think I need a break right now, because right now I'm like getting dogpiled from all sides. So, and I'm not helping myself because I just started a fight with that Winston guy. But yeah, I don't know.
So the TLDR is Ralph has had a relatively good week this week. He has had 4 streams this week that had over 1,000 viewers. He made sure to make sure that his former co-host Gator knew this very much so when he because Ralph is doing this really annoying thing where he's blocked you, but he'll still reply to your fucking tweets.
I think I saw that. That was hilarious. That was
just like,
and then you tweeted that it was like worst behavior from some ex-girlfriend. He really does treat you like an ex. Like, I don't know. Like he acts like an ex-girlfriend with you. Yeah.
He fucking treats Gator like an ex. He treats me like I'm just an annoying person he doesn't like, which I don't fucking care. But he was shitting on Gator by doing that and whatever. It's like, oh, it's 5-star days ahead. So the website that Ralph is on, Odyssey, you don't have to have they just require I think it's somebody said it was SQL validation. You don't actually have to have like a separate computer watching it for more viewers to show up. You just have to open up new tabs. It'll throttle your fucking CPU, but you can really inflate numbers real quick if you just like use your metal mouse button to open up new tabs on your web browser.
Yeah.
Andy, another co-host that he has, a former co-host that he has beef with, had his show, the Kino Casino, that is explicitly on Ralph's time slot. He went live and said as much, and said that he was throttling up Ralph's numbers. So Ralph went from 1,400 to 400 at a snap of Andy's finger.
Wow.
So it's just like, oh man, that's really fucking rough.
Yeah, that is rough. Damn, dude. Yeah, I know. Like yeah. I don't know how to feel about it, because I feel like I'm supposed to like maintain some neutrality, but I'm friends with everybody who
I'm
hates
not gonna
him,
tell.
you know?
I'm not gonna fucking care if you don't want to shit talk him or whatever. I just thought it was funny.
I mean, you know, like, yeah, you know my thoughts. So
yeah. Dude, like I've had, the thing that I've been trying to like get out there for the longest time for right now is I keep on telling people, because I've gotten like 5 DMs this week of people who used to watch Ralph's show and they don't. And it's just like, dude, if you used to watch Ralph's show and you like used to watch me, but then stopped watching because of Ralph or whatever, I literally don't care. You're welcome back anytime. Maybe switch a new name if you do like donations, because Ralph has your information. He will fucking fuck with you if you if you're causing too much of a scene in that that out and proud homosexual Flamenco's channel.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Out and proud.
It's so weird. I have no fucking idea. It's just whatever. Ralph is just fucking ridiculous, and it's really funny. I can't wait. The other funny thing, and I'll let you go. I'm sorry because it's super late. Get some rest after this. Ralph is going to be going on a program by Elijah Schaefer called You Are Here on April 1st. He's already expressed interest in he's on there specifically because he was shit talking Nick Rekieta, who was also a guest on there because Nick really blew up with the Kyle Rittenhouse coverage. He is going to be wearing he is going to be wearing, and I'm going to pull it up, I'm going to send it to you real quick. He is going to be wearing a t-shirt that has an image of Nick Rekieta during his E-Thought stream, where he dressed up in like a Sailor Moon t-shirt and really short shorts. It was kind of like laying down on his pillows and talking really soft with like all these Christmas lights and stuff. It was very funny. And Ralph is going to be wearing that shirt. He's gonna be wearing a shirt of Nick Rekieta wearing that on the program, just like a plain t-shirt with that for like $10 or whatever. It's just really fucking funny.
Yeah, it's weird.
And this is the same program that Jack Murphy got super chats that caused him to lose like I think $10,000 a month, and
holy
like
shit.
Everybody laughing about his weird cuck porn articles. It's gonna be really funny. Sorry. Like I'm talking about weird niche esoteric internet shit.
I will probably process this like tomorrow when I'm sober. So yeah.
Dude, my
But yeah,
biggest
April
regret
1st.
tonight was being sober the entire fucking time.
You were sober, Boblax?
Yeah.
Why?
Cause when we were talking about the like political shit with like the convoy and shit, I didn't want to like accidentally like misspeak or say something like bad. But I should have got it when you were like debating with Supreme. I should have gotten high, but I didn't.
Boblax,
I'm surprised. I'm honestly surprised that I was able to like be coherent while I was like constantly
You're super
puffing.
coherent. Yeah.
Yeah.
Damn, dude. I think think the brain, the studying rotted my brain or something. I don't know.
Yeah, I understand that feeling, dude. Yeah. Imagine doing this and going to school full time. Holy fuck.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I'm still it's weird. I've had a very weird week. It's nonstop, and I don't think I have a very good way of like making it better for myself. I constantly like, I don't know. It's not like I'm angry at anybody.
Just don't read it. Just don't read the shit. You know what I mean?
Oh no, I'm not reading majority of it. I'm just saying like it's weird that I keep getting into confrontations, and I don't think I'm a particularly like a mean person. Who knows? Maybe I am.
I think, and like I think because is part of it the lyric stuff?
Yeah, that's smaller though. That's not really like a big thing for me. Yeah, that's I don't really, yeah, no, that's kind of smaller for me. I think that like there's like obviously the Dalton stuff, and though I think he likes me now after I talked to him, but I can't tell.
Yeah.
But yeah, but that was huge. That was very, very busy. That like wore me out. So,
I think the thing is I think that the way that you approach confrontational things comes off as like slightly condescending sometimes. I think that when you're talking like in a more relaxed setting, it's a lot less. You don't come off as condescending at all, really. And like with the Keemstar thing specifically, I was trying to wrangle you because I know I can kind of wrangle you. I can't wrangle Keemstar. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah. No
yeah.
So I was trying to direct you from like the like really confrontational.
But he already
yelling.
came in disliking me, you know. So I wasn't really caring about that. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I'm just saying that it kind of snowballs into that, and it sort of feeds into it.
But the thing is, I was relaxed. I was relaxed the entire time. I was high as fuck, dude. I
It's
think
probably
like
better
I
that
don't
you
know.
did that one high. I feel like maybe nerves would have gone to you if you weren't high. I know it would have for me, for sure. So.
Yeah, I think
My game skills are not 100 right now. Well, it's probably because I've been streaming for 9 hours. I would imagine my gameplay and reflexes are probably shit right now. Sorry, I'm also arguing with my chat.
Oh my god. Yeah, we've
I
been
think
live
that
for a long time.
yeah. I think that people automatically assume that I'm being condescending because like I try to be polite to people, and I think people are not I think people are one, they're not used to like a female in the debate sphere who's like not a conservative, maybe. I'm not sure. Even the conservative women don't really enter it that often, right? And
I
I
definitely
think that
say you're a lot less like condescending than BX Bullet. She could
I
get
don't
pretty
want to comment on
condescending.
that, but
Oh,
like
yeah.
I
Sorry.
think as far as like presence within the political sphere, I think I'm definitely like one of the like most like my presence is very saturated in the Twitch politics sphere. So I think people are still trying to figure out how to react or interact with me. And I think obviously like optically in front of it, like when it from a media perspective, it's going to be different how people perceive me, you know? So yeah, it's weird. I'm trying to figure it out still, but yeah. I don't know. Sorry, I didn't mean to talk about myself again.
Well, I'm the one that brought up the conversation of yourself.
Yeah, I know, but I've been sucking my own dick ever since like Keemstar left the call. So. Yeah.
You gotta title the video "Own Keemstar in a Debate" and brag about it on Twitter. Get him really pissed, just for the fun of it. Get him a little.
Get him pissed. I don't know if I want to. I don't know. How pissed should I get him? I feel like I should not get him that pissed. You know, I feel like he would. Yeah.
What would he do?
I don't know.
Keemstar is a very bombastic personality. I think that's the only thing you really have to worry about. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's not like Ethan Klein.
I hope he can chill like after this, you know, and like still be cool.
Probably, but like he might go on like little mini rants about like I can tell like maybe like 4 years from now he'll be like on an Augie stream and he'll be like, I remember when Stardust was being a bitch about fucking the convoy or whatever, but
yeah,
I think he'll also be cool in between that time, you know? Like, he's cool with me, but then all of a sudden he has, like, a random rant, like, he re-uploaded my live streams 3 years ago, and it's just, I don't know, stuff like that. It's funny.
Yeah. I just enjoy it so much. I enjoy arguing, and I don't know why people can't just be friendly with me afterwards, you know? Just, like, chill. People, and then people take it seriously. People take it seriously when I meme about being an SJW. I had a couple of fans who would who previously to knowing my content, they came over to my channel because they were pissed at me because they thought I was like being an actual like fucking like feminist like over SJW bitch, right? They came over because they were pissed about it, and then they actually watched my content for like 15 minutes, and then they realized that it was a meme. But yeah, people take it too seriously, I think. So
yeah, people take the internet in general too seriously.
Yeah.
Even Supreme, I think he was taking that debate with the V guy way too seriously. Like, bruh, why debate?
Oh, I think he enjoyed V.
Yeah, he was a lot more. I think he was a lot more cordial with V. It might be my personal bias talking though.
Well, I think he felt like I feel like he felt like I don't know, honestly. Actually, I have no idea. I don't know. But he didn't seem like he was like offended or anything. He seemed like he's like kind of like me in that like after the argument's over, he doesn't really care. So.
Yeah. I don't know. I already said what I said.
Yeah, political people are definitely weird, but he's like one of the better ones actually. Mindwaves and WickedSupreme are some of the better people.
I like Mindwaves.
He's like friends with Doomer, so he can't be all bad.
I'm sorry?
I know he's friends with Doomer, so he can't be all bad.
I like WickedSupreme's answer to like would he fuck Kirby right when he joined. That was good.
Yeah. He's willing to meme. Yeah.
I just like, I don't know. I feel like political people on Twitch take their debates like. Maybe I'm like looking at it wrong. I'm like super sleep deprived, so I don't fucking know.
We do take it seriously.
It's
You're
like
right.
a little
We
too
do.
like I don't know. I feel like
Yeah, it's different though, right? Because again, like there's a difference between like debating over drama and debating over things that you know like actually affect people's lives, right?
I guess,
You can
but
take
at
it
the
a little
end
bit
of the day,
serious.
but at the end of the day, your debate isn't gonna change anyone's lives.
No, your debate isn't going to change anybody's lives. I agree with that, but like it sometimes sometimes you think that you can like communicate to like a broader audience, right? But I mean, I also fucking there are aspects of like I feel like I have communicated effectively previously to like a broader audience, but there are definitely aspects that really black pill me in the politics sphere. And the reason why I got like I was calling Bunk out for being like inconsistent is because that was like it's behavior like that previously black pilled me and void pilled me that I fucking hated Twitch politics, you know? And if he's supposed I don't know if he's Twitch politics or commentary, but that kind of behavior where I've seen people justify really shitty behavior towards me, and they're supposed to be on my side. Even like I would never do like Vivian, for example. Vivian is somebody who is like I generally she's a little bit too far left for me, and we generally are at each other's throats in every interaction. But like when somebody uses like a transphobic slur against her, like I would definitely stick up for her, right? Like I wouldn't even bring it up, you know? Like I wouldn't if there was a history of somebody saying something really horrible to her and I found her really annoying and I was on a panel with somebody, I wouldn't bring up that insult that somebody said to her, right? It's just not useful. Like I don't know. It doesn't make any sense to me. I wouldn't do that to people I dislike and I'm on the opposite side of. Why would I use like immutable characteristics, you know, or why would I justify the usage of it? So
yeah.
You just don't trust doxers. That's yeah.
Don't trust doxers. What do you mean?
Viv.
Oh.
Yeah.
I don't know if she's a doxer, but
she's like openly bragged about it.
Has she?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, that's all I can say is that really like that type of behavior, like Bunk is not the first nor the last. He's far from the first and
I think with Bunk, I think you were a little like I guess overtly hostile. I don't think that Bunk was in a go along to get along thing. I think it was just he had like a feud with him. It's like, oh, this person like frustrates her and shit like that. I don't think I was like
the thing with Dingo is I was the least offended person in that interaction with Dingo. I just think it's kind of shitty to like bring that up and use that like when nobody else was bringing it up, you know? Yeah. But I mean, again, this is like Twitch politics. I've seen plenty of other people do the same exact thing. So I just call it out when I see it. And yeah, I was probably a little bit overly hostile on Twitter, but Twitter is like a meme for me. Like,
well, I was more talking about like the way that you like, and also in the lyrics thing specifically.
No, I don't think so. I think I was trying to be pretty friendly to both of them, but like they were. I don't think I would win with their audience anyways. So
I just I guess I would say I don't find it super reasonable to say that Bunk was co-signing on every single fucking thing Dingo was saying. You know what I mean?
never said that though. I specifically said that Bunk was not racist. I specifically said that Bunk was not.
Yeah. Okay, sorry.
I specifically said that Bunk was not racist. I specifically said several times that he's not sexist. I just said that I think it's spineless. That's like my main point from it. So
right. And like I said before, I don't think he was in a go along to get along situation. I think he was just like it was a flippant off the hand remark that wasn't really like.
How can you make a flippant offhand remark about that though? Like it's so weird.
You can.
Yeah, apparently you can.
Yeah.
All right. I think I'm gonna go to bed right now.
All right.
Have fun.
You
have fun sleeping? Hell yeah. I love sleeping.
Hell yeah, dude.
Let's go.
Yeah.
All right.
Good night, guys. Thanks for hanging with me. I had fun.
Yeah, no problem.
Also,
Anytime.
Kirby's hot. Alright, I'm out. We're gonna raid Chud Logic. Also, in the I know I've done a lot of streams with like Stardust and the other people, and those are probably still gonna be the majority of streams, but I do want to do a solo stream, or at least a stream that has like a couple hours of solo content soon. So yeah, but in the meantime, thank you for watching. Good night to the people who are going to go to bed, but to the people who aren't, enjoy Chud Logic's stream, because he's epic. Also, I applied for partnership, so hopefully we get partnership soon. I know a lot of you stuck around, so that helps a lot with that. For the viewer threshold, good night.